Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Football playoff because we won 9 games and our schedule was so hard. It was so hard. Yeah, we lost to a 4-8 team somewhere in there, but the schedule was so hard. Especially when you're in a conference like the SEC that falls upon deaf ears, man. I don't want to hear crying from a yacht. Life lesson. No crying from the yacht. Well, good thing that the SEC and Big Ten are going to play each other a lot during the regular season, right? Wrong. Texas is going to help us out with that. In week 2, Texas is going to play Ohio State. That one's going to be in Austin on September 12th. That same day, Oklahoma's going to be playing at Michigan. That's awesome. 2 SEC schools against 2 Big Ten schools that are going to be competing in their leagues at the highest level. It's great. Well, surely we're going to get the middle class of these conferences playing against each other, right? Right? No. We have Mississippi State and Minnesota in the second week of the year, and that's it. Those 3 games are the only 3 between SEC and Big Ten schools in the regular season. Now, yeah, you might learn something about these leagues once they get into the college football playoff, but then we're going to just load the playoff with those 2 leagues, and then there'll be some cannibalization with each other. You don't really get a true picture as to how a league is against the other unless you just play them in the regular season. Because I promise you, when we get to Selection Sunday this year, we're going to have some downright exhausting discourse over whether a 3-loss SEC team or a 2-loss Big Ten team deserve to be in because of their schedule. And I'll tell you right now, when December rolls around, I won't be sitting here in this chair talking about hypotheticals. Oh, if this team played that team, then they're going to win because they had a tougher schedule in the SEC. Not doing that. I'll be talking about downright results, what happened on a real football field, the way it should be. One thing I don't accept here in this business is they don't play nobody, Paul. I don't take that as discourse. I don't. I really don't. Games aren't played hypothetically. They're played on an actual football field. And we need more sample size to determine which one of these leagues is better. So here's my fix. This is a fix that also is not just going to give you a better sample size as to what these conferences are. It's going to preserve classic games, rivalries that make this sport so great. The simple solution is I want to mandate every Power 4 team play a team from the other Power 4 leagues outside of their 9-game conference slates. So every team in the Big 10, SEC, ACC, Big 12, you will play 9 games against teams in your league. In the 3 other games, sorry, you're not going to schedule the Citadel. You're not going to schedule Tennessee Tech. You're not going to schedule McNeese State. You're not going to schedule Eastern Michigan. You're going to schedule, or I will schedule for you, 3 non-conference games in other leagues. Now, I've got it on a tiered system here, too. And this is the ultimate fix here because coaches won't do this themselves. A couple will want to, but they're not going to if everybody else doesn't do it. You have to take this out of the hands of the coaches. I work here locally in Columbia, South Carolina. And locally, I've had Shane Beamer on my show before. And we've had this conversation brought up. And he said, I would love to have a 12-game slate where it's all power conference opponents. But if nobody else does it, why should I do it? And that's a great point, Coach Beamer. That's a great point, which is why I'm taking that decision out of everybody's hands. Every team in the SEC will play 1 team in the Big 10, 1 team in the Big 12, 1 team in the ACC, but I'm going to even up the schedules here too. Because you will play, every conference will be broken into thirds, right? For some conferences it's easier than the others, but they'll be broken up into thirds. 3 different groups. There's a top tier, a middle tier, and a bottom tier. And every team in each league will play a top tier team in one league, a middle tier team in another league, and a bottom tier team in another league. And you can make this work for all leagues. I wrote out every single one that would be in the SEC alone. And I start off by preserving the rivalries for all of them. Here locally, the South Carolina Clemson football game is the biggest sporting event that happens in this state every single year. You are not prying that game out of this state's cold, dead hands. So you know what the ACC opponent will be for South Carolina every year? Clemson. You know what the Clemson opponent in the SEC is going to be every year? South Carolina. That's how it's always going to be. We're going to preserve that. Same for Georgia, Georgia Tech. Same for Florida, Florida State. Same for a lot of these schools, right? For Oklahoma, they're not going to schedule Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma State's not going to schedule Oklahoma because they've proven that since they've gotten out of their league, they won't do it. But I can preserve that rivalry because every year they will play each other, and that's going to be Oklahoma's Big 12 opponent, and Oklahoma will be Oklahoma State's SEC opponent every year. Now, wherever they fall in the season prior, now this is all be based on standings, right? The tiering system will be based on the previous year's standings of those leagues. Because this year, Oklahoma State was downright buns and fired Mike Gundy. They were in the 3rd tier of the Big 12, meaning Oklahoma's Big 12 opponent this year, which would be Oklahoma State, will be the 1/3 tier team they play, meaning they will have to play a top tier team in one of the ACC or the Big 10 and a middle tier team. And I do it on a rotation. I wrote down the names of these SEC schools, and I did it on a rotation. And I started with Georgia, where obviously theirs is Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech was a 1st tier team. So then I said Big 10 will be the 2nd tier. Big 12 will be the 3rd tier. So I ended up with their non-conference slate being Georgia Tech, Washington, and Colorado. And then for the next school, which was Texas, the Big 10 was going to be the 1st tier opponent. This will rotate every single year. So if you are, let's say, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma State's really, really bad the year before, so they're going to be in the 3rd tier of the Big 12. The Big 12 that year is your 3rd tier non-conference opponent. This year I had ACC being their 1st tier, which means I gave them Miami. How fun would that game be? Oklahoma and Miami, that would be incredible. And then the 2nd tier team, or 2nd tier league, is the Big 10. And guess who just so happens to be in the 2nd tier, the 2nd third of the Big 10 from last year? Nebraska. So you bring back Oklahoma and Nebraska for a year, mandated of the powers that be, which in this hypothetical would be me, and bringing it back. So Oklahoma would have a non-conference slate of Miami, Nebraska, and Oklahoma State. But the next year for Oklahoma, since the ACC was their top tier league they had to play, the Big 10 the next year would be the league that they take from the top 3rd of. Unless Oklahoma State is in the top 3rd of the Big 12 in 2026. And it would adjust accordingly across the board. But when I write this down for every single team in the SEC, look at some of the non-conference games you'll get that you wouldn't normally get. I kept Texas, Ohio State, but Alabama would have Texas Tech. Oklahoma would have Miami. Ole Miss would have Indiana. Texas A&M, BYU would be a good game, one that you might even still see in the college football playoff. Tennessee, SMU would be a fun game. LSU, Oregon would be a fun game. I can go up and down this list, and you're going to get some really good football games. Florida and Michigan. And even with some of your top-tier teams in one league playing third-tier teams in another, still significantly more interesting than watching them play FCS schools. For example, Ole Miss, their bottom third part of the schedule, the conference is from the ACC. So I gave them Syracuse. Is Ole Miss and Syracuse significantly more fun than watching Ole Miss play, I don't know, Mississippi Valley State or Austin Peay or Jacksonville State? Yes, significantly more fun. Yes, I know Jacksonville State has beaten Ole Miss at Ole Miss in the last 20 years, but you don't see a lot of that in college football now. Especially this Ole Miss team. They played the Citadel last year, and they beat them like a drum. Nobody cares to watch that game. Nobody wants to go to SEC Network plus and watch somebody beat some poor FCS opponent by 60 points. Right? In the NFL, you don't see the New England Patriots schedule the Toronto Argonauts. Doesn't work that way. And what I'm so tired of hearing is the end of every college football season, coaches complaining about their schedule. We had to play in the SEC. We had to play in the Big Ten. Our 3 losses should mean more than other people's 3 losses. However, the leagues only played each other 3 times during the season with 3 various different opponents. In this scenario, the SEC and the Big Ten are going to be playing each other 16 times. So when we hear the soothing tones of Reese Davis on that preview show and that bracket reveal show, and we talk about conference supremacy, we'll have a record of the SEC versus the Big Ten, the SEC versus the ACC, the SEC versus the Big 12. And you'll have a record of what their top-tier teams did against each other, what the middle-class teams did against each other, or what the middle-class teams did against the top of each league. You're getting a perfect sample size, and this fixes everything. This makes life for a committee so much easier, because you know what the committee's probably doing? They're probably playing this hypothetical BS that fans do every year. Well, if they played on a neutral field, so-and-so would be favored by 5.5, so we have to put them in, even though they had 2 more losses and clearly don't have better metrics. Don't want to play that game. Don't do the hypotheticals. Don't love that. And we're not going to. Not here. Under what my format would be, you'd have better regular season matchups. You revitalize old rivalries and make them permanent. You have better early season TV ratings, especially when you're trying to compete with the National Football League on Sundays. Most importantly, it gives your committee a legitimate, real sample size of how each league fares against each other on an actual playing field. And I'm telling you right now, in this world, it beats the hell out of the discourse that we have right now. You're welcome, college football. This one's on the house. On the other side, though, I want to call my shot. College football is best with upsets, and I'm going to call my first one of the year, and it's going to take place on September 18th. So I'll tell you which Power Conference favorite falls first this season next as you listen to Elijah Campbell on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app.
Bucs QB Baker Mayfield doesn't have a new contract, and D lineman Vita Vea requested a trade. Will the Bucs stars be jumping ship? Westwood One Sports.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he could be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Damn, Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds. Somebody's knee hurting less. Somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home. So I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that million-pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch, just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
This Tech's the big favorite to win the Big 12 this year. I mean, a huge favorite. Don't just look at any type of projections online, just go to the All Big 12 team, the preseason All Big 12 team, and see how many players from Texas Tech are on that list. They are going to be an overwhelming favorite to win that conference. And they still can. But there's going to be a roadblock in that way, and that roadblock is going to be looking like the Houston Cougars as a road team on a weird Friday night in the middle of September. Best part of this entire sport to me, and I love college football. It is one of my favorite sports on the planet. But the best part of it is that dark horse that kind of established themselves as a real player in their league earlier in the season than people might have thought. There's no better opportunity for this to happen than on a random Friday night game where the league favorite is overhauling a roster that won that league last year and went to the college football playoff. Texas Tech is going to have to figure some things out. They're insanely talented, but they reloaded. And it might take them some time to become the best version of themselves. Because do I think highly of Texas Tech this year? Absolutely. Honestly, it's best to probably still pick them to win that league. Even outside of all the stupid Brendan Sorsby stuff that we had to go through this offseason, they spent money, and they did it, without the exception of Brendan Sorsby, did it wisely to replenish a roster that lost dudes not to the transfer portal, but they lost dudes to the National Football League. It's the sign of a budding program, and this program is really good. Texas Tech is legit, but early in the season, there's going to be some wrinkles that need to be worked out, especially with that much turnover, especially on the defensive end. Yeah, you replaced some of your NFL dudes with really good talent. But you know what none of those guys are going to be? David Bailey, a guy who led the country in sacks last year, a guy who was the number 2 overall pick in the NFL draft, or an opposite edge rusher of him, that's Romello Height, who was a 3rd-round pick in the NFL draft to the San Francisco 49ers. You have 2 dudes that were day 1 and 2 draft picks on the opposite sides of the defensive line of scrimmage. Yeah, they were a terror for quarterbacks. And yeah, I like what you replaced them with, but that's not going to be as good as those 2. Not going to be a good enough pairing. And if it is, then you've tapped into some type of player development thing that is more voodoo than anything else. But Houston can ball too. That's the thing, man. The Houston Cougars are not going to be a joke this year. I love this team, especially after Texas Tech is going to be playing Abilene Christian and Oregon State to start the year. They have to play Houston, even if it is at home. I love this Houston team. Connor Wegman at quarterback had his best year as a college quarterback this past year. He's discovered a little bit of mobility. It's a fun offense. He's getting better. Mekhi Hughes at running back, a guy who transferred to Oregon from Tulane, didn't get into that crowded running back room at Oregon, which was littered with talent, is now rejoining Willie Fritz in Houston and is back in a familiar offense, and he's going to be a factor because when he was at Tulane, he was one of the best running backs in college football. I don't fault him for not getting a ton of carries in that Oregon running back room. And they have a veteran offensive lines with transfers that are from the MAC, a first-team All-MAC transfer and a first-team All-AAC transfer. That offense is going to hum. And if Texas Tech's defense isn't in midseason form, Houston's going to go there and score 30 points. And they're going to win that game. I'm calling it right now. Texas Tech may still win that league, but if you're looking for an early season upset, the Houston Cougars beating Texas Tech in Lubbock is the way to go. I'm excited for that game because I do fully buy into what Houston has. Offense is going to be awesome. They're going to score the points, and I think they'll get the adequate stops needed. Hour number 1 in the books. Hour number 2 is coming up. One NFC quarterback feels disrespected as he enters training camp, and I'll tell you why that team that disrespected him is actually doing the right thing next as you listen to Elijah Campbell on Westwood One.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-smoker can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month level rate for 10 years, or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 coverage for a month premium of $110 level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Termbusters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Termbusters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levinger, insurance agent.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote.
Call 800-711-4973. That's 800-711-4973. 800-711-4973 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with fan headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. His outing was cut short by a near 2-hour rain delay. But it didn't matter as the Buccos held on. They're now 56-56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40. And you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Ball hit underneath the glove of Abbott towards second base, and a slide by Valdez delays the process. McLean tags him out, and another run is in. Give Gonzalez a run batted in. It's 3-0 Pirates. McCambly on a 1-0. Swinging a little pop back of second, and falling fast past the try of Friedel. It's down. Ozuna is in, and Henry Davis for the second straight night. An RBI single. Pirates lead 4-1. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Nice. Struck him out. Soto with the save, and the Pirates win it 4-1.
I am soaking wet. Now, it's because it's raining outside. And it was a tumultuous drive to get here this morning. But here nevertheless, and happy to be with you from 7 to 10. I'm Josh Roundtree, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I don't think I've been on in a while, so it's nice to be behind the mic. And it's nice to be, I suppose, coming in after a Pirates win, though I will tell you, you start getting ready for the show, and you go through Saturday, and you're thinking, man, after what happened Friday night, kind of yesterday, getting all geared up, like, yeah, I'm going to rip the Buccos. I'm just going to go off for an hour to start the show, just ripping the Buccos, and then they go and get a really solid couple of pitching performances last night. They have some patient at-bats, a couple of key soft RBI singles, and through a very extended rain delay, they find a way to get a win, 4-1. In a game that I think they really, and it's hard to say when they've only played 112 games right now or whatever it is, 56 and 56. My math isn't great, but I believe that's 112. So you're talking 50 games left in this season. And I'm not going to say that that is a make or break time in your year, but boy, if you, in this series against just not a very good Cincinnati team, if they were to have lost a fifth straight, particularly after the way that they lost on Friday night and a tight loss on Thursday, and you go back to the Arizona series, they lost a tight one in there as well, and then the offense didn't show up in another game. I think then all of a sudden you start hitting the old collapse button. You start, maybe you're not even hitting, you're probably pounding it into submission. That the panic button, the collapse button, it's getting worn out at that point, because if they don't win that game last night, you certainly look at this Pirates team and say, yeah, this is going in a way that we have seen here before. And there have been a number of seasons in which the Pirates have kind of surged at the All-Star break. I feel like over the last maybe dozen years, we've had seasons here where the Pirates, right around the All-Star break, hey, you know what? They're in this. Or either, maybe they're going to have a chance to finally be over 500 in a season. That was the storyline years ago. Collapse. Well, you know what? They're just a couple games out. Collapse. This team's fighting for a playoff spot. Collapse. This team started white hot to their season. I think, what was that, 3 years ago? They started like 24-7 or whatever it was. Collapse. So all of a sudden, they lose that game last night, and I know there's been grumblings of collapse going on. I think it's a full-blown panic alarm being sounded. And I'm not saying that one game last night has righted their season, but it did get them back to 500. And I suppose that's significant enough because I think right now 500 probably is at least keeping you in the mix in the NL wildcard picture. They're still just 2.5 games back. As bad as they have played over the last week and a half, and they have played some poor baseball in games that they could have won and games against some teams that they needed to beat, like Arizona, they still find themselves just 2.5 games out of a playoff spot. They still have everything right in front of them. They still have an opportunity to get this done. They did make a move yesterday. Camilo Doval in. 2 prospects that 99.9% of our listenership has probably not heard of or doesn't know anything about. So to me, that's a positive. And we'll have you weigh in on that. We'll keep the phone lines open this morning, all morning, 412-928-9370. If you want to weigh in on anything here in the early morning hours on this very dreary Sunday. I do want to bounce around, though, some throughout the show today. As much as I think the Pirates are probably going to dominate the conversation given the week that they had, given the, well, let's just call it tumultuousness of the Paul Skeens of late, including some scathing comments made on our postgame show the other night. I don't know that I necessarily disagree with them, but I do want to bounce around a little bit. We'll talk some Skeens. We'll talk about this Pirates team in general. Is there still work to be done for Ben Cherington? Well, I sure as hell hope so. But I think the big news right now in baseball, coming in last night, very late last night, was that the rich got richer. And this might not seem like the biggest deal in the sense of this one season, but I'm starting to think that we might not have baseball in 2027, folks. I don't want to see that. I think that there are some people who, and I saw the reactions last night on Twitter, shut it down. No baseball in 27. Time to just close the sport. I don't want to see that. It might, I will admit, potentially be the only way to solve this thing. And I don't know that that necessarily will solve this thing. I don't know that not having baseball in 2027 is going to be the magic cure, the magic remedy to all of this. The Dodgers get Tarik Skubal, and the rich get richer. LA's been having some health issues with their starters. Shohei Ohtani on the IL, he's limited to only DH duty. Tyler Glasnow, he's been out since early May, back spasms, which if you've ever had back spasms, Lord almighty, does that suck. I've had them once bad and another time kind of mild. You could go run down the street, not feel a thing, and then turn your head an inch and your entire back seizes up. It's the most frustrating thing I've ever experienced in my life. And he's been out with May. No guarantees if Glasnow is going to be back. Blake Snell's made just one start this season. He had bone chips in his elbow. I don't even know how that happens. He's on a rehab assignment. And another guy, they have Gavin Stone. He had a spring shoulder injury. So they're banged up. I'm not sure that you would exactly know it given where the Dodgers are. Now, that's what their fans will say. Their fans will say, well, you know, we've taken our lumps this year. We've had guys go down. Yeah. Nobody's crying for the LA Dodgers. They're 69-42 right now. They have the best record in baseball. They're the best team in baseball.
They have a plus 154 run differential as well, which is the best in baseball. So, yeah, I mentioned earlier, I'm soaking wet because I had to walk in the pouring down rain today. Even a short walk, it was raining hard enough. But I'm certainly not wet due to the tears that have been shed for the LA Dodgers this morning. The rich get richer, and it seems like it's going to have a significant impact on Major League Baseball. I don't know that this one move necessarily will be the straw that breaks the camel's back? But I also think that the conglomeration of things just like this, where LA is just able to buy their way out of their issues, it's created an unfair landscape. That's the thing that bothers me the most about this. It's not just that some teams can spend and some teams can't spend. It's that LA, for instance, and others, the Yankees, etc., but particularly the Dodgers, have the ability that any time things go moderately south, anytime there's any bit of adversity, they are able to just throw their resources, in which they have a bounty of far more than others, certainly, at that problem. And I think that's a problem. At some point, you might just have to have a rough season because you had some bad luck. But that's what the rich do. The bad luck they're able to buy their way out of. Last night, the Pirates win 4-1. I said it off the top. I was prepared to, after Friday, come in here and rip them. I'm still going to rip them, but I'm also going to acknowledge the fact that they won the baseball game last night. Braxton Ashcraft, I thought, was fantastic. Boy, did he need an outing like that. Unfortunately, the rain, which is currently blasting us right now, moved through Cincinnati and knocked him out after 5 innings, but that's not his fault. He was ready to go get more, it felt like, and I didn't really get the sense that he was going to slip up. 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, 5 strikeouts, and he gets the ERA back down to under 4 for the season. And you look at the recent outings for Braxton Ashcraft, and again, he needed this one. You go back to the start of July, he starts on the 4th of July at Washington, pitches pretty well. 5 2/3, gives up a run, had 7 strikeouts, looks pretty good. At that point, the ERA is down at 3.24, and I think all things considered, Braxton Ashcraft was the Pirates' best starting pitcher, and it may have not even been that close, even though Paul Skeens dominates the headlines. Ashcraft follows that up, goes 5 innings, but gets plunked for 5 runs, throws 98 pitches. But the Pirates do win the game against Milwaukee, 7-6. Big win at that point on July 11th. But he gives up 5, and in his next start against the Yankees, gets shelled for 8 runs, 7 earned, and lasts just 3 innings. And then against the Cubs, another formidable team, a game that the Pirates kind of really needed to win, 4 runs over 6 in that one. Even in the last start in June, he gives up 5 over 6 innings. A lot of strikeouts with 8. But the guy that we saw in May and in the first half of June, the first 3 weeks of June, that had kind of disappeared, and I think we saw it a bit last night. I think we started to see a guy that, maybe it was just 3 or 4 hiccup starts. That's too extended of a period, but he certainly looked the part last night of the Braxton Ashcraft that we have gotten to know. If Ashcraft can get it going, if Mitch Keller can keep it going from the 2 solid starts that he has now had in a row, and I think you look at guys like Jones and Chandler and generally think, okay, there's something coming here with these guys. This hasn't been disastrous. And I think you at least feel like there is a moderate bit of hope for Paul Skeens, though I do want to talk this morning about Paul Skeens and what in the world is going on there. And I think you feel like, in general, though, you have a rotation that might be able to get it done. Could they maybe go add a left-handed starter? Yeah, potentially. I don't think that that's necessarily out of order here. Where that person fits, where that guy is going to go in this rotation. If these guys, I mean, you're not going to take Skeens out. If Keller keeps making good starts, you're probably not taking him out. Though I think for the large portion of this season, I might have looked at Keller and said, yeah, that's the guy that's got to go. Ashcraft has put together too good of a season to maybe pound that old panic button we talked about earlier after, 4 poor starts, especially since he bounced back last night. You look at Bubba Chandler here of late, and, the ERA is sitting at 4.5. Not great against Arizona in his last start, but 3 of the 5 runs he gave up were earned over 4 innings. The start before that, though, he was tremendous against the Yankees. They lost that game 2-0, but he didn't give up a run. And before that, against Milwaukee, he I thought was really solid. Only went 4 2/3, but just gave up 2 runs, and the Pirates ended up winning that game. The Pirates tend to win, at least here since the start of July and really the start of June, when that guy pitches more often than not. And that's not everything, but that, I think, is something. So the question for the Pirates becomes, who becomes the odd man out? Jared Jones has an ERA at 3.81. Jared Jones so far, I guess we're done with July now. Hello, August. But he only gave up 6 earned runs in the month of July. 3 of those did come in his last start, but boy, was he just really, really sharp before that, including that no-hit bid that got cut short because of his arm against the Braves. I don't know that there is a spot that you take somebody out. Now, it might still be a guy like Keller, or maybe you go with a piggyback situation ×2, perhaps. How does Mlodzinski fit into this equation as well? As good as Ashcraft was last night, Mlodzinski was really just as solid. He came in after that rain delay and got some significant outs. 3 innings, just 1 hit, 4 strikeouts, and he threw 47 pitches. Don Kelly after the game, we'll hear from him in a bit here. Don Kelly after the game went kind of out of his way to sing the praises of Mlodzinski because he only had a couple of days off between his last appearance and this one. I mean, a little newsflash for Donnie Kelly and the Pirates. Yeah, that's what relievers do. They get maybe a couple of days off and then go again. He had 2 days off, and then he pitched, and yeah, he threw 47 pitches, tip of the cap to him, pitched really well. We're sitting here on August 2nd. I still have absolutely no idea why or how they are handling Carmen Mlodzinski. I'm still not sure how that situation exactly unfolded, but regardless, you have to give credit where credit is due. The guy in his last 3 appearances has been really, really good out of their bullpen. And is he a guy that you look at and say, do we really need to pull anybody out of this rotation to put in a left-handed starter when we have this guy who is more than capable, I think, of giving you 4 or 5 innings as a starter as well, waiting sort of in the wings. So there's a lot of Pirates stuff to get to this morning. I do want to talk on the other side of the break here about the deal that they made yesterday for Camilo Doval. Came in last night, I forget when it came in. Was it before the game started or was it? I think it was during the game. I don't know. I was out.
I believe it was before.
Was it right before the game? Yeah. So I was out and about yesterday and I looked at my phone. I said, oh, there has been a deal made. I think it's the news alert that every single one of us has been waiting for like 2 months now. I don't know that it cures all, but I do want to talk about the move for Camilo Doval when we come back. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I'm Josh Roundtree. I'll be with you this morning until 10 a.m. Good to be with you, talking some Buccos. We're going to get into some Steelers talk a little bit later as well. Training camp now in full swing. I believe they're off today, which was probably going to happen anyways, because I don't think with the weather today that they were going to get out on the field at Latrobe. So maybe an opportune time for a break day. But we'll get into them a little bit later as well. I have some real questions about this team, including my biggest questions for this training camp about who I want to see, who I'm most interested in seeing. We're starting to knock on that door of that first preseason game. It's you start camp and then all of a sudden, boom, first preseason game kind of sneaks up on you. And it's time to talk about at least some semi-real football. So we'll get into that during today's show as well. Lots of Pirates talk coming your way as well. I'm Josh Roundtree. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with Fan Headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. His outing was cut short by a near 2-hour rain delay, but it didn't matter as the Buccos held on. They're now 56-56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today,
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Purple Wave Auction Box.
Hey there, folks. If you're buying or selling equipment, ride the wave.
Ride the wave. Purple Wave Auction makes it easy to sell.
Easy to buy. Construction, ag, fleet, and government equipment. All no reserve. All online.
All online.
Cruise on over to purplewave.com and get in the groove today.
Purplewave.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, just looking back, it was kind of a sneaky, newsy Saturday for the sports world. Obviously, here locally, Steelers in training camp. There's always news there. Pirates finally make a trade for a reliever. Sound the alarms. And then elsewhere, this NCAA ruling comes down from a judge that somebody found to rule in their favor. I do kind of want to get into that a little bit later as well. And then the Skubal trade last night with the Dodgers. So for kind of a ho-hum beginning to August Saturday, it sort of turned into anything but. The Pirates last night, Ty, you can pot the music down, my friend. Thank you. The Pirates, no, you can, there we go.
It takes a bit of time.
The Pirates yesterday afternoon, time was warped for me. I got to be honest. I was playing in a golf event yesterday, and I have no concept for time. And that Pirates game going into a delay as well, because like on the golf course, then we had dinner afterwards, and then I get home and the Pirates game's still on. I don't even know what time the Pirates game started, but I couldn't believe that it was still on when I got home. And I'm checking it, obviously. Once it got into a rain delay, I was like, all right, well, I'll get an alert when the game starts again, and then I didn't. And then I get home, and they're still playing later last night. So, which was kind of nice, because I got to get home and watch the end of the game and watch them win 4-1 in Cincinnati.
I had no such luck. I was broadcasting mixed martial arts, and then I looked down at my phone, and I'm like, it's in the 8th inning, and I looked down, I'm like, this game started at 6:40. It's 9:00.
Do you go full like Joe Rogan when you do mixed martial arts?
I'm the play-by-play guy. I'm actually more John Anik, but I don't cuss.
So you gotta like keep it. So you keep it kind of level, and then you need like a guy to come in. And I feel like with any like combat fighting, wrestling, you need the other guy to sort of be a little over the top.
I'm usually working a 3-man booth, but we had like one guy had to back out earlier. He's a fighter, and he was dealing with some health stuff. So I had to do like a 2, but I'm used to like another group that I'm with, one over-the-top guy, one guy who's kind of like the nerd, and me. I'm just steering the ship a little bit.
I'll be doing that a little bit later. We have high school football media day, which looking like it might be a wet one at Acrisure Stadium.
There's another one at Acrisure?
Yeah, KDKA. It's the one. It's the high school football media day, the flagship home of the WPIL, and we will be we'll be down there today with a bunch of players and coaches and all that. But it's me, Mike White, and Donnie Football. And I think in that situation, I just tee up Mike, I tee up Donnie, and we talk to some kids. And I don't think I really have to I don't have to go all out for this.
Well, no one's getting knocked out or anything like that, or getting tapped.
Not that we know of. Well, I mean, there have been some controversies this summer in high school athletics, but
yes,
I don't think it's going to come to blows, at least at Acrisure. I sure hope not. Fan Text Line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I guess the big trade in baseball yesterday did not involve the Pirates. It involved the Dodgers. And locally, though, the Pirates do make this trade for Camilo Doval. Who is Camilo Doval? Well, a guy with very interesting splits. You know, you can go into Baseball Reference and you can hammer things down. You can look at what he does against, what does he do when he has his shoe untied on a Thursday night in his home ballpark as opposed to a Wednesday afternoon with his shoes tied in a visiting ballpark. I mean, I think Baseball Reference will cover all that for you. I'm joking, obviously. But Camilo Doval is a solid arm. He's making like $6 million this year. And the Pirates are obviously, I think, willing to take that on, which is nice. It's, you got to make some moves. I haven't seen yet about any money retention in this. I don't know if that's come out yet. I did not read that this morning, but I have to applaud them for the move. Would I have preferred that this happened a month ago? Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say that it feels like too little too late because they have 50 games left in their season. There's still a ton of baseball to be played, and they're only 2.5 games out. The question is, how often does a reliever change a game does one reliever change a game for you in the next 50? We can get into wins above replacement and that number, but the question is, does adding Doval give you enough to go from where you are to where you're going to need to be to overcome the 2.5 game deficit and get yourself into the postseason? I don't know that he does, and that's why I think there's hopefully more moves to be made here. But this is a guy with some interesting splits. He is splitty for sure. He's first of all, again, signed for $6.1 million this year. He's 29 years old. Been in the big leagues for a little while now. He's put together a nice little run, an all-star a couple of years ago, and a guy that was kind of a high leverage closer. 39 saves in 2023 with San Francisco. Made the All-Star game that year at a 2.93 ERA. ERA was 2.53 the year before that. Kind of stunk it up the following year in San Francisco in 24. Had an ERA up near 5, and that ended up pushing him out in 25. He goes to the Yankees last year, 4.82 ERA a year ago, 4.54 ERA this year. This isn't a grand slam. This isn't Mason Miller. This isn't the splashy big time move for the Pirates to make. But it does give them a guy that I think they can situationally use, if they can situationally use him correctly, that he could make an impact. And they really didn't give up a whole lot for him. At least not what people were, I think, sort of on the fence about when it came to some of the big name relievers, like Chapman. Aroldis Chapman got thrown out there for a while. Obviously, Mason Miller has been the talk of the town because he's from the town, and people get a little obsessive when, there's a possibility of a guy from here coming back here. And it's, let's just trade the whole team. I think Harry Kalas threw that out. Let's just trade every good player that we got from Mason Miller because I went to Waynesburg and he went to Waynesburg. And so that means that we should go do everything we can to get the guy from Waynesburg here. What a terrible take that was. But the splits are interesting with Doval. Left-handed batters just bludgeon the guy. 360 opponent batting average and a 998 OPS to lefties. He gets it handed to him by left-handed batters. And that's not good because if you look at the Pirates, and we'll kind of get into the nuts and bolts of this a little bit, but they also kind of need another guy that's good against lefties. They have one, they need another. Against lefties, a 998 OPS this year, 360 opponent batting average, 425 on base percentage. He's given up 4 home runs to lefties this year in 87 plate appearances. He's walked 10 as well, struck out 16. Not a great rate there. And they slug 573 against him. His numbers against lefties make you, if you just got those numbers, you would think that the Pirates are out of their minds making a deal of any kind for this guy. And that's in large part why his ERA looks the way that it does right now. That's why it's 4.5. It's what he does against righties that makes you sort of perk up a little bit. 143 is the opponent batting average right now against right-handed batters. 143. He's slashing 143, 231, 247, 478. Everything gets cut in half at least when he faces righties. He is... he's that guy that back when you were able to do this, you would bring him in to face a big-time right-handed batter, and then you get him back out of there if you had a lefty coming up next. You can't really get away with that anymore. You can kind of situationally try for it, but I think what's going to be interesting here with Doval is how he is deployed, how the Pirates see fit to use him, and can he be a guy that does find ways to get outs against lefties. The deal with that is at PNC Park, that's going to be a challenge. You got a short porch in right field. You got the Clemente wall. Home runs can sneak out of there. There's an alley to right center. And you like the right-handed advantage there because you got the big left field. But for this guy, it seems like potentially disaster in the making if he has to go out there and face a bunch of lefties in a lineup. Maybe that's where Mason Montgomery comes in. Obviously, he's electric against lefties. Nobody else really is, though, for the Pirates right now. Here's the other interesting split. We'll get back into the lefty-righty thing in the bullpen. The other interesting split that I saw last night, this guy stinks at home. He stinks at Yankee Stadium this year. 7.08 ERA as a Yankee at Yankee Stadium. No wonder the Yankee fans probably wanted him gone.
They were cheering. I seen it. I'm friends with some Yankee fans.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, excellent.
Yeah, and who could blame them? Because every time you buy a ticket and go to Yankee Stadium, you watch this guy get shelled. Now, on the road, it's an entirely different story. His home ERA, 7.08, 5 home runs given up, 962 OPS. has given up at home. Then he goes on the road. Maybe he just likes hotel food. I don't know. 186 ERA in essentially the same amount of innings. He's given up 1 home run and a 4.56 ERA. So look, if you get this guy on the road against righties, he's probably going to be really, really good. If he is at home against lefties, he's going to be probably really, really bad. And that's not great at PNC Park because lefties surge at PNC Park. So they got a guy, and again, I don't mind the trade. I'm not trying to, I still give it like an A because they didn't give up all that much, and you got to take shots on guys when you're in the situation that they're in. Now, if this is the only move that they make, that grade gets changed. You got the deadline coming up tomorrow, but I'm hopeful that there is still at least 2 more moves coming in some way for these Pirates. But they certainly got a guy that looks like he's not a good fit at PNC Park. Doesn't pitch well at home. Now, look, 2 different ballparks now that he'd be pitching at home, but doesn't pitch well at home. It doesn't pitch well against lefties, and that's home and lefties, PNC Park. You do the math. It's not good. Who do they give up for these guys? I haven't even talked about that yet. Omar, Alfonso, and Luis Cruz. Has anybody out there picked up an Alfonso or a Cruz jersey? Not an O'Neill Cruz jersey, a Luis Cruz jersey. Yeah, I didn't think so. Omar Alfonso is slashing 238, 337, 419, 756 over 205 at-bats in AA Altoona this year. Okay. He's a guy. Probably not a big leaguer anytime soon. Maybe not a big leaguer at all. Cruz has made it only to the rookie fall league with the Pirates the last 2 seasons. This year he's played 17 games, slashing 313 with 7 RBIs. But again, that's a guy that's so far away from being on the radar that I'm not going to cry over that at this point. So you bring in a guy who's been an all-star. You bring in a guy who, certainly has some issues against lefties and at home, but you're not sacrificing a ton. You're not having to trade, one of your top prospects to bring in a reliever who might only be here for another month and a half. I can't get over the lefty thing, though, and you look at the Pirates, you start driving down on it. Duvall just can't face him. I mean, you got to find a way around that, obviously, if you're Donnie Kelly. Gregory Soto, he's good against righties. 535 OPS. I thought he looked really good last night. I thought that was a sharp ninth that he threw, coming on for Majinski, who pitched well, coming on for Ashcraft, who pitched well. Soto, good against righties, 535 OPS. But that's 706 against lefties. So not the worst, but he's a guy that you trust far more in right-handed situations. Yohan Ramirez, a little bit of a feast and famine year for him, no doubt. 575 OPS against righties, against 807 against lefties. Carmen Majinski better against righties, 583 against 772 the OPS. I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you here, but the gist of this is good versus righties, not good versus lefties. Now, part of that is just the nature of PNC Park. We just talked about that. Part of that is just the nature of baseball. Right-handed guys aren't particularly good against left-handed guys. That's just how it goes. Mason Montgomery, absolutely elite against left-handed pitching. A 381 OPS given up to lefties, a 102 batting average, and the guy's given up 1 extra base hit to a lefty in 70 plate appearances against this year. That's it. Lefties do not touch that guy. What I like about Doval, it seems like he's kind of clicking here of late. And again, good against righties, and he's clicking well of late. Is that going to translate? when he takes off the pinstripes and puts on the Pirates P? Is that going to continue to be the case? We're going to find out. But this guy hasn't allowed an earned run now in 5 straight relief appearances. He went 10 straight outings earlier this year, back in June, without giving up a run. I don't know that any Pirates reliever can say that they've done anything close to that this year. So I look at that and say, compared to what they've got, it's an upgrade. And you factor in, he's really good against righties. And he should be matched up in really good situations against righties at PNC Park. He's been clicking here of late, and he's got some pedigree behind him, having been a former All-Star. I got to give the move an A. Maybe it becomes an A- if you want to get into the minutia of it all because of those issues against left-handed batters in PNC Park. Maybe it goes down to a B because they waited so damn long to do this. But just looking at the trade on the surface, I'm not going to knock Ben Cherington for the move itself. Take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have some thoughts. I want to get your thoughts as well. I do want to get into Paul Skeens. We saw Skeens the other night. There were some scathing remarks made on our airwaves about Skeens. I want to touch on that element of it, not necessarily the comments, but just the context of it, and what's going on with Paul Skeens. So I want to get into that as well, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on this trade. Not the big one in baseball last night with Skubal going to the Dodgers, which has sent Baseball Nation into a frenzy this morning, saying, shut it all down. Lockout. No, let's talk about the one. Well, we can talk about the Skubal one as well. I'm open to that conversation, certainly. But I'm also curious to get your thoughts on the move for Camilo Doval. And I can't imagine that's enough for you, but is it enough for you? Does that kind of take a little bit of the heart palpitations away during these games for the Pirates, perhaps? We'll see. Curious to get your thoughts. 412-928-9370. I'm Josh Roundtree at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with Fan Headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. They're now 56-56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Training camp, baby.
The black and gold are heading to Latrobe, and The Fan has all the coverage you need. Presented by Smale Kia, Route 30 Greensburg. Daily reports, video highlights, and the live broadcast. Join the PM team for ice-cold Miller Lights on August 7th, 2 to 6 at Sharky's in Latrobe. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times, some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org. Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, and Whammo 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS. That's hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS. Back to school event presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you. For details, visit 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Rugby Realty and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. The trade deadline is fast approaching as well. Who's buying or selling? 937thefan.com will or 937 The Fan will have up to date moves across Major League Baseball. Trade coverage on The Fan is presented by Globe Airport Parking. I can't read, I think, is the story of the morning. Is fishing a sport? Ty?
It's an activity.
I like how you phrased that.
It's an activity. It's a skill. It's a skill I don't have, so I envy people that can do it.
So Sportsnet Pittsburgh, and they have sports in their name, but they have fishing on right now. I can't knock them. It's 7:54 on a Sunday morning. They got to find content, I guess, to put on the TV.
I mean, my favorite content is Charlie Moore, the Mad Fisherman. I love watching that show whenever I get a chance.
You watch fishing?
I watch for that show because at least it's like a kind of like, more action-packed show.
What is he like? Deep sea fishing?
Nah, he's like regular fishing, and then he does some cooking stuff.
How is catching a trout action packed?
Well, basically the way that he provides the content. It's high energy stuff. It's sort of McAfee if he was from Boston.
Oh God.
But
that sounds
yeah,
awful.
It's kind of it's bad. It's slop TV, but I can't.
I might hear
get to
about
it.
that line, but interesting.
What's
it? Charlie Moore.
Charlie Moore, the Mad Fisherman. He's got
Is he the guy that always wears the Tennessee hat?
He's the one that has like the spiked faux hawk type deal.
Oh man,
his theme song is done by DMC from Run DMC. It's a nice show. It's nice slop whenever I'm up at like 2 a.m. working on some broadcast boards for some broadcast somewhere.
There's a guy that does a fishing show who uses Run DMC.
His theme song is from DMC. This is Charlie Moore, the Mad Fisherman.
I'm currently looking up this guy. He's like a younger guy. Oh, he's
older. He's older. He's
50s. Yeah.
Yeah, he's older, but he has like the youthful energy, and it's a nice detour from what we see right now on the screen.
Yeah, just looking at the pictures, this guy looks like he really lives for fishing.
Yeah.
He's also wearing, like, there's photos of him. He looks like he's dressed like, oh my gosh, who was the Playboy guy?
Hugh Hefner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
His entire theme is basically, what if you made liking Kiss and basically hair metal and stuff like that and your whole personality?
Interesting. I'm with you. I don't think fishing is a sport. Do you think NASCAR, this is always like a good, and there's too much going on right now to have like a whole segment long talk about this of what is a sport and what isn't. You also just inevitably offend people. Is NASCAR racing a sport?
I think any driving is a sport, because especially the more high risk it gets, like MotoGP, F1.
Is go-kart racing a sport?
That's more an activity, but yeah.
Well, what's the difference?
What's the difference is, well, go-karts, you're not potentially dying if, a tire falls out or something like that. Like Niki Lauda or something like that, in which actually the reason why they created the Halo is because people would be getting messed up in these crashes,
Dale
like
Earnhardt.
tires. Well, yeah, that too. Tires would basically hit where people's heads would be, and they're killing them instantly.
I was in a go-kart crash when I was a kid and got hurt. I'm not kidding. And it wasn't like riding go-karts around the neighborhood.
Was it at Wildwoods or something?
It was down in Tennessee, but it was at like a go-kart place. And yeah, a person in front of me wrecked. I smashed into them and like I got kind of messed up. I had like a brush burn type thing and kind of messed my shoulder up a little bit. I was a kid and got kind of banged up.
I'll amend it like this. When you're doing like serious real deal go-kart racing, like fire suits and stuff like that, that's a sport. But if we're just going to some random amusement park or something like that, that's an activity.
Yeah, I think there's a good debate there on it. I do think like NASCAR, IndyCar, to me, like that's a sport. That's a sport. I think you have to have some form of athleticism and athletic qualities, which aren't necessarily always. I think we always define athletic qualities as far as like strength and physical fitness, but it's also
acuity.
like the perfect word for it. I don't know the definition of that word, but I think it's the right word. You have to be mentally sharp, certainly, and able to think through what is somewhat of a physical activity or a demanding activity. I also think those guys that race like NASCAR, I think I saw they lose like 6 pounds on average during the course of the race because it's just so like physically strenuous and all that. So, all right, well, I'll go with it. I brought that up too because did you see that there's this like massive go-kart thing at the Science Center now?
Yeah.
I have to check this out. It's like It's like $17 during the day. You get to go down and drive go-karts around the Science Center. So
there's something up in Monroeville.
Free plug for them.
There's something up in Monroeville just like that.
Is there really?
Yeah.
I don't work in Monroeville though, and I work right by the Science Center. So it sounds like on my lunch break one of these days, I'm just walking down the hill, riding go-karts and just coming back.
I mean, if you ever need a date night, you go there. You go to Monroeville. There's probably other go-kart tracks around here. I just know those two.
I think though that there might be. I think mentally, I might get flashbacks though to when I had my go-kart accident. From I was probably like 8 years old when that happened. So hopefully I would survive better through this one, but I'm also much more frail now than I used to be. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It sucks. The weather sucks. It's a high of 80 today, but I don't know. I can't see. We closed the curtains in here now. Is it still raining out there? Is it dark? I don't know. I can't tell.
It's dark.
It's dark. All right. So yeah, it's gonna storm like all day today. Shower, storms, all that. Not gonna be fun. If you're a golfer, probably just turn around. Don't even. I mean, you can battle through it if you want, if you're going out to a course, but yeah, not going to be a good day to be outside, it looks like. So, high of 80, and fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. When we come back, Paul Skeens. What is going on? Let's get into that when we come back. We'll take your calls as well. I'm curious to hear what you think about the Doval trade as well. Do you have any good go-kart stories? We'll get into that. 412-928-9370. I'm Josh Roundtree. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Dick's House of Sport is excited to join the community, Greensburg, and invite you to our grand opening house party August 7th through August 9th at the Westmoreland Mall. Get ready for can't-miss appearances, giveaways, and more all weekend long. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, Hit Tracks multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. Discover Dick's House of Sport at the Westmoreland Mall, August 7th through August 9th.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming. Happy screaming. Summer screaming. Dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good morning. I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Cincinnati Reds 4-1 Saturday evening. Braxton Ashcraft earned the win, pitching 5 innings, striking out 5, allowing 1 run. A 2-hour rain delay ended his outing. The series finale is today, first pitch at 1:40. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon, leading into Pirates Insider at 12:40. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I think that was the shortest commercial break in 93.7 The Fan history.
I made it that way.
Why? You just wanted to hear me talk?
No, we just really ran through the commercials. It's light on weekends.
Oh. Well, we got to change that. If you want to sponsor on 93.7 The Fan, and no, I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding, but I am. So Paul Skeens the other night, and again, the Pirates won last night 4-1. You heard that in Ty's update. They pitched really well, top to bottom. Pitched really, really well. Braxton Ashcraft was solid. Then the rain came. He got knocked out after 5 innings because of the rain. No fault of his own there. Didn't throw a lot of pitches, which may be kind of a blessing in disguise. That guy's pitch count, I think it's going to be a factor here at some point. Throws only 69 pitches. Nice. 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run. And then Mlodzinski comes in and gives up nothing. 1 hit, 4 strikeouts, 3 innings. Soto gets the job done. That's kind of how you draw it up if you're the Pirates, how you want to draw it up. It's not how they've drawn it up at all throughout the course of this season for the most part, but that's kind of what you want to do. Soto comes in, strikeout, no hits, 1 inning, 11 pitches, 9 strikes, boom, 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 done, game over, clean win, 4-1. Pirates get back to 500. The game before that, though, not quite as clean, not quite as pleasant. And a big question coming out of that game. What the hell is wrong with Paul Skeens? And it's a valid question. Skeens once again gives up runs early in a game, which I don't have the numbers in front of me to back this up. I'm sure that there are splits. Again, you can go into Baseball Reference and find anything. I don't recall Skeens struggling early in games like this. I don't recall guys jumping on his pitches and getting at him early like this. I remember Paul Skeens of the last 2 years coming out and looking like the dude right from the start. I remember him coming out and just dominating hitters early in games. Now, should note, like, there have been times this year where Paul Skeens has come out and looked solid. He's struck out a bunch of people. That's happened. But it's not happening enough. 5 runs, 4 innings. He had 4 walks as well, gave up 2 homers. I think it was the previous game before that, the Chicago game. He had 11 strikeouts. He struck out 9 in the first 4 innings, but then he ends up giving up 5 runs. They end up tagging him. 10 runs given up by Paul Skeens in his last 2 starts. And his ERA is very, very quickly creeping up to 4. Now, for much of the year, the talk with Paul Skeens was, well, the Pirates just don't win when this guy starts. That wasn't always of his own doing. You look back to the month of June, for instance, and really his final start of May, 1 run allowed against the Cubs, 1 run allowed against Houston, 2 runs allowed against the Dodgers, a game that he went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs, and the Pirates lost 12-3. Figure that one out. That might be the creme de la creme bullpen game for the Pirates this year. 2 runs allowed against Miami over 6, 2 runs allowed against Colorado over 6. And then it starts to go a little bit off the tracks a tad. Not to make a go-kart pun. Then it starts to get a little bit dicey. And that's where I think we look at now Paul Skeens and say, what is going on? I'm curious to get your thoughts about that. I also want to talk about maybe an assessment made on our airwaves as well, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on that. But we'll take a couple calls here. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Chris in Coriopolis up first. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. How are you folks doing?
Good. What's going on?
Yeah, a couple things. I got to agree with you on the A- for Doval. I think he's going to hopefully bring some kind of spark, but definitely needs complemented by another pitcher or a position player added. I want to propose to you who we should go after, and that is the hardest throwing left-hander in Major League Baseball right now. Do you know who that is?
Chapman?
No.
Go for it.
Adrian Morejon.
Okay.
So this is a lefty in the bullpen for the Padres.
Right.
He's on the final year of his contract. He'll be an unrestricted free agent. He's under $4 million a year. He was an all-star in 2025.
Yep.
He is a lefty with supreme control. He has very few walks. I think he has, through dozens of appearances, maybe 10, 11 walks and over 50 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's got 67 strikeouts, 15 walks this year. Good number.
Okay. Yeah, and his lefties and righties. I think he's throwing with opponents average right around 200. Doesn't give up home runs. Would be a superb setup man. The only problem is, of course, the Padres are making a late push. I mean, they've won a bunch of games now. They're just above the Pirates for the wild card. I think they're looking to deal him, and I think he's under the radar with everybody focusing, of course, on Miller. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on this guy? Do you know anything about him? And
absolutely. Appreciate the call, Chris. You look at the numbers for Morejon from San Diego, and obviously, Mason Miller gets a ton of the headlines and a ton of love. I think in large part people here talk about him because he's from here. But Morejon's a guy that I got to get into his splits a little bit here, but he could be the right piece because if you go get Doval, which they did, and he's pretty elite against righties. You have Mason Montgomery, who's pretty elite against lefties. I still think if you look at the structure of their bullpen, they need another guy who is really good against lefties. And Morejon would fit that equation. Lefties hit 202, righties hit 233 against him. OPS, not that different, 526 against 593. He's only given up one home run to a lefty this year in 89 at-bats. 133 at-bats to righties. He's only given up 2 home runs there. So all things considered, I don't hate that. Certainly it would, I think, obviously be dependent on what you have to give up. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there when you talked about, what do the standings look like right now? And how willing are teams going to be? I think that's, we've been uber critical of Ben Cherington for not making a deal, but I think it also has, and I think that's valid, but I think it also has to come with a caveat that there has been situationally in baseball this year, not a lot of teams willing to deal until probably right now. San Francisco's obviously out of it. The Mets are obviously out of it. Colorado's obviously out of it. Everybody else, though, maybe Cincinnati's, kind of on the outside looking in, but still just 5.5 games. I mean, they go on a 10-game winning streak. They're right there in it. In the American League, the Angels are well out of it. The A's are well out of it. The Royals are down and out. But everybody else is kind of still breathing. So you're essentially talking about, in all of baseball, 3 teams in the American League right now, and 3 teams in the National League that really are not contending this year. That's 6 teams in baseball. So the question then becomes, all right, what do the costs look like now? Well, San Diego's a game out of a playoff spot. I don't know that San Diego's wheeling and dealing at this point. I don't think that San Diego looks at their season and says, hey, look, we got this guy that's a, flamethrowing lefty in our bullpen that's put up good numbers this year. Like, we're going to give him away for nothing. And the Pirates are going to have to pony up here. And I don't know that they're going to be willing or necessarily able to go do that. It's a good name thrown out there. It's a guy that's put up good numbers. His, fastball velocity, he mentioned hardest thrower. I mean, his fastball velocity is the 99.4 percentile in all of baseball. So yeah, he throws it. He can throw it. An intimidating guy on the mound, no question about that. And it's I think a guy that if you can make a move, I mean, this is a guy that throws a sinker at 99.5 miles an hour. That's ridiculous. But I don't know that again, I don't know San Diego's looking to make a move there. At least not at this point. Let's grab another call. Let's go to Mark in Fort Lauderdale. Good morning, Mark.
Great to talk to you as always, Josh. I want to say a couple things. I don't think the Padres are sellers right now. They're in it like you just pointed out. But I'll tell you 2 lefties that I think the Pirates could attack. And I'd like to talk to you also about the Scooble deal. Well, the Pirates situation, I think 2 guys that are key. Brooks Riley from the Mets and I think Brent Suter from the Angels. I like actually Brent Suter better because he fits for the Brewers and the Reds. He knows the Pirates, situation, the Central Division. He knows the Central Division opponents real well. So I think he would be a guy to target. Those two guys would be a target. They're good rental guys. They're not going to fix your problem long term, but for the next 60 days, they're going to impact you until the season's over.
Suter's cheap too, and that's. I mean, let's be honest. That's always part of the equation here. He's cheap.
The other thing is you're right. The Pirates steal money. The other thing I heard people really upset last night. I was in Jacksonville watching the AAA Jumbo Shrimp play the Cardinals team, and man, the Cardinals got a beast, and Jesus Baez has got 32 home runs coming up, and yesterday Quinn Matthews made his debut. Their farm system is loaded, but the Skubal trade, people are upset, but I saw Zaire Hope a couple of years ago in Arizona Fall Lake. I go out there every year. My sister lives out in Phoenix, and I just enjoy the Fall Lake. And River Ryan's a 28-year-old guy who's had a lot of injuries, but he also has a fastball at 100 miles an hour. So, I mean, it boils down to me, the trust is the general manager, Scott Harris. He rebuilt the Tigers farm system with McGonagall. You got Max Clark just made a big league debut. I mean, these general managers are the most important people in the game. And, Skubal was not going to sign. He's a Scott Boras client. And I don't know if the teams are willing to give up as much as people think because he's on a rental. 60 days from now, Scott Boras will be parading around and trying to get the most money among the 30 ball clubs. So, I actually think the Tigers might have done it better than they can. We never really know about these trades. I mean, you're a smart guy. Remember 5 years ago when the Mets, traded Javier Baez and former Pirate Trevor Williams for a young man named Peter Crow Armstrong. 10 years ago, the Dodgers traded a young guy named Jordan Alvarez for Josh Fields, a rental. I mean, so the answers to these questions of, who got back, who had the trade go, the Pirates have a depth at catcher right now. Yesterday, they exercised that depth by trading Omar Alfonso. I mean, they still got 4 great young catchers in their system: Richard Ramirez, Edwin Flores, Easton Carmichael. I mean, you have to use your strength and play poker, and that's what this is all about, the straight trade.
Yeah, no question, Mark, and thanks for the call. I mean, I think you look at your organizational depth, you trade from that, and you have to be willing to maybe part with a guy that might become something. I mean, that's just the nature of this beast. Like, there's situations all over the board where you make moves and a guy becomes something, and maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't for you. But, with the Dodgers, it's a different game that they're playing because they can miss and still recover. If the Pirates swing big and miss, they might not recover anytime soon. The Dodgers, if they swing and miss, they will just throw money at the problem. He mentioned Suter. Suter's a guy, definitely, up there in age. He's 36, almost 37 years old. And he went to Harvard? Oh, good for him. Smart guy. I just automatically assume that everybody that went to Harvard is smart. That's probably not true, though. I'm sure that there are people that just like finesse their way or sneak their way into Harvard. They might have made a movie about that even. But I feel like there's probably people that go to Harvard that aren't actually like all that intelligent.
Usually you specialize at something, and if you're very good at that thing, it works out for you. But there was movies like The Perfect Score that had Darius Miles in it, stuff like that. I mean, largely
stealing Harvard. That's like Tom Green, I believe, is in that.
Is that comedy?
Oh yeah, it's Tom Green is in it. Do you know Tom Green? Tom Green, not doing a lot of dramas. Tom Green, not the guy whose bit was rubbing his butt on items and singing a song about it.
I mean, sometimes you might.
He wasn't working with Christopher Nolan. Let's just put it that way.
Sometimes comedians opt to go for serious roles every once in a while.
Now starring in The Odyssey, Tom Green. That is true, though. Sometimes the comedy guys do break away, but I don't think Tom Green is one. That'd be like one of the guys from Jackass suddenly appearing in a Scorsese film. Don't think that's ever happened. Don't think that ever will happen. But maybe there's hope out there for Steve-O. Suter, though, 36 years old, mentioned we've been talking a lot about splits today because the Pirates got a guy who against righties is really good, lefties not so much. Suter actually not great against lefties. If you just look at the numbers, he's in 105 at-bats against, 105 plate appearances against lefties, 278 average, 828 OPS. He's given up 4 home runs to them. He's actually pitched better against righties. So he's, for a lefty pitcher, kind of a reverse splits guy. So, I mean, is it a guy to take a move on? Yeah. I mean, for something that's not going to cost you much because he's only making like $1 million a year. Yeah, he's making $1.25 million this year. I mean, it's another guy to take a flyer on. The question is, if you're the Pirates, do you want to take flyers on up and down sort of bullpen arms, or do you want to go try to get a big fish? I don't know that Doval is the big fish. He's not a small fish. He's better than, say, a Brent Suter, but I don't know that he's that guy. Mentioned as well, Skeens. Started to get into that, and then we took a couple calls, and we'll take your calls, 412-928-9370. I think it's time that we have a talk about the elephant in the room here with Paul Skeens. And I think there might be 2 elephants in this room. That's not a weight joke for what I'm about to say, but I think Paul's physical appearance has been called into question here of late. And I think there's a point to be made there. The other night, post-game here on The Fan, Zangrilli got after him. And Dan's, Dan from time to time, he'll do that. He'll get after it. But Zangrilli called him a lumbering, out-of-shape Yeti sucking wind during his start. Lumbering, out-of-shape Yeti sucking wind. Paul Skeens is 6'6", 260. He at least used to have a rocket of an arm. But I've seen a lot of people since Dan made those comments kind of have that same line of thought that he doesn't look like he's in great shape right now. Could it be the Sheetz hot dog deal? I mean, it's not like he got a protein shake deal. He got a hot dog deal. No, I don't think so. But there was this. This is from Codify. They do baseball statistics for pitchers and different things. And they broke down the 98-plus mile-per-hour pitches thrown by Paul Skeens in each of his 78 career big league starts. This tweet went very viral. It has like 15,000 likes. But in case you haven't seen it, it bears repeating here. And they go farther. They break this down even farther. I think it's really interesting. But if you look back, the first 2/3 of Paul Skeens' starts in his career, he is throwing 98-plus miles per hour 32 times in a game, 46 times in a game, 44. There's outliers here and there where it, flows around differently. His first year, he had an outing where he threw 11 pitches over 98. You can't, I think, fully look at that and say, well, that's the be-all, end-all. But, boy, when you start diving into this, you look back for Paul Skeens. His last 4 starts, he hasn't thrown a ball at 98. And over his last 7 starts, he has thrown 5 pitches at 98 miles an hour. 7 starts. Now, that guy's averaging probably, 85 to 90 pitches an outing. So let's say it's 90 times, what did I say, 7? What's 9 times 7? Do the math. 90 times 7. 63, thank you. Again, I didn't go to math school.
We went to the same school, and we weren't studying math.
No. 630 pitches, 600 pitches in there. Something like that for Paul Skeens in his last 7 starts. And 5 of them have been over 98 miles an hour. 5 of them have been 98 or better. This is a guy that was popping 100 on the gun like it was nothing his first year, 2 years. And the elephant in the room that I think people are terrified to talk about. But I will say, and I'm not going to, beat my chest here or say, I brought this up, but I will say that I did bring this up. Is this guy's arm starting to go? And I said this from the very beginning, like, there's going to come a point with Paul Skeens where his arm very likely is going to go. This is a guy who threw a ton of pitches in college and then came into the big leagues not that long after being in college and just started throwing 90 pitches plus in games. And he's popping 100 on the gun like it's nothing. And I've seen a lot about mechanics with him as well. I've been reading a lot about mechanics. And the comparisons in mechanics between Paul Skeens and Steven Strasburg are very similar. There are, and I don't know a lot. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be some wizard when it comes to arm slots and pitching motion and all that. But there are similarities that are out there between those two guys. And what happened to Strasburg, the arm kind of went after a bit. The elephant in the room is there something wrong with Paul Skeens' arm? Is there a health problem here? And would he maybe benefit from an IL stint? I'm not saying that you need to shut this guy down. He needs to go see Dr. James Andrews and go get his elbow fixed up right now. I don't know that that's the case. But I don't know how you look at this chart with this guy who in the first 2 years of his career was throwing 98 plus miles per hour on average 28, 29 times a game and has thrown 5 pitches in his last 7 starts over 98. And really all season hasn't been able to touch that number. Has had maybe 1 start this year where he's done that. I don't know how you look at that. If you want to be, and I know people get superstitious or whatever you want to call it. They don't want to bring this into the world. They don't want to open it. But does this guy maybe need elbow surgery? Does he at least need an IL stint? Does he need 10 days off? Does he need a couple of weeks? There's been a lot put on his plate, a lot put on his shoulders. And I think it's a valid question to ask. Is there something wrong with the health of Paul Skeens' right arm? Is there something wrong with his health in general? Is he not in great athletic shape right now? I mean, that's what Dan said the other night. And Dan's seen a lot of baseball. He's been doing Pirates pre and post for like 12 years now or something. And for Dan to go out of his way to say that this guy looks like he's out of shape, to call him a lumbering Yeti who was sucking wind on a warm night, that's a pretty scathing remark. I don't necessarily know that he's wrong. And I've seen a lot of people talk about the fact that Skeens doesn't really look like he's in the best of shape right now physically. This Codify account go on. They say 48 starts he's made with 98 mile per hour average on his four-seam. He's got a 1.73 ERA. So when his four-seamer averages 98, he is among the elite of the elites. 1.73 ERA. He's Cy Young. He's a Cy Young guy. In his 30 starts, where his four-seamer is below 98 miles per hour on average, 383. It more than doubles. His ERA more than doubles when that four-seamer drops below 98, and he's not touching 98 at all right now. At all. He's not touching it. They go on to talk about more in detail what the four-seamer looks like year by year. And, you know, the average and the slugging doesn't look bad, but the off-speed pitches are getting hit. That's the thing right now. He doesn't have the heat on the fastball, and the off-speed stuff is getting knocked around. His off-speed pitches, changeup, splinker, first 2 years, 186, 189 batting average against. This year, it's 286. It's gone up 120 points from his rookie year. Slugging percentage on off-speed pitches, 211, 250 his first 2 years. Now it's 397. What has happened to this guy? Maybe it's not all in the numbers. Maybe there's bad breaks. There's, his bullpen doesn't help him out when he comes out of games. That's been an issue. His defense doesn't help him out because they've not been a good defensive team this year. I get that. That's all real. But those things have nothing to do with how hard he's throwing his pitches. And the reality is this guy is not as nearly effective when he is not throwing 98 miles an hour. When he throws 98 plus on average, he's really, really good. He is elite. He is great. He is the best pitcher in baseball when he throws over 98. But it's 4 starts in a row where he hasn't even touched that number once. And he's only done it 5 times in his last 7 starts. Is there another angle to this? Again, I'm not sure I'd go out of my way to say that he's a lumbering, out-of-shape Yeti sucking wind like Tan did. But, I agree that I don't think he looks as physically fit as he did maybe his first 2 years. Have the extracurriculars in his life played a role in this? I don't want to be that guy that says, oh, well, this guy's, dating so-and-so and that's why he's not good. I don't think that's fair to categorize it. But, he's started to live a life kind of outside of baseball, too. He pitched in the World Baseball Classic this summer. Has that had a role in it? He's been outspoken about the CBA. He's kind of gone out of his way to speak out about the CBA and money and all that. Has that played a role in it? Has another young, talented guy getting a big deal on this team played a role in it? Has him allegedly being part of the reason why they changed pitching coaches this year played a role in this? Again, all of these things are somewhat on the surface, but this is a guy who has been described as like the uber-focused, super professional, locked in on baseball, alpha male. He's this physical specimen. And now the view of him is, well, he's got the Hollywood girlfriend. He's doing the hot dog commercials. He's talking about the CBA. He doesn't look like he's in particularly great shape right now. Are all these things maybe starting to add up when and taking away from the guy that I would describe as one of the most super professional alpha male, physically imposing pitchers that I've ever seen? I don't think it's fair to say that because he's dating Livy Dunn, he's not a good pitcher. That's stupid to me. But are all the maybe things going on in his life right now outside of just being the uber-focused great pitcher, the other things, are they starting to add up? And is the arm starting to go? That's the bigger question more than anything here. What is the health of his arm? I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. I know we have a couple of you on the line. We're going to take a very quick, very, very quick break. We'll come back and take your calls right on the other side. So Jim, Alex, Chris, hang on. We'll get to you on the other side. 412-928-9370. That's the number to reach us. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I'm Josh Roundtree here on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your Fan Headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds in the 4th and final game of their series is today. First pitch at 1:40. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon, leading into Pirates Insider at 12:40. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The trade deadline is all about making the right move. So why are you still parking at the airport? Trade the stress for the winning lineup at Globe Airport Parking. Fast shuttle service, secure parking, and when you return, your vehicle is waiting for you. Cool, convenient, and just minutes from the terminal. Don't strike out before your trip even begins. Make the smart trade. Choose Globe Airport Parking. Reserve your spot today and start your vacation like a champion.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds, somebody's knee hurting less, somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home, so I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that million-pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch, just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You decide which artists play live at Jennerstown Speedway on August 23rd. Vote and win prizes for free at rocktheraceway.com. Grab your tickets and watch the top 4 compete for their share of $15,000. Rocktheraceway.com.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's grab your calls, 412-928-9370. Are you concerned about Paul Skeens and the health? I just think you have to address the elephant in the room here, and you have to be honest. And I think if there's one thing you got to know about me is that I'm not unwilling to, I am willing. I didn't need to say I'm not unwilling. I am willing to talk about things that people might throw out there as like jinxes, or you feel superstitious about something. Is this guy heading towards the path of Tommy John surgery? I gave you the number if you're joining us just now. In 48 career starts in which he has thrown on average 98 plus miles per hour with his four-seamer, his ERA is 173. 30 starts under 98 miles an hour, his ERA is 383. And he's not even getting close to touching 98 these days. Like, it's not playing on that 98 average, I should say. He hasn't thrown a pitch in his last 4 games at 98 miles an hour. He's thrown 5 in his last 7 starts at 98. 5 pitches. 5 pitches total in 7 starts at 98 miles an hour. I'm concerned about it. I am. I'm concerned about his health. Curious to get your thoughts. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Jim in Monroeville up next on The Fan. Hi, Jim.
Thank you for taking my call this morning.
Yeah.
I just want to make 2 points. But first, I'm not a doctor, but I think just based off of my 2 functioning eyes, what you're talking about and the rest of the Pirate base has been talking about, there's some concern. I mean, he hasn't pitched over 100 miles per hour, as you just said. It's concerning. Something's wrong. But you left off earlier before the break. You mentioned the coaching change with the pitching. I do feel like that has some part with this, because let's look at it for what it is. I mean, we have one of the best offensive teams in Major League Sports. So, what's left? That would be pitching. So last year, if my memory serves me correctly, the bullpen and such wasn't this bad.
No.
I speak for myself, but I think a lot would agree. Yeah, I mean, here we are last few seasons, we couldn't get runs and the bats. That's all we complained about. But the pitching, Paul Skeens came, it's like hallelujah. And then this year, we're scoring. I mean, this is a pitcher's dream, isn't it? Wouldn't any ideal pitcher want to play for a team that has bats, that your team's scoring runs? I mean, it only makes your job easier.
Yeah.
2, and it's a very uncommon opinion, I'm sure it is, but I look at the NFL and I look at player safety and I look at what they did for player safety. And I know baseball is not a contact sport per se, but I mean, these guys are throwing, 100 miles per hour. They're wearing their arms out. And so for me, I think 9 innings is too long. When I grew up watching baseball, I grew up with Roger Clemens, Nolan Ryan, Randy Tallman. I mean, there's so many players or pitchers that went, more than 6-7 innings, and that was the norm. And obviously today we don't do that, and I understand. I just feel like 9 innings is so long, and I know they'll never cut it down to 8 to 7 or, my God, even 6. But just player safety. I mean, pitchers they're among the highest paid players in sports. I mean, when you have a great pitcher like a Paul Skeens, it can take your team places. But what are we seeing? We're seeing a struggle.
Yeah, I think, Jim, and appreciate the call. I think, the reducing the, amount of innings in a game is a non-starter. The player safety thing, I don't think Major League Baseball is at fault for that. I think this is a youth baseball issue. This is a high school baseball issue. This is a college baseball issue. How many times have we watched Paul Skeens at LSU go out there and throw like 130 pitches in a game? How many times in Paul Skeens' life in high school was he being overused? How many times as a young pitcher in his life was he being overused? You talk to any youth coach now, and they will tell you, like, these kids they're playing too much, they're throwing too much, they're working out too much. And I think that's probably more than anything. And the other part of this, too, is human beings evolve physically. They are bigger, stronger, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're more durable, perhaps, than they used to be. That their elasticity is better now than it used to be. That they're able to bear the weight of physicality and the demands of physical life necessarily the way that they were able to 60 years ago when guys were out there throwing, back-to-back games of a doubleheader. Those guys also weren't throwing 100 miles an hour on a 6'6", 260-pound frame. I mean, back then they would have thought that you were the friggin' Cyclops from the Odyssey if you were 6'6", 260 walking around back in, the 1950s. Like, now it's like, well, he's a 6'6" pitcher. He's a big guy, but he's not like that different than a lot of others. So there is an element to that I think is I don't know, maybe there's just a human evolutionary thing when we talk about guys getting Tommy John surgery and not being able to pitch so deep into games. And there's a fear element too. There's a money element that goes into it where they want to protect the asset by not overworking him. But the money part of it doesn't come into the equation when they're in college, for instance. They're not limiting guys. And I said this at the time when they went to go draft Paul Skeens instead of Dylan Cruz. And look, they made the right move. Paul Skeens has already won a Cy Young. He's been Rookie of the Year. they made the right move when it came to Paul Skeens. But I said at the time when he came out of LSU, like, you better be ready to not have this guy for a year and a half of his career. Because as good as he is, as physically imposing as he is, as alpha male as he might come off, he is just a human being with an arm. And if that arm gets overused, he is going to have Tommy John surgery at some point. He is going to have an elbow issue at some point in his career. It's seemingly inevitable that if you draft a pitcher that threw the ball as much as Paul Skeens threw the ball at LSU, that he will inevitably have some sort of arm fatigue, strain issue that in all likelihood is going to involve a surgery. They overused him at LSU. I don't blame them. They wanted to win a national championship, and they didn't care about what happened to Paul Skeens when he went to the Pittsburgh Pirates, when he was at LSU. And Paul Skeens, you know, I'm sure that there were people perhaps in his corner that maybe had that thought, like, hey, this guy's maybe throwing a little too many pitches, but they didn't stop it. They didn't put an end to it, and I don't necessarily blame them for that. Look at Paul Skeens at LSU and the amount of pitches that he threw. His last game at LSU, he threw 120 pitches in his last game at LSU. The game before that, I'm guessing this is all College World Series.
Yes.
Against Tennessee, he threw 123. Game before that, 101. Game before that, 124. 2 games before that, 116. 2 games before that, 110. The game before that, 109, 117, 111, 107, 105, 106, 101. This is a guy whose arm is still in the process of developing. And I know he's a junior in college, but you don't see guys in Major League Baseball throw like that. You don't see a lot of guys in college throw like that. He was overused in college, and now, he came into Major League Baseball. He was still able, I think, to carry over his abilities, and the arm strength was still there. But inevitably, that was going to come crashing down. And we might be seeing it crashing down right now where this guy's arm, I don't want to say it's dead, but it might be in the process of dying. And I hate to say that, and I hate the optics of that, and I hate to cast that out there, and I don't want that to be the case in any way, shape, or form. For both Paul, for the Pirates, for baseball in general, that's not what I want. But when you see the amount of times that early in his career he was able to pop the glove at 98 on average, and now he just can't do it or doesn't do it at all, you have to ask the question, was this guy overused so much at LSU that now we're paying the piper here in Pittsburgh? Let's grab another call, 412-928-9370. Alex in the South Side. What's up, Alex?
Hey, what's going on? I want to touch on a couple points here with Paul Skeens. Now, I'm not saying that, the injury is completely out of the question at all. You're right. Overworked. He's throwing 100 pitches going in 8 innings of baseball, throwing 100 pitches at 100 miles an hour. But what I do want to talk about here, get your idea on this, is the World Baseball Classic. A lot of fans have talked about this. The effect that it had on the players. He was pretty dominant in the World Baseball Classic. He touched 100 in that. Now we get into the season with the Pirates. Like another point I want to touch on here, you talked about the extracurriculars of Paul Skeens. I don't think that plays any effect in this because, as we also said, he is that guy. He is like you said, an alpha male. He's a dominant. He's focused. But also, I want to get your thought on this. Paul Skeens probably knows he's not going to win a World Series here in Pittsburgh. I looked at videos of his mechanics, and, like you said as well, I'm not a mechanics guy, but it's definitely different. Is he looking at the future? He's a smart guy. Is he trying to avoid Tommy John and trying to save his arm for, let's say it like all the fans think, the Yankees in 3 years? Is he trying to save himself now to win a championship with a better team with the Yankees in the next couple years?
Yeah, I've heard this point thrown out there a lot, obviously on Twitter and whatnot. Alex, thanks for the call. The thing is look, I'm not going to sit here and say that I can read Paul Skeens' mind, but if you're going to in one breath say that he is the alpha male, like the uber competitor, and then say that he's kind of mailing it in because he doesn't think that he can win here, those would be, to me, conflicting arguments. To me, that would be that. I mean, that's like saying this guy's not actually trying to win. And I don't think that's the case. I mean, I think Paul Skeens has done things here, and whether it's his involvement in a pitching coach change here, what have you, like there's things that he's doing here because I think he thinks that he has the ability to win wherever he goes. And if he doesn't feel that way, then I don't think that he is the uber competitive alpha male that he's been projected to be. So, again, I think this is boiling down to when he was at LSU, he was ridiculously overused by their staff. And if you want to, I don't even know who the LSU coach was at the time. I don't know his name. But if you want to like look at a potential, villain here in all this, that might be the guy to look at here. Again, he's doing what he needs to do to win games. I get it. But has he severely jeopardized Paul Skeens' career by having him game in and game out throw 120 pitches? I mean, that is not what you see in baseball anymore.
Want to remind people that in the NCAA, there is no pitch limit.
Yeah, and that's I get it, but at the same time, I kind of wonder if maybe there needs to be something put in place to protect these guys going forward. Let's go to Chris in Swissvale next on The Fan. What's up, Chris?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just a quick correction. You're saying you don't see this in baseball anymore, the pitch counts. You don't see it in Major League Baseball. You see it all the way up to Major League Baseball.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Once they're paying for their arms, then you see it.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. The overuse in youth baseball, even high school baseball, and then obviously into college, it's an issue, and I think that's why you're seeing, in the last 10, 15 years, essentially every hard-throwing pitcher at some point is going under the knife.
Right, and that's it's kind of procedure. But coming from somebody who, I'm old, but I could throw hella hard. And back in the day when they weren't as good at figuring out what was wrong with pitchers or somebody could throw, I went from being able to throw 90 to all of a sudden lost it.
Yeah.
Now, we had everybody look at it. Pirates Dr. Jack Fela looked at my arm, and back then they couldn't figure it out. I didn't have any structural damage, nothing like that. There's one of two things that's possible with Paul Skeens using the frickin' Occam's razors theory, and that is, one, he's got a dead arm and he needs rest. He's thrown too much and he needs rest, and it'll be fine. The other one is he's not as strong as he used to be, and I'm not going to say it, but it's a possibility that we've seen other great Pirates who were the best at what they've ever done turn to finding some sort of edge. Now, could Paul Skeens have been using an edge and now he's not, and that's why he's lost it? That's the other possibility. All the other speculation is just fodder for talk show radio. But in terms of how hard Paul Skeens throws, it's one of two things. Dead arm, needs rest. Nothing structural wrong with him. Nothing in his delivery. A guy that can throw that hard can turn around and throw it like he's with the Savannah Bananas and still throw it as hard either way. He ain't losing 4 miles an hour because he's dipping his shoulder a quarter inch on his delivery. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I mean, the claim about Skeens using stuff, like, come on. I mean, I like how he said, I'm not going to say it, and then he just immediately says it. I mean, we know what you're talking about, man. I appreciate the call. And a lot of the points made there, like I do agree with, and I do wonder about in particular. Like, are we looking at a guy who just needs to rest? Does he need 60 days? Does he need a month? Does he need a week even? Like, does he just need time to just let his arm rest a little bit? Is this some strategic change the Pirates have made? Is this something that they have said, we think you can be effective not throwing as hard? I don't know. Is this a new pitching coach situation? I don't know. Is this a looking at the future issue? I don't know. But we can hypothesize on why it's happening. why he's not throwing hard, why he's not dominating early in games and getting dominated early in games all of a sudden. We can go through the theories and the possibilities and all that. But the reality is that it is happening. That's the reality. It is happening. It's on paper. He's not an elite pitcher anymore. And it's fallen off in a span of months. It's not a 5-year, 10-year change. It has happened in months. Something's wrong. And the Pirates have said it's not a health thing. His arm's fine. Would they admit to that? I would hope so, but I don't know. There's got to be a reason for it then. And no one's been able to come up with a reason yet. Eric in Latrobe next on The Fan. What's up, Eric?
Hey, good, buddy. How you doing today?
Good.
So I think Paul's a pretty straightforward guy. He comes off as, like a Pittsburgh guy, transparent. And I really do think if he was injured or having any discomfort, he would be pretty straightforward to at least lean on that he is experiencing something. He just seems like a very transparent guy doing interviews and such. And, team might tell him not to say anything, but I just don't think that. And I just really do think that at some point, with the new pitching staff, just happens we have a new pitcher this year, a coach this year, and they told him to go about it a different way, take a little bit of heat off, use your other pitches, and they haven't been exactly working. And they're probably telling him, no, just stick with the plan. So Pirates are going to say, yeah, there's no injury. He's doing what they're telling him to do. And until it doesn't work out for sure, they make, 2 weeks from now, he might throw 98, 99 and just shut everybody up.
Maybe. Eric, thanks for the call. I mean, he's only touched 98 on the gun 5 times in his last 7 starts. So I don't know how all of a sudden it's going to get ramped back up and he's going to be throwing like that. I don't know if this is a Pirates coaching staff decision that they have made to have him throw not as hard as he was. The whole thing about him being transparent, yeah, I agree with that. I also think that he's a competitor. And we can't sit here and praise him for being a competitor and willing to, run through walls and do whatever it takes for his team, but also not bring in the fact that guys who are like that often don't want to speak up about injuries and how they're feeling. And I'm not saying it's an injury. You can just lose your arm without it actually being injured. Like that happens. Guys just don't over time. They lose. We heard a caller said, he pitched back then and just stopped throwing as hard. And they couldn't find anything wrong with his arm. It just, sometimes it happens, the dead arm. Now, I don't think Paul Skeens has a dead arm, but I do wonder if the guy just needs some time off. And because they have been where they have been in the standings, because their season has gone the way that it's gone, and they've kind of lived on this razor thin edge, margins have been so slim. I just wonder if they have decided to keep chugging away despite the fact that the data in their face is telling him that this guy needs rest. This guy needs to sit. He will be better off for you in the long run if you let him get a breather, but they can't afford right now to look at the long run because their short-term needs are just so ever-present and so volatile. That's the issue for them right now. If they were 12 games over 500, securely in a playoff spot, could you maybe see them shut down Paul Skeens for a little bit? I think maybe they would. I don't know that for sure, but I could see that being a case when you look at the data and you look at where they would be in that situation. But because they truly need him to start games and be good and be Paul Skeens in those games because their bullpen's been so bad, I wonder if they're trying to just sort of grit their way through this. But I am concerned. I think it's a fair, valid point to be concerned. Fan Weather brought to you. I'm also concerned about the weather. Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, periods of rain, thunderstorms, high of 80. Tonight, showers, thunderstorms, low of 68. Looks like it's moving out today, and the beginning of the week's going to be okay, which is good because I have some outdoor activities scheduled this week. that might involve golf. And I hope it doesn't rain for those. But yeah, it's kind of a washout kind of day here on this Sunday. We'll keep the conversation going, 412-928-9370. I also want to hop into a little bit of Steeler talk here because, training camp is underway, and we are getting closer and closer to the Steelers' preseason. Steelers preseason begins when? August 13th. So we're 11 days out. Acrisure Stadium, August 13th, Steelers-Packers. Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy against their former team. I have some questions about Aaron Rodgers. I'm curious what a successful season looks like for Aaron Rodgers. And is there a number as far as statistics go that would constitute a successful season, or is it simply they got to win this many games for Aaron Rodgers to be successful this year? I also have questions about this roster, training camp, what it looks like, what the biggest questions on the roster are. And I'm curious to get your thoughts on that. We'll take more Pirates calls as well. We have another hour to go, so we'll have you hop in, 412-928-9370. I'm Josh Roundtree. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Cincinnati Reds 4-1 Saturday evening. The series finale is today. First pitch at 1:40, North Shore Tavern leadoff show at noon, leading into Pirates Insider at 12:40. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Training camp, baby.
The black and gold are heading to Latrobe, and The Fan has all the coverage you need. Presented by Smale Kia, Route 30 Greensburg. Daily reports, video highlights, and the live broadcast. Join the PM team for ice cold Miller Lights on August 7th, 2 to 6 at Sharky's in Latrobe. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball players of the Princecade Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 7th through the 12th. Enjoy the Champions League game, Military and First Responders Day, giveaways, and so much more. Daily admission is just $10, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princecade Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy. Change wisely.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. See the world's top youth baseball players compete at the Printscape Pony League World Series, August 7th through the 12th at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field in Washington Park. It's a week full of incredible plays, home runs, and unforgettable moments. Plan your trip today at GoWashco.com. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643. Training camp is here, and 93.7 The Fan has all of your coverage. Join Pony and Muller after practice for an ice-cold Miller Lite at Sharky's on August 7th from 2 to 6. Training camp reports and broadcasts on The Fan are presented by Smale Kia, Route 30, Greensburg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Dick's House of Sport is excited to join the community, Greensburg, and invite you to our grand opening house party August 7th through August 9th at the Westmoreland Mall. Get ready for can't-miss appearances, giveaways, and more all weekend long. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, Hit Tracks multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. Discover Dick's House of Sport at the Westmoreland Mall, August 7th through August 9th.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good morning, I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. A busy Saturday for the Pittsburgh Pirates. They defeated the Cincinnati Reds 4-1 Saturday evening, and they also acquired right-handed relief pitcher Camilo Doval and cash from the New York Yankees. In exchange, the Yankees received 2 low minor leaguers in catcher Omar Alfonso and outfielder Luis Cruz. Some subjects potentially for Pirates Insider at 12:40. Our coverage begins at noon, and it's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekend.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, and Whammo 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS. That's hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS. Back to school event presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you. For details, visit 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Rugby Realty and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. I hope Paul Skeens doesn't have a dead arm, man. I hate even talking about that. I mean, you have to talk about it. It's disingenuous not to talk about it. Everybody should be talking about it because it's happening. Like the data is showing us that something's not right. So we have to ask the question, but I don't want to ask the question. Oh, it's frustrating.
I mean, could it be data? Baseball is a data-driven sport, and there's always a book on you. And sometimes the book's out, and you got to change the chapters.
Yeah, but like that only applies when it comes. If it was just like this guy's getting hit harder, or this guy's just his ERA is up, but like when it's actual what's coming out of his hand is not as fast as it used to be. That's when the data. It can't be skewed, really. It's just there's something, and I'm not saying it's definitely fatigue or injury or whatever, but there's something that has gone into him not throwing the ball like he should be throwing the ball, or like what we've come to expect from him, and it's worth the question here. Pivoting now to a guy that I also hope doesn't have a dead arm. Aaron Rodgers. That arm has seen its share of throws in his career. And I'm curious about this with Rodgers. This Steelers training camp is... Did the lights just go out here?
Yeah, everything just went out for a split second.
Are we still on the air?
We're still on.
So that happened to me once before here, Ty. This was maybe 2 years ago. It might have been during like a pre and post game show or something for the Pirates. It like literally the whole station, like the whole building went out. Like lightning hit a tower like next to here, and it knocked us completely off the air for like, I think it was like an hour or 2 hours or something.
I'm gonna do some checks real quick and make sure we're all good.
Let's just make sure we're firing all cylinders. I think we're okay. Everything looks like it's okay. You can tweet me. Let me know if we're still on the air. JROWN32. But all the lights just went off in here. And then they came right back on. Aaron Rodgers. Last year, Aaron Rodgers, 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Look, you watched the games. You saw the guy. There were good moments. There were not so good moments. There were times where you thought, hey, this guy still has it. He's still got a little something in the tank. He can still do it. He can still win. He can still look like a good quarterback. It's hilarious. Google now. You search Aaron Rodgers, and the headshot that comes up is of Mason Rudolph, who looks like a swashbuckling pirate with a goatee and mustache. But when you go to Aaron Rodgers and you actually look at Aaron Rodgers' game log last year, there were those good moments. The opener against his former team, the Jets, 244, 4 touchdowns. He throws for 4 touchdowns against Cincinnati in that loss, at 33-31 loss on the road in Thursday Night Football. Throws for 4 touchdowns, did have a couple of picks in that game. Other than that, though, like there wasn't really that game where I'm like, thinking back on it and looking back on it, where I'm like, this guy just wowed me. The Baltimore game, week 17, or week 18, game 17, yeah. 31 of 47, 294, threw for a touchdown, had that late touchdown to help win the game. They almost lost the game, probably should have lost the game, didn't lose the game. He looked pretty good there. And I think if that would have been the last, if that would have been the last scene that we saw from Aaron Rodgers, and he said he was coming back, I might think, okay, like, I don't know that this guy's going to do anything that's going to put the Steelers over the top, But I also think that he gives them a chance to win game in and game out. And I still feel that way, kind of. But what happened against Houston worries me. Now, look, Houston was really good defensively. I still maintain that Houston deserves a lot of credit for what they did to the Steelers. But Rodgers did not look good. 17 of 33, $146, no touchdowns, 1 interception. They get blown out at home. He was sacked 4 times in that game. He looked immobile. He looked old. He looked slow. I thought at the time he kind of looked done. Old, slow, over. I thought that was it. I did not think we would see Aaron Rodgers play another football game, throw another pass for the Pittsburgh Steelers again, and that's not going to be the case here in all likelihood. He has decided to make this run with Mike McCarthy. He's talked about how, them bringing McCarthy in made him, come back and want to come back. I don't know that it's for the best. I feel like it's just probably keeping them where they were, more of the same. But I wonder what a successful year looks like for Aaron Rodgers and for the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers. Do they have to win X amount of games with him, and that's the be-all, end-all? Does he have to look like a guy with a new offense, with an offensive-minded coach, something he's familiar with added weapons, with Pittman added to the mix, and they want to do more with Freiermuth, though I, for the life of me, can't figure out why with Aaron Rodgers last year on the team they didn't do more with Freiermuth and why that's suddenly going to change. I thought Aaron Rodgers had enough street cred in that locker room that he could say we need to use Freiermuth more, and they would listen to him, but they didn't use him last year the way that they should. Maybe Roman Wilson takes a step this year. They got Jeremy Bernard. They've invested in the offensive line, but I don't know what that's going to look like. And I'm curious what a successful year for Aaron Rodgers is. 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions last year. It's the lowest touchdown mark of his career in seasons where he has started 16 or more games. But his QB rating last year was 4th. It was 4th worst of his career, but it was above league average. So how do you interpret that? I thought Aaron Rodgers was kind of an average quarterback last year. He didn't do anything that wowed me. He didn't give me any real like Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes type of play at any point. Maybe in the opener against the Jets, he, with the 4 touchdowns, it looked like it was going to be really promising. But after that, there wasn't like that moment where I thought this guy is among the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. I also didn't think he looked like he didn't belong either. Like he still looked like he had something in the tank. It kind of all came crashing down that Monday night against Houston. And that led me to say, like, no more of this. This guy's got to go. They got to reset. What they've done since then is maybe provide more of a cushion for Aaron Rodgers. I can't, for the life of me, think that they made decisions as far as McCarthy goes, as far as drafting another lineman first overall, simply based off of having Aaron Rodgers for one more year. But they have definitely given the guy, I think, just about all they can give him, or at least attempted to. So what does success look like? I think he has to throw for... He threw for 24 touchdowns last year. I think he has to throw for 25 touchdowns this year. He's got it. If you're going to invest all that they've invested, Pittman, Dowdle, into the offensive line, you want Freiermuth more involved, Bernard. You've made these moves, and obviously McCarthy in the offense, the scheme is probably the biggest one. Assuming he is healthy the whole way, if he doesn't have a year better than what he had last year, and I know he is a year older and that plays into the equation, but if he doesn't have a year better this year than he did last year, to me, that's a failure. They won 10 games last year. They got to win 10 games with him again this year, or it's a failure. So the wins need to at least be the same. The numbers need to be better. Otherwise, to me, there was really no point in bringing the guy back at all. If he's just going to give you what he gave you last year, then you're just staying level. You're staying where you are. And this, in a lot of ways, comes down to Aaron Rodgers. If he can find the spark in the McCarthy offense again, if he can find a way to get Pat Freiermuth more involved, then I think that there is a case to be made that the Steelers will be a better team and Aaron Rodgers will have a successful year. Speaking of Pat Freiermuth, did you see this video of this guy at Steelers training camp, these two guys like fighting over autographs for Pat Freiermuth?
Yeah, that's just the lamest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I got to be honest with you, grown men who actively seek out autographs from other grown men are the biggest losers, among the biggest losers walking the face of the earth. Why do you care? I get that guys sell these things and some of them make a living off of this. I personally have no interest in getting an autograph from anybody. Now, look, if it's in like the right setting, you get something cool signed by somebody, like, okay, that, you're at a charity thing or something, you bid on, a Dan Marino autographed helmet or something like that. Okay. But like shoving your way through a crowd of kids to get a average NFL tight end's autograph, that is just loser behavior. You said it's lame. It is loser behavior if there ever was one.
I think the only time it's probably acceptable for a man to get an autograph is, how sometimes athletes or wrestlers or whatever will be sitting at a table and they do the basic sign for a million things. I think that's about the only time because, everyone's basically getting one at that point.
Yeah, see, I don't like the notion of paying people for their autograph. And I get that people make money off of autographs, but when you're charging fans, these expos and things where celebrities or whatever sit there and you have to pay $70 to get, a picture signed. To me, I don't like that because those are people that have already invested their time and energy and passion in you. And now, you're just making a money play, especially when it's people who, don't need the money. When it's people who, are already very wealthy off of their career, and then they're, popping people for, $60 to sign something that are just fans of theirs, that's just as big of loser behavior to me as shoving your way through a crowd to try to get Pat Freiermuth's autograph at training camp. I will say, training camp is... I covered 4 or 5 training camps. I liked going up there. I liked doing it. It's a fun environment. It's unique. It's different. Not many teams are doing the whole college campus thing anymore. I like that the Steelers do St. Vincent. The autograph stuff, to me, almost completely ruins the entire environment and atmosphere of training camp. The amount of people that just scream, and I know a lot of it are kids, but a lot of them aren't kids. And I'm not knocking kids, but they've also been told by their parents, go to the front, start screaming the blank out of your lungs to get Pat friggin' Freiermuth's attention for an autograph. The guy's an average NFL tight end, and you're a grown man shoving your mass of humanity through a crowd and getting into fights and using obscenities towards other people over ink on a paper. It's such loser behavior. But it honestly kind of spoiled training camp when you're trying to get sound from somebody, or you're trying to watch something. It's the middle of a play and there's 40 people that are right behind you while a play is going on, screaming like, Joey Porter Jr., sign my shirt. Like, shut up for a second, please. And it's all you hear the whole time that you're at training camp. It's from the very start to the very finish. All you hear, nobody's actually there to watch the practice. Nobody's there to enjoy the everybody, it seems like everybody is there just to get a freaking autograph from somebody. And it's so unbelievably annoying. I mean,
to play devil's advocate, this is probably the closest that you can get to them.
It is.
Without having to pay, starting at maybe $70 or $80. So it comes with the territory.
I get it. I get that it comes with the territory. But while practice is going on, things like that, it is unbelievably annoying. I sound probably like bitter old man yelling at clouds right now over this, like, oh, those darn rascals wanting their autographs. I get that. I'm just putting you in my shoes. When you're standing there and there's 100 kids screaming, and adults too. It's not just the kids. I could actually understand if it was just kids doing it, but it's the adults too. It's some grown man in his 40s screaming like, Mr. Rogers, will you sign my, like, you're a grown man. Quit calling him Mr. Rogers or Mr. Fryermuth.
I think this is just 4 or 5 years of being in the hot Latrobe sun for you.
Yeah, it takes a toll on you. There's no question. 412-928-9370. What does success look like for Aaron Rodgers? We've also been talking a lot about the Buccos so far, too. Paul Skeens. What's going on with Paul Skeens' arm? Let's grab a call. Paul in Washington's been waiting carefully here. Paul, how are you?
I'm hanging in there, young fella. I got two things for you. Actually, three.
Okay.
I think Skeens is definitely hurt. I think he has too much authority over that pitching staff, and I think he's solely responsible for the new pitching coach who has absolutely turned his staff worse instead of better. The other thing is, I agree with you 100% about Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what we're doing. I don't even know why he's back. What are we going to do, try to see a repeat of deer in the headlights every time he drops back? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. We got a bunch of old men, used to be wannabe has-beens, DK Metcalf, Cam Hayward. I mean, Patrick Queen is your middle linebacker? Are you serious? I mean, I don't think Patrick Queen could stop me if I got a full head of steam going. But anyhow, young fella, Joey Porter Jr., you ain't all that. You're not a good corner. You're two hands. You act like a guy on your first date. So get to camp and stop listening to your old man. Have a good day, young fella.
Thanks, Paul. Don't be too handsy on your first date. I think that's the big lesson there. That's a good lesson, actually. Don't be too handsy, period. You got to wait for the okay and the appropriate time. Ty, you're a younger guy. All the younger guys out there, you got to wait for the appropriate time before you get handsy.
I'm 31, but yeah, I know that.
Well, I think all men could, regardless of age.
Consent is important.
You got to wait for the appropriate time to get handsy. And the first date might not be that appropriate time, unless it is, unless it's agreed on.
Please use consent. People.
Thanks to Paul in Washington for talking about handsiness. I disagree with that. I think I don't think Joey Porter Jr. is among, say, the top 5 corners in the league, but I do think he's a good corner. And I think good corners have been a hard-to-find commodity here in Pittsburgh for some time now. And because of that, and I think because, and Paul did mention this, and I think this is a part of it, I think Joey Porter Jr.'s dad certainly knows that good corners have been hard to come by here in Pittsburgh over the years, that they're dealing with a situation where they might have the Steelers, they might have them pressed up against the wall here, and they're going to have to maybe overpay for Joey Porter Jr. At the end of the day, the Steelers are going to pay him. They are going to pay him. Make no mistake about that, because they don't have enough of Joey Porter Jr.'s coming through that pipeline year in and year out. They are, and look, it's a new coaching staff. I get that, but they have not had success at the cornerback position when it comes to the draft. They haven't had a ton of success. Like Joe Hayden was a guy that they went out and got that was successful here. But for the most part, they have not been a franchise that has been able to draft and develop corners very well. And Joey Porter Sr. certainly knows that. Joey Porter Jr., because Joey Porter Sr. knows it, Joey Porter Jr. knows it as well. And their agent certainly knows that as well, most importantly. So they're gonna give him his money. They're gonna give him at least close to his money. I have no doubts about that at all. He is going to get paid because they will not go into this season, I think, with that looming over them. They are not going to roll the dice with having, whether it's a disgruntled or a holding out situation or whatever, cornerback number one on this roster. I did write this down. The biggest question marks I have in training camp this year, and we talked about Rodgers. We'll keep the phone lines open for that. Pirate stuff as well. What's going on with Skeens 412-928-9370? What does success look like to you for Aaron Rodgers this year? Those are all things we can talk about. I'm curious to see as they go through camp too how reps get doled out with the quarterbacks, and that maybe segues into the 5 biggest question mark players I have in training camp. It's actually like 7 players that I wrote down, but we'll talk about that when we come back. I'm Josh Roundtree. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds are in their 4th and final game of their series today. First pitch at 1:40. Mitch Keller on the mound for Pittsburgh. Chase Burns for Cincinnati. Our coverage begins at noon, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Kia, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds, somebody's knee hurting less, Somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home, so I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that million-pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch, just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The trade deadline is fast approaching. Who's buying or selling? 937thefan.com will have up-to-date moves across Major League Baseball. Trade coverage on The Fan is presented by Globe Airport Parking. And the Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I threw this out there, 5 biggest question marks at Steelers camp as far as players go. Honorable mention, Cameron Johnston, the punter. The guy's broken his leg horrifically. And they brought him in. They brought him back. He looks like Bill Burr. And he's been an okay punter in his career. This is a very down the line honorable mention. I want to throw that out there because I'm not really curious to see what a punter looks like in training camp, but I think it just deserves to be brought up that he looks like Bill Burr. That's why I put it in there. Beyond that, though, the first 2 guys, 5 and 4, are 2 guys that play in the secondary. Ramsey is out. Jalen Ramsey's out. He's banged up. Got hurt in OTAs. So not sure what the health is going to look like there, what the timeline is going to look like there quite yet. Joey Porter Jr. is dealing with a phantom injury. I'm just going to call it what it is. Anybody who believes that that's a real injury is out of their mind. He's dealing with a contract, a herniated contract, perhaps. I'm not sure. Strained contract negotiations.
Contractitis.
Yeah. It's running rampant this time of year around the NFL. It's contagious, it seems. But pretty much all their other corners that they have, like, what can these guys do? Can these guys step up and play that role? Because I think the Steelers, you go back to last year, you look at some of the quarterbacks they played, some of the quarterbacks they didn't play, some of the quarterbacks they missed last year because either of scheduling or injuries. They were okay, but they didn't get a ton of like the elite quarterbacks. They didn't see Mahomes last year. They didn't see Allen last year. I'm talking about the AFC elites. You go back and I don't know. I just don't think that they were uber tested. They did see Allen last year. That's right. They lost 26-7. I was thinking they definitely played Buffalo last year and they got beat up. They played Caleb Williams last year, gave up 31. They gave up 33 to Cincinnati with Joe Flacco back there. But overall, I didn't think that they were terrible against opposing quarterbacks last year. It didn't feel that way. Not that their defense was great, but it didn't feel like they were getting carved up. This year, you look at their schedule. It starts Atlanta, New England. Obviously, Drake May looked like a pretty good quarterback as the year went on last year. You would assume that Burrow's going to be back and healthy for week 3, but with that guy, he could go down at a moment's notice. Whoever plays quarterback for Cleveland in week 4, I mean, it could be me for crying out loud at this point for all we know. Indianapolis after that. You got Baker in Tampa after that. New Orleans with Shuck, you would assume. Cleveland again, Cincy again. You got Philly with Hurts, Denver with Knicks, playing some of the up-and-comers, Stroud and Houston. You get Jacksonville, Baltimore twice late in the year with Lamar if he's not hurt by then. Carolina, Bryce Young, I think, is capable. Tennessee, we'll see maybe what Cam Ward looks like at that point. So, you get the Trevor Lawrences, the Bo Nixes, the Drake Mays of the world. Maybe like the next crop, I would maybe throw Joe Burrow into that mix as well. He's kind of like a tweener to me between like Allen Mahomes and the next crop of guys. It's a good there's going to be challenges in there. And they need this secondary to be good. They need the secondary to be good early in the season. I mean, week 2, you got to go to New England and face Drake May. They have a good receiver there now. Finally. So I look at guys like Brisker and Dean and whoever ends up starting for them in the secondary, whoever ends up playing a lot for them in the secondary, those are guys that I'm curious about at camp. That would be like 5 and 4, however you want to put them. Brisker 5, Dean 4, and the other guys too that are in the mix as far as their secondary goes. And there's a number of guys I think that could, Deshaun Elliott, Eccles, we saw do some things, some positive things at times last year. They went and got Savage, Darnell Savage they brought in. So all those guys I'm kind of curious to see. Number 3, as far as players I have the biggest question marks about, Roman Wilson, and I guess you could say 3A, 3B with Jeremy Bernard, because it's whoever is going to assume that wide receiver 3 role. Metcalf I think is going to be solid. I think he'll have a better year, Metcalf, this year. He was among their biggest disappointments last year. Given the money that he got, and maybe outside of TJ Watt, maybe their biggest disappointment last year. And I think he'll be better this year. I think the addition of Michael Pittman helps him naturally be better. I think that's just more eyes being diverted away from him. I think they're going to be a team that, assuming Aaron Rodgers' arm is capable, they're going to be able to throw the ball down the field with some regularity. And that's where a guy like Roman Wilson or a guy like Jeremy Bernard fits in, because those need to be the guys underneath, the burners, the shifty guys, the guys that are able to get open, that make the tough catches, go over the middle. You could toss Freiermuth into that equation as well, and I know this isn't a very specific list of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but Freiermuth probably goes into that list as well because, and I talked about this during the last segment, last year the notion was, well, he's been phased out of the offense. It's the coaches. They have phased him out. I don't know that I fully buy that. Certainly the emergence of Darnell Washington did something for them, but at the same time, Darnell Washington can't do things that Freiermuth can do and vice versa. They didn't get the ball to Freiermuth enough. Let me rephrase that. They didn't get the ball to a dynamic tight end 1 enough. I don't know that Freiermuth necessarily is that guy. I don't know that Pat Freiermuth is a, top 10 to top 15 tight end in the NFL. I think he's maybe somewhere like 20th, to be honest.
That seems fair.
And I think the combo of him and Washington makes them intriguing. But my biggest question last year when people said, the coaching staff isn't using Freiermuth enough, it was, what about Aaron Rodgers? Does Aaron, we can talk about, Aaron Rodgers didn't trust Roman Wilson, so that's why he didn't get on the field. Roman Wilson was in Aaron Rodgers' doghouse. That's why he didn't get on the field. But when it came to Pat Freiermuth, it was, it's the coach's decision. So what's the reasoning for that?
My biggest thing is, I remember it was against Seattle. It was one of those vintage Rodgers throws that he had him right down the sideline. He beat his man, and Freiermuth couldn't make the catch.
Yeah.
That's like the one key play that I remember from it. You're going like, you got to have that.
Yeah. And does that put him in the doghouse? That's a great question though to ask. Why was the narrative that Pat Freiermuth was, his lack of usage was a coaching decision, but Roman Wilson's lack of usage was Aaron Rodgers' decision? If Aaron Rodgers wanted Pat Freiermuth on the field getting the football, Pat Freiermuth would be on the field getting the football last year. So I don't know that necessarily because Mike McCarthy has come into this system that Aaron Rodgers is all of a sudden going to say, oh, boy, I love Pat. I'm going to get him the ball as much as I possibly can. Like, I don't know that that changes things here with Freiermuth. I would also, we start looking at, NFL mock drafts and things like that. I at some point, they need to get another tight end. I know people love Freiermuth here. He went to Penn State, blah, blah, blah. I think he's just like an average NFL tight end. I don't think he's a good blocker at all. And the guy that was supposedly so great at catching everything, as Ty just mentioned, had some big drops and big moments last year. He's also had some injury issues. He's had some concussion issues in his career. So ultimately, this comes back to whoever is that number 3 guy, that number 3 target is, to me, going to be vital to their offensive success. Beyond just Rodgers, beyond McCarthy, they need that certified number 3 wide receiver because I think they do have at least kind of a number 2 wide receiver now with Pittman, which you could argue they never really found that guy at any point throughout the course of last year. Let's go to Anthony in Oakland on the Fan. What's up, Anthony?
Well, I disagree with you about Freiermuth. In his rookie season, he had an outstanding rookie season when Ben Roethlisberger found him to be a favorite target of his.
So why wasn't he a favorite target then of Aaron Rodgers?
The coaching staff, let's be very, very honest and clear here. Tomlin's gone, so now they won't be cost-averse of throwing over the middle of the field. That's where you make your bread and butter. And they just refused, no matter who the quarterback was, even Ben Roethlisberger last year, they refused to throw over the middle of the field. He was worried about interception. So if you play cautiously offensively, that's the results. When they had the killer bees, there was no caution. They opened everything up.
Yeah.
And that was under Todd Haley, who Ben Roethlisberger should be kissing because Todd Haley may have been extended Ben Roethlisberger to the upper tier of quarterbacks by opening things up for him.
Yeah.
So, look.
Agreed.
I get tired of this doghouse stuff. Caleb Johnson's in the doghouse. Caleb Johnson is his Iowa running game was essential to how great Iowa was. He comes here and now he's in the shadows. Play the man. He's a 3rd-round pick. Roman Wilson's a 3rd-round pick. I mean, right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers, because of their owner, has morphed into the Indianapolis Colts. They keep bringing in these recycled quarterbacks, old geezers, and expecting a different result. It's going to be the same ugly scene because the quarterback is too old, doesn't want to get hit. Now, hopefully defensively they won't be as inept because a prime example was that Cincinnati game. I mean, that Cincinnati game, we've seen Steelers of the past defensive. If the offensive came back and got them a lead with a minute or so left or 2 minutes left, they would put that in their hip pocket. So they've been a culprit too. So I think it's just a fresh year of what we'll see from the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the hindrance is the geezer quarterback.
I don't, Anthony, thanks for the call, first of all. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying there. I will say, like, the doghouse thing, obviously that word gets thrown out there a bunch. There is something to be said about the risk adverseness of it all that they had. They didn't want to throw it over the middle. But it also felt like the organization was willing to bend over backwards for Aaron Rodgers in a multitude of ways. But why would that be the sticking point? That, like, they wouldn't let him have that element of it. Well, we want you, we're going to give you everything you want, and we're going to tee this up for you however you'd like, but not there. You want to throw the ball over the middle? No. And if you can't throw the ball over the middle, then why do we even have Pat Freiermuth out there? I get it, but at the same time, I don't get it. I don't know why, again, one guy is looked at in Roman Wilson as being in Aaron Rodgers' doghouse, while Pat Freiermuth was looked at as being in the coach's doghouse. And now all of a sudden, like, Pat Freiermuth is going to be released. The talk going into last year, if you recall, was, well, they don't have a wide receiver 2. They traded George Pickens. They got DK Metcalf. They don't have a wide receiver 2. But with Aaron Rodgers, like, that guy knows how to utilize tight ends. Like, he'll get Pat Freiermuth involved. Pat Freiermuth will be number 2 in targets, number 2 in receiving yards, number 2 in receiving touchdowns. Like, he's going to be the guy for them. That was the talk last year. Going into the season, I remember having the discussions on these airwaves heading into last year about how good Pat Freiermuth could be in the offense, and he was a massive disappointment last year.
There was also Jonnu Smith as well.
Right.
They were going to have all these. There was a 3 tight end set.
Yeah, Jonnu Smith sucked.
Well, they thought that they were going to. The prognosis at that time was saying, well, they're just going to treat Jonnu Smith as a wide receiver anyway, and he was used. I remember a tight end toss.
Yeah, jet sweeps and pitches and all that nonsense that they did. Let's grab another call before we round things out here. Brian and Zelian-Opal. What's up, Brian?
Hey, good morning. Hey, I got just 2 quick takes, one on Skeens and one on Freiermuth. I'll start with Skeens. You know, last year everybody was talking about how hard he was throwing and how soon is he going to have Tommy John surgery. You know, this year we're saying, oh, he's not throwing as hard. So I think there's something to do with the pitching coaching and maybe having him dial it back a little bit. As far as Freiermuth is, he admits to himself he's not a very good blocker. You've got a quarterback that's not very mobile. Washington could be a left tackle. So my take there is Freiermuth wasn't on the field because he couldn't protect Rodgers from getting sacked.
Well, there's definitely truth in that, Brian. Thanks for the call. The first thing on Skeens, I would maybe agree with that. But the thing is, as the season has gone on, if the plan was to scale him back and not have him throw as hard, he is not getting results as he continues to not throw hard. So at some point you would say, hey, our philosophy for this isn't working for you. We need to start to dial you back up and have you start throwing harder to get the results. If it's purely based off of the pitching coach decision, he's not getting results and he's not throwing hard now. So at some point you would say, okay, well, maybe he starts throwing hard. The issue is the last 7 games, he's thrown 5 pitches over 98 miles an hour in the last 7 games. So they have seen the results not come in the way that they had anticipated and have not done anything to change. In fact, it's they've laid into it even more if that is the case. With Freiermuth, yeah, he's not a good blocker, no question about it. At some point, you got to get that guy on the field if you actually think that he is a capable tight end and you're paying him the money of a capable tight end. As far as number 2 and number 1 goes, we're running out of time here. Admittedly, poor planning on my part, I suppose. Max Johannichor, you don't really gain a lot watching tackles, especially since there's no contact going on, no tackling going on. But I guess this is more of a preseason thought. Like, can Max Johannichor actually be a starting tackle off the bat? What about Broderick Jones? What's going on with Jones? It sounds like he lost a bunch of weight, trying to gain that back right now, get back to playing shape. Who's going to be that other tackle outside of Fatano? Which guy? Someone's got to emerge, and someone's got to be good. They need that guy to be not just capable, but good. Where does Cook factor into that as well? Who's the swing tackle in this? And then ultimately, number 1, it's a tie, I guess. Howard Aller. Will Howard, Drew Aller. Does either of them, A, look like a potential starter or at least look like a suitable backup that they can finally move on from Mason Rudolph and go with those 3 guys, the 2 young guys behind Aaron Rodgers, and not have Mason Rudolph as a roadblock for them? That's a big question. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, it's not good out there. Periods of rain and thunderstorms, high of 80. Tonight, showers, thunderstorms continue, a low of 68. I got to go to Acrisure in a few hours. Couple hours. I got to go to Acrisure High School Football Media Day for our sister station, KDKA. Looking forward to that. We got Bucko Baseball on the airwaves as well. So make sure you keep it tuned on your dial. Nobody really dials it anymore. On your smartphone or your YouTube or whatever. We'll have stuff for you all day here at Odyssey Pittsburgh, and I'm happy to be back with you on the air this morning. It was a fun 3 hours. Appreciate Ty Polk working behind the glass. Appreciate that as always. Great job there. I'm Josh Roundtree, and I'll talk to you next time. This has been Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines today. It's the Pittsburgh Pirates versus the Cincinnati Reds in the fourth and final game of their series. First pitch at 1:40. The Pirates picked up their first win of the series 4-1 Saturday evening. Cincinnati has taken the first two of the series. Mitch Keller on the mound for the Pirates, and for the Reds, it's Chase Burns. First pitch at 1:40. Our coverage begins at noon, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, Pirates Insider at 12:40. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Ouch! Check from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt. I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them. What? Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean? I guess. Their gloves come off when they fight for you. Okay. I'm talking a settlement slap shot. Shouldn't we be talking about the game? Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
The world comes to Washington County for the Prince Cape Pony League World Series presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 7th to the 12th at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $10, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince Cape Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
State Fair food is getting smaller and pricier.
We'll have room for fried cookies.
Okay, you never overspend on food. What's your deal?
What's his deal? He went to Metro and got $450 in value on the new Samsung Galaxy A37 5G for free and no activation fees.
Free phone? Oh, sign me up.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only on Metro by T-Mobile.
For your number and activate $40 period plan. $450 based on device discount, waived activation fee. Not available if with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Step right up, America. Got equipment to sell or looking for something ready to work?
PurpleWave.com.
At Purple Wave Auction, it's as easy as it gets. Easy to sell, easy to buy. Construction, ag, fleet, and government equipment. All no reserve, all online. Register for free.
No reserve. Don't wait. Get swinging over to PurpleWave.com. PurpleWave.com.
Your hometown building partner Lumber since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Service your vehicle the easy way at Joe Ball GMC. Open 6 days a week with convenient scheduling, free shuttle service, complimentary loaners, and a comfortable lounge. Our ASE certified team services all makes and models with a price match guarantee. Visit Route 8 Glenshaw or JoeBallGM.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
At Citizens, we know the world has gotten smarter since you started banking. Rings track your sleep, taxis don't need drivers, refrigerators have Wi-Fi. So why hasn't the way you bank kept up? Maybe it's time to upgrade to Citizens, so you stay ready all the time. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made ready. Member FDIC.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTommaso with fan headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. His outing was cut short by a near 2-hour rain delay, but it didn't matter as the Buccos held on. They're now 56-56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The following program has been pre-recorded.
FanDuel's more ways than radio across the Odyssey app, FanDuel Sportsbook app. Football is back this week, Thursday night in Canton. It's the Hall of Fame game, Carolina Panthers and Arizona Cardinals. So we'll use that as an excuse to kick off our previews for the NFL season. With the Carolina Panthers, they won the NFC South unexpectedly last year. Tampa Bay choked it away. Played a very competitive wild card round game against the Rams, gave them all they could handle in that first game. So something to build off of and build on for this year. Bryce Young, after being benched before for Andy Dalton previously, definitely showed signs of growth in 2025. And they had the Offensive Rookie of the Year in Tet McMillan. So that is the state of the Carolina Panthers as they look to put together a winning season and make the playoffs again this year. Kyle Bailey from WFNZ, a powerhouse station in Charlotte, has covered the Panthers so well for a number of years, joins us right now to talk about this all. Kyle, what is the biggest storyline for the Panthers going into this year from your perspective?
Good to see you. Good to talk to you. It was, and probably still is, Bryce Young going into year 4, as you just said, coming off a playoff appearance, winning the division, albeit a bad division, and winning it at 8-9. But as you just said, took some big steps forward last year in certain ways. So that is, and, was really the focus going into camp. But here recently, it's turned more towards some really big injuries at some key positions. Before they even started camp, Right tackle Taylor Moton, who's been a stalwart out there for years, dealing with blood clots. He's going to be out for an amount of time here that's really unclear at this moment. And then on top of that, they lose Nick Scorton, their second-year edge rusher out of Texas A&M, who they had really high hopes for. Torn ACL first day of practice. And then Chris Brazzell, wide receiver, third-round pick, big guy, 6'4", runs a high 4.3 40. They brought him in to really bolster the vertical passing attack. And he's got a torn LCL and season-ending surgery coming up. So they feel good about the roster overall, but they've had some really tough blows to start camp.
I am obligated by my producers before we get more into the season-long outlook for the Panthers. They are demanding that I ask you for information for Thursday night. Who do we think plays? It's so much a quarterback thing, these preseason games. Does Kenny Pickett play a lot? Is it exclusively Haynes King, the rookie from Georgia Tech, who a lot of football fans will remember watching on Saturdays? How do you think Dave Canales and the Panthers will treat this extra preseason game in a few days?
I cannot imagine you'll see any starters, very few from the two deep overall outside of some rookies. I think, that was probably always the plan, but especially now with some of those injuries that I just laid out. I don't know how spooked Dave Canales and Dan Morgan are right now by all of this. They don't seem overly fazed about it, but they have to be concerned about some of these key losses here recently. So I would imagine you'll see a decent amount of Kenny Pickett, a whole lot of Haynes King, as you said a moment ago. They did bring Kyle Trask in for a workout. We'll see where that goes. They lost Will Greer to retirement, who I don't think was going to make the roster, but would have been able to help out at the quarterback position in camp. So I don't think, as is customary and tradition with the Hall of Fame game, that you're going to see very many Carolina Panthers at all who figure to factor in heavily in the regular season.
Has Haynes King turned heads positively or negatively in training camp?
I think probably a slight positive.
Okay.
They really liked him and they prioritized him as a UDFA right after the draft. And so they wanted to get him in here, get him developing. I've still got some questions about him as a passer at the NFL level, but he's had a couple of nice days. In particular, back on Wednesday where the offense really has had some really good days ever since the start of training camp when they got into pads. So, Haynes King is, I'd say, a slight positive at this point.
All right, let's get into the Panthers' big picture here, going back to Young. The over-under touchdown, this is passing touchdown total for him on FanDuel, Kyle, is 20.5. That's it. He gets to 21 in 17 games, and he's going to go over. He had 23 last year. Make the case for the over or under with him, if you would.
I'll take the over. I certainly would. Now, I'm not saying he's going to suddenly explode for 36, 37 touchdowns this year, but he did it last year and, really showed some flashes throughout, like real steps forward. Now, there were also some games where he threw for like 84 yards. They're looking for the offense to, iron out the consistency. Well, here's the thing. You go back to a year ago, there were suddenly big expectations for this wide receiver room. They had just drafted Ted McMillan. Adam Thielen was still there. Jalen Coker was healthy, we thought, to start training camp, and then all of a sudden he wasn't, missed the first part of the season. Yep. Hunter Renfrow didn't work out. Xavier Leggett, the first-round pick from the year prior, really regressed. And so you looked up to start the season, and Bryce's number one target was a rookie, albeit a very good one, and Tedderell McMillan, but he was a rookie. So, now coming back into this season, they have lost Chris Brazzell. But, we know what Tedderell McMillan is now. Jalen Coker, who played really well in the playoff game and down the stretch especially, is healthy. They're very excited about that. Xavier Leggett's having a very strong camp at this point. They made some pickup. They brought back Jimmy Horn. They signed John Mechie in free agency. They took a flyer on him. And the big deal for me, too, is that Jonathan Brooks, who did not play at all last year, former running back, he of course came after Bijan Robinson at Texas. Yeah. Back-to-back torn ACLs. He has looked very twitchy in camp, and his ability to help this team out of the backfield in the passing game, I think could be tremendous. So I would definitely personally take the over on those Bryce touchdowns.
My producer sent me this link to an article. Charlotte Observer, Bryce Young looks like $1 million, actually $200 million at Panthers camp. Are they really going to give him a gigantic contract extension before the season starts, Kyle?
I don't think so, no. They don't need to. They don't have to. And, I think they'd like to see a little more. And I believe Bryce Young is comfortable right now betting on himself. He knows they need to see a little bit more.
Yep.
You know, when he was really good last year, he was really good. But like I said, there were some days where he threw for 84 yards, where he threw for $109. You know, and it looked disastrous offensively. Not all his fault, of course, but it's the position. That's the responsibility it comes with. So, you know, I think they're going to let this play out. Now, if we get to week 5, week 6, and, you know, he's absolutely balling out as he has been the last couple of days in camp, you know, then I think those talks heat up. You know, they'll try to get a deal done. But I would not expect a contract extension personally before the start of the season. They're optimistic still about him, but, you know, they have some time right now, and they'd like to see more.
Chuba Hubbard's over-under rushing yard total is 700 yards on FanDuel. You already brought up Jonathan Brooks's name. Rico Dowdle took a lot of the reps away from him. Middle of the season, Hubbard came back, kind of wrestled it back away from Dowdle. How do you think the distribution of carries works there? Do you think Hubbard is a good bet to go over that number, Kyle?
I would think so, assuming health, of course, which we always have to use that caveat. But, you know, what a lot of people don't realize is, first of all, they signed Rico Dowdle last year on a 1-year deal because they were still waiting for Jonathan Brooks to get back. Brooks has always been in their plans. And then last year, Chuba Hubbard was dealing with a grade 3 calf strain early in the season and was trying to play through it, trying to tough it out. He's one of the leaders in this locker room. He's the guy they look to set the tone. He tried to play through some real pain last year, and I think that hampered him for a good long while. It's funny, Jonathan Brooks, as twitchy and explosive as he is, had to admit the other day in practice that Chuba Hubbard's been just a step faster than him. So people forget that Chuba Hubbard also has decent speed and showed that a lot back during his days at Oklahoma State and at times, of course, with the Panthers. So, I think they're, again, very optimistic. This was the plan 2 years ago, to pair Chuba Hubbard with Jonathan Brooks, and now they're knocking on wood that they'll actually get to roll out a real two-back system in Carolina, as we've seen in the past, and they're pretty pumped about it.
I like that number on him a lot, over 700 yards if he stays healthy, like you said. Defense. 2 years ago, going back to 2024, by some measures, now I know we're dealing with a 17-game season, worst defense in NFL history. I think they gave up the most points in the entire history of the league. Things obviously were much better last year. I wouldn't say they were great, but they were at least average. How do you look at the Panthers' defense for 2026, Kyle?
2 weeks ago, I would have told you this very well could be, and I think will be, a top 10 defense in the NFL. I'm a little more shaky on that now with the loss of Nick Scorton to the season, but I still think it's well within possibility for them because, if you'll recall, when they took Nick Scorton in the draft, two drafts ago, right after taking Tedero McMillan, they doubled down on that position with Princely Umanmielen out of Ole Miss. Both of those guys were first team all-SEC pass rushers. So Jalen Phillips, who they just signed in free agency, the top available pass rusher, was in practice the other day saying, Princely's the best pass rusher on this team. Now, that might be a teammate pumping a teammate up given the circumstance, but he's not crazy off base there because Princely Umanmielen, as a pass rusher, has insane get off, great bend, athletically getting to the quarterback. He's got all that. The question is, can he play on first and second down? Can he hold up against the run, set the edge, things like that? And he thinks he can. They think they're going to give him the chance to do that. And so if he can fill the shoes of Nick Scorton, they get Pat Jones back from injury last year, who they signed in free agency. And then, like I mentioned, Jalen Phillips was a huge addition for them. Pressure rate through the roof last year. They signed Devin Lloyd, the top inside linebacker available in free agency. He played so well last year in Jacksonville. J.C. Horn is back. He and Mike Jackson are one of the best cornerback tandems in the league right now. They've got a great cornerback room. And then, of course, you have big Derek Brown up front. They drafted Lee Hunter from Texas Tech, who was just a monster. They've got a big group of defensive linemen, so they still feel really good about this defense's chances to be one of the better units in the NFL.
Kyle, you look at FanDuel here, and there's only 2, 4, guys, tell me if this is right, 6 teams. Thank you, it is. 6 teams in the NFL with worse Super Bowl odds than the Panthers. They made the playoffs. They won 8 games. They lost a shootout to the Rams in the NFC wildcard round. Their win total is only 7.5, and it's juiced to the under. You can get them plus money to win 8 games to just match last year's win total. If you were making a bet on the Panthers over under 7.5, what would you go with and why, Kyle?
Oh, I'd still take the over. Even though they won the division and therefore have a, first place schedule, they do have 9 home games. They have to travel less than any other team in the NFL. It truly is remarkable how little they have to travel. They're not back and forth across time zones. The schedule itself is not crazy. They have the earlier bye in week 5, which I don't love, but overall, the schedule is, I think, pretty manageable. I think that the talent on this roster, rather, has only gone up and up the last couple of years. Dan Morgan's done a good job. And look around the rest of the NFC South right now. Vita Vea wants a trade in Tampa. Tristan Wirfs is hurt right now. Baker Mayfield's displeased, obviously, in Atlanta. They don't have a healthy quarterback to start camp. Bijan Robinson's holding in. James Pierce Jr. is not going to play. They lost Caleb McGarry this offseason to retirement. This division is still very, very chaotic. And, I'll say as well, David Tepper, Panthers owner, they held an event last week. Roger Goodell was in town here in Charlotte for a fireside chat, and they were talking about stadium upgrades and things of that nature. But Kirk Menefee, who was emceeing the event, asked David Tepper about his expectations for this team. And David Tepper said point blank, this is a playoff team. And this was the same day that Nick Scorton tore his ACL. It was later that night. So, David Tepper has set the expectation. They believe this is a playoff team. He believes this should be a playoff team. And so they expect to win the division again.
Kyle Bailey on the Carolina Panthers. Everybody in America dying for football will get a chance to see their backups in future bartenders of America when they take on the Arizona Cardinals Thursday night in Canton. Kyle, thanks so much for giving us some betting advice on the Panthers. We'll catch up with you down the road. Appreciate it.
Always enjoy it. Thanks.
Back with more right after this.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds, somebody's knee hurting less, somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home, so I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that million-pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch, just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by Southfields Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
The trade deadline is all about making the right move. So why are you still parking at the airport? Trade the stress for the winning lineup at Globe Airport Parking. Fast shuttle service, secure parking, and when you return, your vehicle is waiting for you. Cool, convenient, and just minutes from the terminal. Don't strike out before your trip even begins. Make the smart trade. Choose Globe Airport Parking. Reserve your spot today and start your vacation like a champion.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with fan headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. His outing was cut short by a near 2-hour rain delay, but it didn't matter as the Buccos held on. They're now 56-56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Dick's House of Sport is excited to join the community, Greensburg, and invite you to our grand opening house party August 7th through August 9th at the Westmoreland Mall. Get ready for can't-miss appearances, giveaways, and more all weekend long. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, Hit Tracks multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. Discover Dick's House of Sport at the Westmoreland Mall, August 7th through August 9th.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball players of the Princecade Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 7th through the 12th. Enjoy the Champions League game, Military and First Responders Day, giveaways, and so much more. Daily admission is just $10, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princecade Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Steelers training camp is back in Latrobe, and it's time to reach for the great taste of Miller Lite. Stop by Greater Latrobe Beverage, Depot Street, and look for special training camp displays featuring Miller Lite 30-pack cans, along with all of your other favorite Miller Lite packages all season long. Miller Lite is an official beer partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
State Fair food is getting smaller and pricier.
We'll have room for fried cookies.
Okay, you never overspend on food. What's your deal?
What's his deal? He went to Metro and got $450 in value on the new Samsung Galaxy A37 5G for free and no activation fees.
Free phone? Oh, sign me up.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only on Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and activate $40 period plan. $450 based on device discount, waived activation fee. Not available if with Metro T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The following program has been pre-recorded. Back to FanDuel's More Ways to Win with Andrew Filipponi on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
FanDuel's More Ways to Win radio across the Odyssey app, FanDuel Sportsbook app. Into the first weekend of August. On Thursday, we'll have the Hall of Fame game, and football will finally be here with the Cardinals and Panthers. Then from there, getting you ready for Week 1, opening night, Seahawks and Patriots to kick off the 2026 NFL season. Then we've got the Rams and 49ers in Australia. And away we go with another season of football. The place to be, to bet at FanDuel, already all kinds of great season-long player props there, over-under win totals, futures on divisions, conferences, Super Bowl, all there on America's #1 sportsbook. So happy to bring back to the show. We do this every year before the season gets underway. Aaron Schatz, he created DVOA, which is a number, a stat, I should say, that we hear people in the sports betting and football betting community bring up constantly. He is the brains behind that. And his book that comes out every year, the Football Almanac, the FTN Football Almanac. It is a must for football bettors and fantasy football fans as well, and I fall into both of those categories. Aaron, thanks for coming back to FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio. I don't know if I've ever asked you this before, but when did you get the idea to create DVOA, and how hard was it to do it from there?
2002, believe it or not, is when I started doing this, and some of the ideas come from a book called The Hidden Game of Football. And I kind of took those ideas and ran with them, and the big breakthrough was over average. Because when I first did values, I ended up with Mike Alstott as the best running back in the league because, of course, he always got the ball at the goal line. So he had lots of value, but he ran the ball when you were probably going to get success anyway. So value over average, it wasn't that much. So that's when I started tweaking things, and I introduced my old website, Football Outsiders, in 2003, and I've been doing this ever since.
Aaron, when did you feel like it took off and went mainstream? Because I feel like NFL teams now, even their GMs will sometimes cite your statistic, which would, for me, be a huge feather in my cap if I were you.
Yeah, did you like it when Tom Brady mentioned DVOA on The Tonight Show before the Super Bowl? That was my favorite.
That's pretty cool.
It's really happened gradually. There was no one breakthrough day or year where things really exploded. I mean, I was getting attention from people like Jim Schwartz when he was defensive coordinator of the Tennessee Titans right away when I started. But, you know, getting more acceptance throughout the league was much more gradual over the course of 20 years.
It's got to feel gratifying that, you know, somebody that started, I would think, as an admirer of football and a guy that cared about the stats and numbers and everything else, that, like, you've actually made an impact on the sport, you know? Like, you've contributed
it's
something.
Wild. It's kind of neat. I mean, you know, I try to be humble about it. It's pretty cool. My goal was never to revolutionize the way teams were run. It was really to revolutionize the way teams were covered. Mm-hmm. And that has also significantly improved. Not all the television commentators, but, for example, local beat writers know much more about both stats and film study than they did 20 years ago. And I like to think that I've played some of a role in that.
My producer's in my ear, and now he wants me to ask you this question and be as candid and honest about it as you want to be. Have you ever been approached by NFL teams to work for them?
Yeah, a couple times back in the day. When I was approached to work for NFL teams, it was before remote work was popular, and I had a kid, so I wasn't leaving New England.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons I never ended up working for an NFL team.
Gotcha. That's so cool. All right, let's look at the season and what you've studied and how you feel about these teams. To kick things off here, Aaron, everybody on FanDuel can't get enough of the Rams. They are by far the favorites to win, plus 550. Huge gap between them and the next team. They make the Myles Garrett trade. There's still whispers about Aaron Donald coming out of retirement. Maybe they'll trade for Vita Vea, too. I mean, you just never know with them. Les Snead, he's going to do whatever he can to try to win now. Your take on the Rams being far and away the favorites to win the Super Bowl on FanDuel?
Yeah, I think that they are the favorites, but I think they're the favorites by a little bit too much. I think that the Aaron Donald possible return is already priced into the line here. Right? My guess is if Donald announces he's coming back, the line won't move that much because I think it's already priced in.
Okay.
I think the Seahawks are closer to the Rams than people believe. I mean, they were the better team last year. And so I don't like a bet on the Rams. As much as the Rams, I think, are the favorite. I don't like to bet on the Rams unless you're just the person who always wants to bet on the favorite.
And last year, Seattle was 60-1 and won the Super Bowl. That was one of the longest long shots in the last 50 years of the NFL. So we have seen a team come out of nowhere. But you don't, clearly, just based on that answer, Seattle's 11-1. You don't look at the Seahawks as a one-hit wonder or a fluke, Aaron.
No, I would have them much more like a 6-1 or 7-1. They're not a one-hit wonder. It's possible that they are. You know, in some ways, they remind me of the 1991 Washington Redskins, who also didn't have a lot of stars, but were just a number of great players who just came together and had one great year. But it's more likely, I think, that they continue to play well this year, and they're not necessarily a one-hit wonder.
What a reference to make to the 1991 Redskins. How much in your analysis for what you do for the Almanac and just your big picture thinking on football, how much do you think a team's success is dependent on its quarterback?
Oh, a lot. I mean, it's the most important position significantly, right? Part of it, the quarterback is so much in control of the offense, and the offense is easier to predict than the defense.
Right.
So the easiest thing to go with is the idea that the teams with the best quarterbacks will be the best teams. Now, it's not always that way. And we sort of have this interesting dichotomy right now in the NFL.
Yep.
Where the better-built teams tend to be in the NFC, while the better quarterbacks tend to be in the AFC.
And the better-built teams have won the last two Super Bowls with Philadelphia and Seattle, for sure, to your point, right? I mean, that's
yes, that
a
is
recent
absolutely
trend.
true. I mean, as good as Buffalo is, as good as Baltimore was until last year, as good as Cincinnati can be if they get any defense, there's no question that for the last couple of years, the team building has beaten having the number one quarterback.
Myles Garrett was the best defensive player in the NFL. He goes to the Rams. They do subtract Verse off the team, who's not a nothing player. Like we do in baseball with WAR, though, Aaron, if you thought the Rams were, say, a 10-win team before the Myles Garrett trade, how many extra wins do you think a guy like that is worth to the Rams?
Maybe one, maybe. Because, I mean, it's not just that individual defensive players are not worth as much as quarterbacks. It's also that he's not replacing a nobody, right? So he's replacing a good – so if you think of Verse – I'm making these numbers up, by the way, but if you think of Verse as being like a half a win better than replacement, and, Myles Garrett as the best defensive player might be like 1.5 wins better than replacement, it's not as big a difference. Like, people are like, oh, they got this guy's worth like 3 wins. No, only a quarterback can be worth 3 wins.
Is there a stat that people in your community treat like WAR for football, Aaron?
I mean, there are different companies that do a version of WAR. Pro Football Focus has a version of WAR that they do, and Sports Info Solutions has a version of WAR that they do, but it doesn't. It has certainly not spread the way it does in baseball, in part because the quarterbacks are so far ahead of everybody else when you try to do a value against replacement.
Talking to Aaron Schatz here. His almanac is out for 2026. It's amazing. FTN does an excellent job. We'll get to how you can pick it up and read it for yourself here throughout the interview on FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio. We've got the Bills as the favorites again in the AFC. New coach there. They blew Sean McDermott out of there. They kept Bean 10-1. Favorites in the AFC. Lost in the divisional round at Denver. Allen had that horrific turnover right before the end of the half here that really hurt them. Your take on the Bills being the best team in the AFC according to the odds makers?
I like the Bills. I think the Bills are a very, very good team. I have Houston as the best team in the AFC. And I know that surprises people. Last year in the regular season,
yep,
C.J. Stroud ranked 11th in my passing DVOA metric. 11th, right? Was he bad in the playoffs? Yes.
Horrible.
He was very bad in the playoffs.
Yep.
Do you learn more from the regular season than you do from 2 playoff games? Yes. He should have a better offensive line this year. He should have more of a running game this year. We know how good their defense can be. So if their defense is a top 3 defense, and they have an above-average offense, and they have an easier schedule, then that is the best team in the AFC.
Man, that's a fascinating point because you're right. The public narrative right now on Stroud is just absolutely awful. Questions about his ability to even be their quarterback. Okay, so you said you like the Bills, though. What keeps you from getting the Bills to where you have Houston? What's the difference between those two teams as you see it right now, Aaron?
I mean, the Bills' offense should be really strong, but, I don't know if they added as much in DJ Moore as they think they did. Mm-hmm. He has not been good for the last couple of years by our stats. Like, it's not just last year, it's the year before, too. The efficiency was not great. And defensively, right, there's still a lot of questions about their defense. They should be able to do some cool things now with Jim Leonard as the defensive coordinator, but the talent there are some issues. I don't know if it's going to be a top 10. I think it's better than people think, but I don't know if it could be a top 10 defense. So, And the Bills have a harder schedule, probably, than the Texans do.
I know a lot of Bills fans. I have a lot of Bills friends. I used to work up there. I've got family there still. And Bills fans act, a lot of them, like if you subtracted Josh Allen off that team, they'd be a very below-average football team. Like, the roster is not kept up. The drafting has been really bad. They're shocked Bean took his job. Is that just, like, Bills negativity, which has been pervasive inside the franchise for 60 years? Is that a legitimate gripe that they have, or is that just them complaining because they're used to not getting what they want in the end, Aaron?
Probably somewhere in the middle. Uh-huh. I mean, Allen may be the most valuable quarterback in the league. But they do have other good things. They have James Cook. They have a very good offensive line. Deion Dawkins, Connor McGovern, these guys are underrated.
Yep.
They have some good players on defense. Christian Benford, in particular, people don't understand how good he has been the last couple of years. Ed Oliver, when he can stay healthy. So they're not like they're an expansion team without Josh Allen. But if you're asking, like, is he probably the most valuable player in the league from, on a year-to-year basis, if you would guess who's the most valuable player in the league, at this point, you probably would say he is, yeah.
Did you vote for him for MVP last year? I forget if you have a vote or not. Would you have?
I do have a vote, and I'm very famous for voting for Josh Allen for MVP 3 years ago.
Yes.
When Lamar Jackson got 49 votes and Josh Allen got 1, and I was the one.
Yeah. And this past one, you voted for Allen. You were
I
more
voted for Drake May.
Okay, Drake May. All right. Totally defensible.
Stafford was better in my stats, but so much of his value was Puka Nacua.
Yep.
That I just felt like May, even after you considered the easy schedule, that May made more of the value himself, whereas Stafford,
gotcha.
The scheme and the receivers were good for him.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTommaso with fan headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. They're now 56 and 56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40. And you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Summer's calling, and it tastes like flavor. Crack open the tropical taste of Icy Light Mango, and now meet the new refreshingly bold Icy Light Berry. Bright, crisp, refreshing, bursting with flavor, but still light. Because when the sun's out, the good times deserve a beer that brings the summer flavor rush. Icy Light Mango, Icy Light Berry, now in sleek cans and available at JR's Beer in Rochester. Icy Light Berry and Icy Light Mango 15-pack cans, just $16.99 plus tax.
Citizens is your live entertainment partner in Pittsburgh. Cardholders get access to pre-sale tickets and skip the line entry at 2 of Pittsburgh's hottest venues. Shouldn't you have the debit or credit card that offers exclusive perks? Elevate your concert-going experience at the brand new Citizens Live at the Wiley or the recently renovated Roxy Theater presented by Citizens. Learn more at citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Again, that's citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Member FDIC.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. See the world's top youth baseball players compete at the Printscape Pony League World Series, August 7th through the 12th at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field in Washington Park. It's a week full of incredible plays, home runs, and unforgettable moments. Plan your trip today at GoWashco.com. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643.
Training camp is here, and 93.7 The Fan has all of your coverage. Join Pony and Muller after practice for an ice-cold Miller Lite at Sharky's on August 7th from 2 to 6. Training camp reports and broadcasts on The Fan are presented by Smale Kia, Route 30, Greensburg.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, periods of rain and thunderstorms, high of 80. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms continue, low of 68.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. The following program has been pre-recorded. Giving you the tools to win this weekend with FanDuel's More Ways to Win with Andrew Filipponi on now. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio across the Odyssey app, the FanDuel Sportsbook app here on this second day of August 2026. We're going to take some time in this segment to talk about the effect of the LeBron James decision to sign with the Philadelphia 76ers, because we were very busy on last week's show, did not get to it, and frankly, it's one of the biggest moves in an NBA offseason in some time. Look, he's in his 40s. He's not the guy he was when he wore that picnic table, tablecloth-colored shirt when he decided he was going to take his talents to South Beach and sat down with Jim Gray and broke Cleveland's hearts and made one of the most villainous turns in sports history, and did it all on live TV at a Boys and Girls Club, no doubt, no less. When that happened now, that's a long, long time ago. That's almost 20 years ago now when that decision got made by LeBron. But still, we're talking about a guy that, frankly, honestly, for not, I'm not saying this is a LeBron stan or as a LeBron lover or anything like that. The guy had a big role and big say in the Lakers winning a playoff series this past year. They got by Houston because of how good LeBron was. Luka was hurt, and the Lakers went to the second round of the playoffs because LeBron can still play. All right, so we're not talking about a guy that's a scrub. We're not even necessarily talking about Michael Jordan when he was with the Wizards. This guy still has something to contribute to the NBA, which is remarkable given his age and everything else. And he picks Philadelphia, which is really, really not a huge surprise. Okay, now it would have been if not for the fact that his agent does a podcast. Okay, so the American sports landscape has changed so much. It is so different now that Rich Paul, who represents LeBron James, has his own show. And he does his own show with Max Kellerman, the former adversary of Stephen A. Smith on First Take before Stephen A. ran him off that show. And they do a program together. They do a podcast. It's a video podcast too. And anybody that's a basketball fan and cares about this stuff saw that there was a dry erase board. And they had all the teams that were possible LeBron James fits on this dry erase board. And Rich Paul was sitting there with not a laser pointer, but one of those long wand-like pointers that you can use. And he's pointing at teams, and he made a very compelling argument for Philadelphia. And this is LeBron's agent, and he did so weeks before the decision got made. And when people saw this, including myself, it made it pretty clear that Philadelphia, unbeknownst to anyone before this podcast went out, had a very real chance of signing LeBron James. Before this went viral, it was Miami, it was Cleveland, and that was it. But this changed that. This made Philadelphia look like they were a real player in the LeBron James sweepstakes. And getting Jaylen Brown got them in to the conversation for LeBron, and so too did having Tyrese Maxey, who apparently we found out in this podcast is one of LeBron James's favorite NBA players. So you're adding LeBron to a team that went to the second round. They knocked off Boston. You've got Maxey, Edgecombe, who was a great rookie and was in the conversation for the Rookie of the Year. Embiid, who when he plays, if he can stay healthy and be on the court, is a matchup nightmare for teams. And LeBron's brain, I mean, his body is not what it was back in 2010 or 2015, but we're still talking about cerebrally, okay? Basketball IQ. It's the highest, I think, in NBA history. I mean, all due respect to MJ and even Magic Johnson and those guys, but LeBron's basketball acumen and brain, I really believe, is second to none. And that's allowed for him to last in the league and play for as long as he has. Okay? So you've got that going on right now when he goes to Philadelphia. And the Sixers become, on FanDuel with this move, they become one of the favorites to win the NBA championship. I'm looking at the odds right now. Guys, pull them up for me. Where are the Sixers now that LeBron James has made his decision? They're fourth. They shot past Boston. You subtract Brown and you add LeBron to the Sixers, and now they're viewed as a better team than Boston. So here are the odds right now on FanDuel as things stand. On August 2nd, 2026, we're still about 2.5 months away from NBA teams reporting to camp. The Oklahoma City Thunder, the favorite at plus 240, knocked out by the Spurs in the Western Conference Finals in Game 7. Oklahoma City plus 240, followed by the Spurs plus 270 with Victor Wembanyama. Now he's learned, okay? He thought, and it was very obvious, he acted after the Western Conference Finals like the Spurs had won the championship. And his quotes and his answers and his actions backed that up. He acted like they had scaled Mount Everest or Mount Kilimanjaro or one of those things. Like they had been to the absolute top, because Oklahoma City was the best team in the NBA last year. And the Spurs is a very, very young team. And Greg Popovich is not the head coach there anymore. So with a young head coach, that team acted as if it had won the whole thing. Like beating Oklahoma City was actually the NBA Finals. And they got a wake-up call from the Knicks. So the odds here are reflective of a team that learned its lesson, that took its medicine, that knows now, that knows what it takes to not just beat a great team, but to finish the job, to get to the finish line. Plus 270 on the Spurs. Knicks next at plus 950. I mean, it really drops off. Oklahoma City and San Antonio are right there neck and neck with the best odds to win the NBA Finals in 2027. And then you get all the way down to the Knicks at plus 950. A repeat champ, Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby and Josh Hart, and what that team did to win the whole thing. And they sort of came out of nowhere, not entirely, but kind of. They were not one of the favorites when the NBA playoffs started. But they gelled and came together as a team. And we're going to find out this year, was it a one-off? Was it one and done? Are they never going to be like this again? Or is this the start of something much bigger than that with the Knicks? So plus 950, and then you get to the Sixers at 10-1. And you go back to April, okay? Let's rewind 4 months. 4 months is not a long time in a lifespan. 4 months is a very, very narrow. In the span of a human being's life, it's not really that long. 4 months ago, the Sixers were a huge underdog against the Celtics in the first round. There probably was not a person on planet Earth who really believed that not only would Philadelphia win that series, but we'd get now to August, the NBA season would be behind us, we'd have crowned a champion, we'd have NBA free agency, and now there'd be kind of a cooling off period before we get to the start of next season. And the Sixers would go from one of the last teams in, they played in the play-in round. They had to play an extra game to get into the NBA real playoffs. That we would go from that all the way to this. All the way to right now. Where they've got LeBron James on the roster. LeBron has decided to finish his career, to close up shop, to call it a day with the Sixers. Left LA, couldn't go to New York, passed up on Miami, decided that finishing the story, having the final chapter in Cleveland, for as poetic, as cinematic as that would be, that's movie stuff right there. That's Hollywood stuff. That's Disney stuff. Instead, he's going to Philadelphia. He's got no allegiance. He's got no ties. He's got no relationship with the city whatsoever. He's never, ever, ever in his life said, you know what I want to do to end my career? I want to play for the Sixers. Nobody has said that. No Shams, no Windhorst. No one has ever said. One thing that's been on LeBron's mind for years has been to play in Philly. They said that about the Lakers in LA. They even maybe said that about Miami. Never had that been said about Philadelphia. And that's where LeBron is going to try to close out his career and chase down one more championship. One more. He's got 2 with Miami. He's got 1 with Cleveland. He's got 1 with LA. He's got 4. Every franchise he's played for has won a championship. Sixers haven't won one since the early 80s. More than 40 years. He's going to try to change all that. And apparently he's going to live in New York and try to commute to Philadelphia by helicopter round the clock, which is an interesting life choice. So that's where things stand right now on FanDuel, folks. Celtics 13-1, Pistons 22-1, Raptors still believed to get Kawhi Leonard 22-1. Then you got Denver 25-1, Minnesota 27-1, Cavs 30-1, Kevin Durant and the Rockets 33-1. Warriors all the way down there at 50-1. So are the Lakers all the way down at 50-1 as the ripple effects of LeBron James's decision get felt throughout the NBA and throughout the NBA odds boards on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. All right, so there you have it. We'll come back. We'll do a lot more NFL, baseball, full slate of games, a lot going on. You're listening to FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTommaso with fan headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. His outing was cut short by a near 2-hour rain delay, but it didn't matter as the Buccos held on. They're now 56-56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The following program has been pre-recorded.
All right, welcome back to FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio across the Odyssey app, FanDuel Sportsbook app. Second day of August 2026. In just a few days, we are going to have the first football game since Super Bowl 60, the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio, between the Carolina Panthers and Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals in the game because the great Larry Fitzgerald going into the Hall of Fame next weekend. So we are looking right now at the over-under win totals for 2026. The first kind of look at these in a very, very long time. We probably haven't done this since around free agency back in March, and updated win totals here on FanDuel. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to give you, because we went over some of these last week, we went with the teams that have already reported to training camp. The Seahawks and Patriots got there early because they're going to kick off the season that Wednesday night. And then the next night, you've got the Rams and 49ers in Australia. And the Cardinals and Panthers are already there, too, because they needed extra prep for the Hall of Fame game. So we already went through 6 of them. So that leaves, 26 teams. So from the 26 remaining teams, I'm going to give you my 5 favorite overs and my 5 favorite unders. Best 5 over, best 5 under in football for this season, okay? So let's start with the overs. Let's do that first. And I'm just looking at the board here on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. First team that pops out to me is the Colts. Colts are 7.5. They're going to get Daniel Jones back. Before that injury, they were playing like the best offense in football. And things obviously changed with his injury. They were coming back down to earth even before he got hurt. But they would have made the playoffs, in my opinion, had he not been injured. Now you're playing Phillip Rivers late in the year, and they still have Anthony Richardson on the roster, even though it doesn't look like they have a lot of use for him. They're playing Riley Leonard at the end of the year, the Notre Dame quarterback. So things fell off the deep end. You still have, I think, a high-quality offensive line. You've got one of the best up-and-coming tight ends in football in Tyler Warren. They kept Alec Pierce. Jonathan Taylor at running back had a resurgent year last year. And they made the Sauce Gardner trade, and it really didn't manifest. It didn't really bear fruit for them last season. I'm not the biggest Sauce Gardner fan. I think he's overrated. But I do think for them, he's clearly a #1 corner, and he's the best guy they've got in the secondary. You got Charvarius Ward there now, too, at corner. So I do think that the Colts' defense is going to be competent. They have Lou Anarumo there in his second year. Steichen calls the offense. It's such a low number. It's 7.5, and I think they can win the division. A lot of folks are bullish on the Texans, even though Stroud had an awful playoff run. Defense is elite. Tennessee having possibly a season where they open eyes and they become legitimate and relevant with a coaching change and with Cam Ward there in his second year. And Jacksonville, I think, is a team that we'll get to them in a little bit here when we do the unders. So I'm going to go over on Colts 7.5. I really, really like that play, as a matter of fact. All right, the next one I want to do here. No. Who really sticks out to me? I'll give you one. Here's one for you right here. I like the Raiders over 5.5. Extremely competitive division. We know that with the other 3 teams, having 2 made the playoffs last year and the others the Chiefs. I love low over-under win totals. Give me a team, an NFL team, to win 6 or 7 games. That's all they got to do, and I cash a ticket. I love that. And it looks like it's probably going to be Kirk Cousins at the beginning of the year. I am a Mendoza fan, so let me just say that right out in the open. I do think the guy is going to be an outstanding NFL quarterback. I think the Raiders are going to get competent quarterback play this year. I actually think the Raiders are a team that's a year away with Bowers there as well. Genti, I thought, was a terrible draft pick when they made it. It's played out that way for them. Why in the world are the Raiders taking a running back where they did in the draft? I never, ever, ever understood that. I really didn't. It was just, to me, nonsensical. Made very, very little sense. So I think 6 wins is definitely in the cards for them. Last year was a coaching disaster with Pete Carroll there. Now you get Kubiak coming over from Seattle, who called the plays for the Seahawks and winning a Super Bowl. So I like them. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but I think 6-11 is very, very attainable for the Raiders, and that's all you would need to hit the over on them. Giants over 7.5. I'm joining that club. I like them a lot for that number. Jim Harbaugh is a winning coach. He's not a great coach. He might even be an overrated coach. He's won a Super Bowl. More years than not, he would have the Ravens in the mix, regardless of who was at quarterback, Flacco, Lamar Jackson, you name it. It's not as if the Giants are lacking talent. They did trade Dexter Lawrence away to the Bengals, so that is a big omission from their defense. But I anticipate Jackson Dart is going to look like one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL this year. I could see him making like a Bo Nix leap this season. They've got to take some of the recklessness and carelessness out of his game. I think they'll coach that out of him with Harbaugh there. I think they'll put him in more advantageous situations. Remember, last year, Neighbors got hurt. So, yes, that chemistry hasn't developed, but also, Dart, I think, showed signs, and he didn't have, was such a productive receiver to go to in that situation. So, I really think they have the potential to be the surprise team in the NFL this year. And that means make the playoffs, maybe even win the NFC East, get a home playoff game. It's been a long time since the Giants did any of those things. They did win a playoff game in Minnesota a couple years ago, but that was on the road, and Brian Dable was still, a cult-like figure in New York, and that really dried up fast. So I like the Giants 7.5 this year. So those are 3 overs I like so far. Giants, Raiders, and who's the other one I gave, guys? Get in my ear. Colts. Yep. All right, let's do 2 more here. 2 overs. I'm going to take the Chiefs over 10.5. Andy Reid is a double-digit win machine. Last year was a complete anomaly. I don't think it's the beginning of the end. I'm not ready to fully write their obituary as far as being a contending team. You have Mahomes still very much in the prime of his career. I think Mahomes, waiting on him to have another big year. It's been a long time since he put up MVP-like numbers. The Kenneth Walker pickup, when the guy plays, he's a shifty running back. I bet him to win the MVP of the Super Bowl and ended up being right. First Super Bowl MVP running back since Terrell Davis. So I'm a big fan of that addition because of the price they got him at, what he can bring to the offense. I think the offensive line will be better this year. Wide receiver weapons still aren't great. Rashee Rice controversy, all that stuff. But defense, we know it'll be solid with Spagnuolo. 10.5, I just feel like that's something they could do in their sleep there. I really do. So I'm a huge proponent of the Chiefs rebounding and being a very, very relevant team this season. All right, let's do one more here. Man, do I want to pull the trigger on this one? Oh, man. Oh, mercy. Do I want to do it? No, I won't do that. I'll go with the Lions over 10.5. I'll make that my other one. I see a team that lost a lot of late games and close games last year. And the consensus there was, well, they missed Ben Johnson. I mean, they still put up points. It's not like their offense was inept with Goff and with Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, the offensive line had injuries. And so if they get better luck there, Sewell is still an absolute beast. Defense, I think, probably overachieves every year. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, is a touch overrated. His production is not in line, I think, with how much he's respected around the league. But I think the Lions are going to be the team that wins the NFC North. I'm picking them to come out of that very competitive division with the Bears, Packers, and Vikings with Kyler Murray there. I like Detroit over 10.5. So those are my over bets. I thought about saying the Bengals. I actually thought about saying the Jets or Browns too over because their totals are so low. The Browns 6.5, the Jets 5.5. All right, let me give you my unders here, okay? Let me give you my under bets. The first one's the Jags, 8.5. I think the Jags are overpriced. Liam Cohen did have a great impact on that team last year, and we saw Trevor Lawrence look more like the first overall pick, probably his second best year as an NFL quarterback, or maybe even his best. I mean, we can argue that, but definitely looked more the part this past season. But I got to see that group and that unit do it 2 years in a row. They strike me as a team that took advantage of an easier schedule and probably will be competitive this year, but not as good. Remember, they had that Bills home playoff game. That was a very, very fun game, very close game. I thought Jacksonville was actually going to win that game. So it was a tremendous first year. I'm always weary of a coach, unproven, being able to run it back and repeat it and do it, especially if his quarterback is a little bit iffy. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is not a top 5 quarterback. He's probably not even a top 10. So I think that there will be regression there because I think the Colts are going to be good again this season. I think the Colts are going to be very competitive. I think Tennessee will be better. I think the Jags could actually finish, I'm not going to say last place because I still think it'll be Tennessee. But I think they could win 7 games. I think they could be an 8-9 team, and that's the under for Jacksonville. Okay? All right, so let's do that. The next one I'm going to do is Atlanta under 6.5. There's a lot of buzz there about, Kevin Stefanski, what a great hire. Kevin Stefanski has lost a bleep ton of football games. Okay, let's not act like Kevin Stefanski. Okay, anytime he did anything remotely close to winning in Cleveland, he won Coach of the Year because everyone that votes on that award knows how hard it is to win in Cleveland. You already have Penix hurt. Tua's a China doll. He gets injured a lot. He's very, very fragile. And you've got, an underachieving group overall. James Pierce situation. Bijan Robinson wants a new contract. I'm not trusting Kevin Stefanski to put it all together there. We've been saying this is the Falcons' year. This is the Falcons' year over and over again. They played better at the end of last year, but I'm not going to get snookered in to the trap there. I think that they're an under team and a pretty decent under team. I think they're going to be one of the worst teams in football because of their quarterback issues. I might be on an island here, but I think the Bears are going under 9.5. I think that's a trap bet, the over. They can win 10 games. They made it to the divisional round and almost beat the Rams. I think they won 6 games in the last 2 minutes of football games in 2025. That had never happened before. When I say win, I don't mean just winning as in they kicked field goals and won. They were trailing. If the games had ended at the 2-minute warning last year, the Bears would have been a last-place team. The Bears would have been one of the 7 or 8 worst teams in football. So they got lucky. Okay, let me put it that way. I don't see that happening again. I think their defense stinks. I think Caleb Williams makes huge splash highlight reel plays. I also think he's overrated. I don't think he's consistent enough yet. So I like them under. Let me see how many teams that is that I've gone under on here. I've gone under on Bears 1. Guys, help me with this. Bears 1, Falcons 2, Jaguars 3. I got to give you 2 more. All right, I'm going to do this fast. I'm going under on Denver, 9.5. I think they're going to win 9, right on the nose, which doesn't give you a lot of leeway, but I feel confident that it's going to go 9 or under. Bo Nix, I'm still hot and cold on. Sean Payton gave up the play calling duties. Does that sound smart to you? I mean, Sean Payton's one of the great offensive minds in the NFL. He's going to do less, not more there. So I'm kind of scratching my head on that decision. I thought they overachieved last year. They weren't the best team in the AFC. They got the 1 seed. I think there might even be some friction there between Nix and the Broncos. The Jalen Waddle move, I think, is going to create enough headlines where a lot of football people are going to think, well, they have to get better. They have to be a better team. I don't abide by that. I don't agree with that. So I think Denver will maybe make the playoffs by a nose, but nothing more than that. And then my last under here, is going to be the Bills, 10.5. I'm going to go under on Buffalo with a new coach there. And it's, to me, all about Josh Allen. The other great player is James Cook, a running back, but he's getting older. I don't love the roster. I think the roster is very, very, very overrated. The offensive line is good. I think the offensive line has even regressed. Look at what they did against the Texans in that game where their tackles got, abused and dismantled and taken advantage of. So, love Josh Allen. Excited that they've got a new stadium there, but I don't think the Bills are going to win anywhere close to 13, 14 games again. So Buffalo under, Bears under, Broncos under, Falcons under, Jaguars under. Those are my 5. All right. They're fun to do. Get on FanDuel and take advantage. Over under NFL win totals. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Fan Twitter brought to you by Southfields Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The Fan Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Dick's House of Sport is excited to join the community, Greensburg, and invite you to our grand opening house party August 7th through August 9th at the Westmoreland Mall. Get ready for can't-miss appearances, giveaways, and more all weekend long. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, Hit Tracks multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. Discover Dick's House of Sport at the Westmoreland Mall, August 7th through August 9th.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with fan headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. His outing was cut short by a near 2-hour rain delay. But it didn't matter as the Buccos held on. They're now 56-56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40. And you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today,
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code TRACK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code TRACK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code TRACK to borrow up to $10,000.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Pittsburgh, the bus is coming to town. Our very own Jerome Bettis is joining Tim Tebow, John C. Maxwell, Ed Milet, Sage Steele, and more at LifeSurge. One powerful day to grow your faith, steward your finances, build a legacy, and make a kingdom impact. Don't sit this one out. Get your tickets now at LifeSurge.com and join us at PPG Paints Arena, Saturday, August 15th. That's LifeSurge.com.
It's back and right where it belongs, downtown Pittsburgh in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The following program has been pre-recorded. Letting you know before you place your bets. Back to FanDuel's More Ways to Win with Andrew Filipponi on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You're listening to FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio across the Odyssey app, FanDuel Sportsbook app. Our guest right now is the man that created the DVOA stat that we cite on this show so often. He's the author of the FTN Football Almanac for 2026, Aaron Schatz. Aaron, how many years have you done the Almanac?
This is our 22nd book.
22nd year.
It started as Pro Football Prospectus 2005. That was the first preseason book that I did with my staff. And I should point out, by the way, I have a whole staff of guys. There's 9 different writers who write different chapters, and then my writing appears throughout the book, and I do all the numbers and the editing. But it's a group project, some very good writers. People know Mike Kinnear, Dan Pizzuta, Brian Knowles,
And it's great. And I've been antisocial for entire vacations because I've been reading your book for years, and it's been glued to my side. Let's do.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Let's do the Ravens next because the Ravens are always near the top of the odds boards. They were the favorites going into last season. They're 12-1, so they're right there, just a tick below Buffalo. New head coach, new coordinators. Theoretically a healthy Lamar Jackson for this season. They subtracted Harbaugh. They also subtracted guys like Isaiah Likely. Your thoughts on what the Ravens have, and Linderbaum, the center. Your thoughts on what the Ravens are going into this season, Aaron?
I think the Ravens are overvalued by the market.
Yep.
But they're still pretty good. I don't think our projections, surprisingly, do not have them rebounding as much as people think that they will. The coaching changes usually take a step back, all other things being equal. And they've lost some players, definitely get some players back from injury. Madubuike is hugely important, the nose tackle. And they have an easy projected schedule. That whole division has easy projected schedules. But I think that they are a bit overvalued by the market.
Most of the summer, the Chargers have had better odds in the AFC West than the Chiefs. Now, that's changed lately. They're both now 16-1. If you look at division winners, I think Kansas City guys, pull it up for me. Yep, thank you. Is a little bit ahead of the Chargers, but the Chargers have been a very popular team, either for odds makers, bettors, or both here this summer. They embarrassed themselves in a lot of ways offensively in that Patriots playoff game, which continues a trend for them of having lousy playoff games here, Aaron. What do you think of the Chargers this year? Can you see this being the breakthrough season for them?
Our system always seems to be down on the Chargers compared to conventional wisdom. I'll admit that it seems we had the same problem last year, and we were wrong last year. So maybe we're wrong this year, but I like Kansas City better. I think the thing is, we are all expecting that McDaniel is a genius and that he's going to dramatically transform that offense. But we don't know that he is. We've only seen him run one offense. It's not like we've seen – this isn't like Vic Fangio where he's been on 8 different teams and every time he takes over the unit gets better, right?
Yeah,
it's one team. It's a sample size of one. So I think we may be overvaluing the Chargers. I mean, could they? Yeah, I mean, you absolutely see a way in which they just dramatically improve. But also the defense, without Minter, probably takes a bit of a step back. If you look at the personnel on the defense, it's not as impressive as their defensive performance has been over the last couple of years. So overall, I'm not as high on the Chargers as the market is.
Other than stating the obvious, which is they have Patrick Mahomes, what is it about Kansas City that has you liking them ahead of the Chargers?
I still have a lot of respect for Andy Reid. I still have a lot of respect for Steve Spagnuolo. I think there's some good players there on defense. Chris Jones, Bolton. Karlaftis is underrated. I don't like them. I think I like Denver the best still in that division.
19-1.
But, yeah, I like Denver still the best in that division, especially with adding Jaden Waddle. But I mean, there should be a good competition. The Raiders will come in last probably. But
Niners are also 16-1. What they did last year with all their injuries was pretty remarkable, getting the divisional round, beating the Eagles in Philadelphia, being able to manage all of that, Kittle getting hurt in that Philly game. But now you lose Robert Saleh. Speaking of coordinators that make an impact, he's back as a head coach with the Titans. You've got the Kyle Shanahan stuff looming, but that shouldn't carry over into the season, you wouldn't think, or maybe affect their preparation too much for the season. Third best odds in the NFC West, which is looked at as a loaded division. Thoughts on San Francisco? Can they actually have decent injury luck this year? You can't predict that they're going to be banged up every season, can you, Aaron?
Well, in general, injury luck does not totally regress to the mean. There are certain franchises that tend to have more or fewer injuries because they tend to be more or less accepting of players who have weaker bodies, and they're willing to take more talent in exchange for the weaker body and take the chance on the injury. I mean, look at Ricky Pearsall, for crying out loud.
Good point.
So I like the 49ers. The problem the 49ers have is their defense really isn't that good. Mm-hmm. And they're stuck in a division with the two best teams in the league. I mean, we had the Rams and Seahawks very far ahead of the rest of the league last year.
Yep.
And so we have them ahead of the rest of the league in our projections. Not as much as they were last year, but we have if you're talking about your expectations for this year, your expectation has to be that the average of possibilities is that the Seattle Seahawks and the Los Angeles Rams are the two best teams in the league.
New England 17-1. That's pretty far down for a team that's coming off a trip to the Super Bowl, but you already mentioned in this interview they faced one of the weakest schedules of a team that went to a Super Bowl. They got a couple breaks. They got to play a backup quarterback in the AFC Championship game. First place schedule this year, A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs there now, though. Your take on what New England has to offer in 2026?
First of all, their schedule strength this year is average. Okay, so it's not that they've gone from a very easy schedule to a hard schedule. It's that they've gone from a very easy schedule to an average schedule.
Got it.
I think they're actually going to be a better team with a worse record. Their offense should take a step back. Even with A.J. Brown, they were so good last year that it's really hard to see them keeping all those games.
Yeah.
But their defense should be better. So, I mean, it's a great neck-and-neck battle between them and the Bills for the division title, and 19-1 is probably a little bit under. Like, I probably like them a little bit more than that, not enough to really put something on it, but
yeah.
The schedule is not as, it was so easy last year that I think people were like, oh, this year the schedule is hard. It's not hard. It's just that.
Aaron, I remember talking to people like you before last season, and both the Patriots and Niners, the two teams that we just talked about, most people in your shoes said, hey, these teams are going to have winning seasons. They'll probably make the playoffs because of their schedule. Look at the schedules these two teams have, Niners and Patriots. I sense, and we'll see if you agree with this, that over the next month, I'm going to have people tell me the same thing about Detroit. Detroit's 18-1. Detroit has better odds than Green Bay and Chicago. Preliminarily, it looks like they have a very easy schedule. Do you agree with that?
Well, first of all, they don't have an easy schedule because of the division that they play in.
Right, so
I mean,
they got six real games. Exactly. Good point.
We do have them with an easy schedule, but, I mean, in that division, that's tough. The rest of their schedule we have is pretty easy. I like the Lions anyway. Look, the Lions last year, despite missing the playoffs, were third in DVOA. Third. The only two teams that were better than them over the course of the whole season were the Rams and Seahawks. It was a strange year. There were teams that were good in DVOA that just didn't make the playoffs. The Chiefs before the Mahomes injury, the Colts, and the Lions. So I think the Lions are better. I think they're the best team in that division. There's some questions about some of the players on defense, like Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, and they keep putting a top 10 defense on the field, even with the most injured defense in the league for 2 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
They just keep doing it. So, and their offense is very good. So it's not just because of the schedule, but yeah, I like the Lions this year.
Do you guys like Jalen Hurts? The Eagles are as low as they've been in the last 3 years at 18-1, tied with the Lions. The pick here on FanDuel to win the NFC East. So much drama there in the years where they don't go. Well, even the years they go to the Super Bowl, there is some. That's Philadelphia for you. Obviously, that doesn't get really baked into the projections how much controversial items there are with the team. But I hear people just rip Nick Sirianni up and down, even though the guys won a Super Bowl. So, your thoughts on the Eagles right now?
The problem that people have with Jalen Hurts and probably with Nick Sirianni is this need to make everything either elite or sucks. Right? What do you do about the fact that Jalen Hurts is like the 12th best quarterback in the league?
Yeah.
He's not elite, and he doesn't suck.
Yeah.
He's kind of good. But that's what he is, right?
Yep.
The reason why they're the favorite in that division is the defense, right? Great players, great coordinator on the defense. And I believe they are properly the favorites in that division, and the reason is the defense. But Hurts, a year ago when they were coming off the Super Bowl championship, people were like, oh, Jalen Hurts is the 5th best quarterback in the league, a top 5 quarterback. How can you not believe he's a top 5 quarterback? They won the Super Bowl. Well, I think we saw during the season that winning the Super Bowl doesn't mean you're a top 5 quarterback. And I don't think anybody's saying that now about Sam Darnold. So, yeah, he's good, but he's not, he's not elite. So people want to slag him.
Bengals 20-1. They're a lightning rod team every year. They have Joe Burrow. They've gone to a Super Bowl with Joe Burrow, so it's not like they've completely wasted him, which I've heard some people say. They went to a Super Bowl. They went to another AFC Championship game, but lately, betrayed by offensive line issues, the defense has just been unbelievably bad, almost historically bad. Was the Dexter Lawrence pickup enough for you to look at the Bengals as a playoff team and contender in 2026?
Yep. Not because of the Dexter Lawrence trade.
Yeah.
But their offense should be good enough. We have them top 5 projected offense and easiest projected schedule. And again, schedule projections don't always work out the way that you think they do. Last year, we thought the Bears would have an easy schedule. They had a harder schedule. That happens.
Yeah.
But if you look at how good teams are going to be rather than how good they were last year, schedule projection is still worthwhile, and the Bengals have a very easy schedule.
Aaron, is there a team this year that you think could be last year's Patriots? 4-5 win team, 6-win team that wins double-digit games, wins a division, wins a playoff game. Anybody fit that mold for you this season?
Yes, but it doesn't mean they're likely to do it.
Okay.
Right? The odds are still that the Giants will be bad. The odds are still that the Titans will be bad. The odds are still that the Saints will be bad. But if you look at the recipe for a team improving, the Giants, for example, superstar coming back from injury, plus young quarterback on the rise, plus new coaching staff, if it's going to happen to somebody, it's going to happen to them.
Mm-hmm.
But it probably is not going to happen to them.
Yeah. Yeah, the second-year quarterback jump seems like there's one who does that every year and a team that benefits for it greatly, an improved win-loss record. Aaron, tell everybody where they can get the Football Almanac, because I have not embellished here at all. It is honestly one of my favorite purchases and favorite things to spend copious amounts of time reading and digesting and really keeping with me all football season.
Thanks, man. It's, ftnfantasy.com/almanac is where you can get the PDF version, and you can read a sample chapter if you go there. So if you want to know what all the buzz is about and what our writing is like, you can read about our pick, our feelings about the Indianapolis Colts. ftnfantasy.com/almanac, or for a printed version of the book, you can go to Amazon and search for FTN Football Almanac 2026.
Which is exactly what I did. Hey, Aaron, you're the best. Thank you so much for doing this. Keep up the great work, and we look to do it again soon. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And everybody, check out FTN Fantasy. Also, we have tons of cool charting data. We have tons of good fantasy projections, picks, multiple sports. There's lots of stuff with an FTN subscription. You should check out the whole site.
It's helped me win my leagues before. Thanks, Aaron. Back with more right after this.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with fan headlines. Pirates beat the Reds on Saturday night 4-1. Braxton Ashcraft had one heck of an outing. 5 innings, gave up only 2 hits, only 1 run. They're now 56-56 and 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They'll close out their series with Cincinnati on Sunday at 1:40. And you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We are Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, we drink local. We drink Iron City beer since 1861. Cold, smooth, crafted for generations. For more than 160 years, Iron City beer has been part of the city we call home. Have you tried Pittsburgh's beer lately? Iron City beer. Start with the original. Since 1861.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds, somebody's knee hurting less, somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home, so I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that million-pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch, just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Van Weber is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, periods of rain and thunderstorms, high of 80. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms continue, low of 68.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. The following program has been pre-recorded. Do more with your money. Back to FanDuel's More Ways to Win with Andrew Filipponi on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio across the Odyssey app, the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Thanks for hanging out with us today. A lot to talk about. Second day of August 2026. We've got NFL training camps in full swing. Going to have a Hall of Fame game between the Cardinals and Panthers Thursday night in Canton, Ohio. Canton, Ohio's annual claim to fame. They take center stage for the Hall of Fame game and then obviously the Hall of Fame ceremonies that follow that. All coming up here. Baseball, we can't forget about that. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 Pacific. It is the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We've already seen moves made as teams try to position and posture and get themselves in line for a playoff spot. So let's go through it here on the program. Let's talk about the lines and the matchups for today's games. We'll go through the whole slate here in Major League Baseball. 1:30 first pitch today. Phillies and Orioles interleague matchup. It's in Baltimore. Game is at Camden Yards. Zach Wheeler going to take the mound for the Phils, minus 128, against Kyle Bradish for the Orioles, plus 120. Phillies are falling apart. They are dangling by a thread. This has been a roller coaster ride season for Philly. It wasn't long ago at the trade deadline. Excuse me. That's where we are now. At the All-Star break, Philly looked like a team that might run down Atlanta for a playoff spot, win the NL East. Now they're just fighting for a wild card. They've played lousy baseball, really out of the All-Star break. and they're going to Baltimore. Baltimore still very much alive in the congested, watered-down, mediocre American League wildcard race. Minus 128 for Wheeler, plus 120 for Bradish, and the total in the game is only 7.5. Also at 135, this is an NL East showdown. Nationals and Braves. Washington going to send Cade Cavalli to the mound. Martin Perez for the Braves. Cavalli plus 108. Perez minus 116. Total in the game is 8.5 for this one, so a higher total. Lefty Perez for the Braves. The Nationals, highest scoring team in baseball. That's why the total is so high. And what is that going to get them? I mean, how far can they go? What can they do with this potent, dynamic offense? How far can it take them? Are they going to be a long-time, big-picture player for a playoff spot or not? And that's what we're trying to figure out here with the Nationals. Is the offense sustainable? Are James Wood and C.J. Abrams able to continue to put this offense on its back? That's what we're trying to figure out here. Minus 116 for the Braves, plus 108 for the Nationals in this matchup today. Another 135 first pitch in Toronto. Interleague matchup, Cardinals and Blue Jays. Cardinals plus 100, even money with McGreevy on the mound, who's been their best starter. For the Blue Jays, the struggling but future Hall of Fame pitcher, Max Scherzer, minus 110. Total is very much on the high side. It is a 9-run total between these two teams. Scherzer for Toronto, McGreevy for St. Louis. 9 runs is the total here in this matchup. Toronto, this team has really sputtered all season long. They can't get it going. They can't figure it out. St. Louis has overachieved for most of the year. It looks like after a stretch, a long, long stretch of them being a playoff team, a competitive team, that they're realizing they're not that good. And so this is an important game today. Very important game. Toronto minus 110, St. Louis plus 100. All right, 140. American League matchup. This is a big matchup. These are the two best teams in the American League, believe it or not, as far as how the playoff seeding would go. The two teams that would get buys right now, the White Sox and Rays. K is going to go for the White Sox, 140, plus 128 is his money line price. Griffin Jacks for the Rays, a relief pitcher for the U.S. team in the World Baseball Classic. The Rays have made him into a starting pitcher this year, minus 138 for him. Total in the game is 7.5. 7.5 total here. Low total in this matchup. Rays have really weathered the storm all year. They were picked to finish last in the American League East, and they've been the best team. They defy the odds every year. And when it comes to defying the odds, no one, and I mean no one, has done it like the White Sox. They were supposed to be a 100-loss team. They were supposed to be one of the worst teams in baseball. And they are at the top of the American League Central. Murakami, the big power-hitting Japanese infielder, corner infielder, who missed a lot of time but still participated in the home run derby. He was out. Now he's back healthy. And can the White Sox, I like this White Sox team. They have pitched really well. This is actually a very balanced team. I want to see the White Sox go for it. I want to see them add to this team and really make an honest effort to compete and make the playoffs. What a story that would be on the south side of Chicago if the White Sox, after being one of the worst teams in baseball history a couple of years ago, got it done, and now they're playing the Rays today as a plus 128 dog. 140 first pitch in New York, Citi Field, in Flushing Meadows, Marlins and Mets. Marlins are going to send their ace, Sandy Alcantara, to the mound, minus 114. A TBD for the Mets right now this morning at plus 106. Total is high at 9. The Marlins lost 12 in a row, and they got red hot before the All-Star break. They got to 10 games over, lost 12 straight, got to 2 games under, then hosted the Phillies and swept Philly at home. Okay, so that got them back in it. What are the Marlins going to do here? Are they going to continue to push for the playoffs, or are they going to alienate their fans even more and pack it in and sell? A very, very interesting question for the Marlins. We know the Mets are done. They scratched Freddie Peralta on Friday. They got to trade Clay Holmes. They already traded A.J. Minter. They might trade Luke Weaver. They might trade Devin Williams. Got a lot of bullpen arms to trade here. Plus 106 at home today against the Marlins. 140 interleague matchup in Cleveland. Diamondbacks and Guardians. Merrill Kelly, who has stunk this year, plus 128 for the Diamondbacks. Gavin Williams goes for the Gardos. 8 is the total. Gardos and Diamondbacks fighting for playoff spots. Diamondbacks want that last wild card. Guardians will either take a wild card or the American League Central, and they're favored. They can pitch, they can't hit. Diamondbacks are a weird team where they're pretty much average at everything, but that might be good enough to make the playoffs in the National League. 140, Pirates and Reds. Reds are a big favorite here, minus 144, because they're sending their ace, Chase Burns, who has been a stud for them this year. What a complete ass kicker that guy has been. What an awesome pitcher. I love Chase Burns. And he's going to go up against the very pedestrian, very average, very mediocre Mitch Keller in this game at 140. Keller plus 134. Burns minus 144. Total in the game is 8.5. Pirates taking on Water. Pirates, 500 baseball team. They've been good for most of the season, but they're injured. They've got Ryan O'Hearn now out for the season. O'Neal Cruz continues to miss time. Connor Griffin, the prodigy, phenom shortstop, is not going to play until September at the earliest. Reds have underachieved, but they've got Chase Burns on the mound today, so that's why they're favored at minus 144. Battle of Texas at 210. Rangers and Astros. Here come the Astros. The Astros now. Don't give up on them. Don't write them off every year. Got to think about the Astros. What a winning DNA and culture they've built there. Lambert, not Adam. Lambert, not Jack, going to go today for them, minus 122 against Kumar Rocker, the former first-round pick for the Rangers, plus 112. Total is 9. That division is so average. 4 teams can win it. Rangers, Astros, well, 3 really. Rangers, Astros, and Mariners. Somebody from that group is going to make the playoffs. Maybe 2 teams will between those clubs. But the Astros have reignited things and have got their fans interested, and they're piquing their curiosity right now with the way they've played lately. Historic matchup today at Wrigley. Yankees and Cubs. Garrett Cole goes for the Yanks, minus 126. Colin Ray for the Cubbies, plus 116. Extremely low total of 6.5. Cubs, the number 1 wild card. Same thing for the Yankees in the American League. These 2 teams, unless they collapse, are going to make the playoffs, but it's about more than that. Can these teams do damage once they're there? 310 is a horrible game. In Denver today between the Rockies and Royals. Kyle Freeland for the Rockies, minus 110. Seth Lugo for the Royals, plus 100. Total, listen to this total. 12.5 between those 2 teams. 315, Brewers and Angels in Anaheim. The Miz going to go. Jacob Mizorowski, minus 215 for the Brew Crew. Urania, plus 198 for the Angels. Total is 7.5. Does Mizorowski have the ability to go deep in this game and continue to throw as hard as he can and does? Or is he on a very strict pitch limit? Either way, one-sided matchup here. The Brewers against the Angels, minus 215. 405 in Sacramento. The Tigers, they're hanging around. All 5 teams in the American League Central are still alive. And what are they going to do with Skubal? Montero goes today, minus 104. Jump. Might as well jump for the A's, minus 104. 11.5 in that bandbox, and in Sacramento. I don't think it's a bad idea to bet the Tigers to win the American League Central. With so much baseball left and so much potential, they just called up Max Clark, big prospect in baseball. McGonigal just hit another home run the other day. Minus 104 for both clubs there. 410 in Seattle. Two teams with playoff aspirations, the Twins and the Mariners. Taj Bradley goes for Minnesota, plus 128. George Kirby, who I love, minus 138 for the Mariners. Total is 7.5. Kirby throws strikes. He works fast. He doesn't walk guys. I'm a huge fan of him. He just needs the run support at home. He should get it. But the Twins offense, very underrated. That is a dynamic, potent offense. Twins offense and White Sox offense are the two most underrated in baseball. And that's why and I'm surprised the total's so low. Only 7.5 there. Battle of California and San Diego, Giants and Padres. Giants are out of it. Padres still in it. Root for San Francisco, plus 126. Michael King, the Padres ace, minus 138. Surprised that spread is so low. 8.5 is the total in that game. Giants have packed it in. So many bloated, bad contracts with them. Buster Posey's done a terrible job as the GM there. And then Sunday Night Baseball, two iconic teams. The Red Sox and Dodgers, Chavez Ravine in L.A., Bennett for Boston, plus 142. Sheehan for the Dodgers, minus 154. What a big spread there. Total is 9. Man, I like Boston. Plus 142. Give me a shot with the red-hot Red Sox, who went 21-4 in Boston in that game. I like the Red Sox to give the Dodgers a game. All right. You've been listening to FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785.
It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spitzer Toyota, 2 Minute Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Pella Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, good afternoon. Let's get to it. What do you say? The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, the fourth and final game of the wraparound weekend series in Cincinnati, as the Pirates will try to draw even in the 4-game set. And they've got Mitch Keller on the mound opposite of Chase Burns. So it's an interesting pitching matchup that we'll get into as we move along before we send you out to Great American Ballpark. Hopeful that the weather will cooperate. The tarp was on the field a little while ago. We battled some rain yesterday, and the Pirates were able to get off the mound in a great way. In a 4-1 defeat of the Cincinnati Reds, Pittsburgh 4 runs on 6 hits. They were able to use the wildness and maybe even the rain to their advantage. Andrew Abbott, with weather conditions and the pitching mound not all that conducive for success, he threw 4 consecutive base-on balls, 2 of them coming with the bases loaded, and the Pirates were able to put together 3 runs in the 3rd inning, gifted them in a bit of a sense, but they were also able to add on once Cincinnati answered with a tally in the 5th. Henry Davis, an RBI single, put the game to bed. But really most impressive was Braxton Ashcraft rebounding. His last 5 starts had not been good, and he came out and he threw 5 innings of 1-run ball. 49 of his 69 pitches were for strikes, really looking like the vintage Ashcraft, attacking the first pitch strike rate all in a really good spot. And then Carmen Mlodzinski was able to come in and throw 3 shutout meaningful innings of relief for the Pirates, handing it off to Gregory Soto, who was able to secure his 14th save. So it was an otherwise clean game for the Pirates that included the 1 hour, 46-minute rain delay. We might have one of those at some point this afternoon. Your weather forecast brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. But Pittsburgh was able to maintain their position in the wild card race. They entered yesterday 2.5 games back of the wild card, and they remain 2.5 games back, with essentially everybody ahead of them winning yesterday. The Cubs, Diamondbacks, and Philadelphia Phillies, all who would be in the postseason as a wild card if the season were to end today, and San Diego and Miami, 1 and 1.5 games back, respectively, are ahead of Pittsburgh, all winning, so it was imperative that the Pirates keep pace. They did. Washington and St. Louis, they've fallen back a bit as the Nats are now 3.5 out. The Cardinals 4 out, both of them suffering their 4th consecutive and 3rd consecutive defeats. So there's your look at the standings from Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com. The National League Central has the Pirates in 3rd place, 14 games back, a game and a half ahead of St. Louis. Cincinnati at 52 wins and 58 losses. They are 17 games back. Pirates also evening their record back to 500. Every time they've been on the brink of falling to 2 games under, they found a way to get back to even. Yesterday, they snapped the 4-game skid and were able to avoid, again, falling 2 under 500, which has not occurred since their 1-3 start to the season, that very first week of the 2026 campaign. Also, they were able to avoid a 5th consecutive loss, which has only happened once all year to this club. So they found a way to respond, especially in light of Ryan O'Hearn's injury on Friday evening. O'Hearn on a crutch and on the shelf for at least 6 to 8 weeks. We'll hopefully get more information on that and the prognosis as we continue on. And what are the Pirates going to be doing here to continue to add? There's been a flurry of activity that's started up, really kicking off this weekend, and the Bucks were in the thick of it, trying to get better, especially in middle and late inning relief. Camilo Duvall, the former Giants all-star closer, was acquired yesterday. He should be good and ready to go with the team today. The Pirates making some transactions, adding Duvall and sending out Isaac Mattson. Also, Spencer Horwitz has been reinstated from the injured list with that left hamstring strain that had a concussion on top of that over the last week, and he is ready to go on our Robert Pearson Associates injury report. They are Pittsburgh's premier injury attorney. The corresponding moves: Billy Cook heads to AAA Indianapolis to make room for Horwitz on the roster, and I mentioned Mattson going out to AAA. He was just brought back up yesterday, so Duvall is on. He'll wear number 75. Mattson heads back out to AAA Indianapolis. But Cook is the move here for Horwitz. Marcell Ozuna remains on the club. And what's the rationale for that? Perhaps we'll get some information from Ben Sherrington on the Pirates Insider Show, should he speak to Jason Mackey coming up after we're done here on our program. My initial guess would be that the Pirates are trying to move Ozuna somehow, some way in a creative package. So at least for the here and now, Cook has to be the roster casualty for Spencer Horwitz. So coming up and on tap for today's show, brought to you by our friends at Hampton Beer Outlet. They have right now Surfside Variety Pack, 12-pack assorted cans, a great price of $29.99. We're going to hear from our minor league correspondents with a few of the moves that the Pirates made impacting the minor league rosters. We'll hear from all of our guys as we do each and every Sunday. We'll dive into this pitching matchup, which is a good one and a tough one for the Pirates with Chase Burns on the mound. Mitch Keller is hoping to continue what maybe looks like a bit of a resurgence. Perhaps he's figured some things out. Pretty good showing last time around. Will that continue in a place that he's historically not pitched well against a team that has given him some fits over his career? That's the Cincinnati Reds. So we invite you to stay tuned. We have a lot to get to in a relatively short period of time. So we'll see what today brings at 1:40, the first pitch from Great American Ballpark. Pirates and Reds, the 4th game of their series before the Pirates head to Milwaukee to open up another 4-gamer against the Brewers. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, continues in a moment. Dan Zang really on a Sunday afternoon with you. Buccos and Redlegs on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Robert Pearson Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pearson Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pearson Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is pretty much booked for the remainder of the summer, and they have just a few slots available this fall. So here I am again to ask, can your long overdue masonry project really withstand another Pittsburgh polar vortex? Take a look up at your chimney, or better yet, get Precision Pointing out to your home to professionally assess. They guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Special discounts for vets, seniors, and first responders. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net. Procrastinating ends with a call to Precision Pointing.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Trade deadline is tomorrow. Pirates making one move yesterday, adding Camilo Duvall to their bullpen. He's active, should be ready to go for the Buccos. Final game of their 4-game set today against the Cincinnati Reds. The Athletic within the last hour reporting that the Bucs are remaining active in their pursuit to upgrade not only the bullpen, but also looking for some right-handed hitting outfield help. Among the names, according to Ken Rosenthal and Will Salmon, who published this article for The Athletic just an hour ago, Orioles' Taylor Ward, Los Angeles Angels' Joe Adell, both are guys that are likely to be traded before the deadline at 6 p.m. on Monday. Pirates reportedly also in talks with the New York Mets about their bullpen arms. Luke Weaver, of course, is a known target that has been bandied about. Huascar Brazoban, and then the left-hander Brooks Raley are also available. Raley, I think, is 38 years old. So a variety of different players available, not necessarily new names, but it sounds like that these talks are intensifying as Rosenthal and the Athletic reporting. The Bucs are in discussion not only about bullpen help, but looking at some right-handed hitting outfield options. Welcome back, North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. North Shore Tavern, your home for steak on a stone. Pirates trying to grab the second win of this series to earn a split after really difficult one-run losses on Thursday, 3-2, and then a really disappointing Friday 8-7 loss. Yesterday, responding with a 4-1 victory. And again, in the standings, 2.5 back in that wild card race behind San Diego and Miami, both for that third spot. The fast look at the standings, by the way, is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com. Who has the ball today? Brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball, and it is Pirates right-hander Mitch Keller, and he will go opposite of Chase Burns. Burns has been really, really good, to say the least. Burns at 12-1 with a 240 earned run average. Was asked on the postgame show last night if Burns would be somebody that could be a Cy Young candidate. I think he's going to wind up getting votes. My estimation, it's earmarked for Jacob Misiorowski, especially in light of the success that Milwaukee is having this year. Of course, Christopher Sanchez would be a worthy candidate, but to me, it's Misiorowski's to lose. But, man, hard to argue, especially when you consider what he's done for a last-place club at 51 and, 52 and 58 now. The Cincinnati Reds, I really got to commend Burns and his 12-1 record with a 240 earned run average. It's really impressive stuff, and we know all about Burns and what he's been able to do. Mitch Keller, I think, is the bigger question as we sit here right now. What Keller is going to show up for the Pirates today? If it is the Keller that historically has thrown poorly in the second half. This is the time of year over the last few seasons where he's kind of tapered off. Well, maybe his 2026 season will be inverted. 318 earned run average. Got off to a terrific start. Thought he was actually on pace for a career year when we went through the month of April and the first couple of starts of May. Then things started to go sideways against the Colorado Rockies, and he struggled to a 5.5 earned run average in May and 6.25 in the month of June. Though he's won each of his last two starts, and I think that there's no coincidence here that the All-Star break was a big help for Keller. 5 shutout innings against the Yankees in Game 1 of a doubleheader, following that up against the Arizona Diamondbacks with some pretty good work. 5 1/3, 2 runs on 6 hits. This coming back on the 27th for Keller, and really was good, especially through the first 5 innings. He didn't give up runs until he exited and left inherited runners to score, or at least the Max Kepler RBI double against the Diamondbacks. Keller very, very good through 5 shutout, just allowed 3 hits, and then it was the third time through the order that started to get Keller. Don Kelly trying to push the envelope, get that 6th inning out of Keller, which I liked, but gave up a few hits. In fact, 4 of 5 batters reached via hits, and that was, again, third time through the order for Keller, which is proven to be a big thing. But we'll see how he fares against the Cincinnati Reds. Lifetime against Cincinnati, a 5.25 earned run average, but he's thrown the ball pretty well this year. 2-0. He's given up 8 hits, 4 earned runs in 13 innings, a 277 earned run average against the Reds. Good outing on May the 1st, where he went 7 innings, 1 run, allowed just 3 hits, and then followed that up, even in the stretch where he wasn't pitching all that well. Late June, gave up 3 earned in 6 innings, technically a quality start against the Reds, both Bucco victories. So Keller versus Burns in today's pitching matchup. Coming up next, we'll run down the starting lineups. Let's go ahead and get to some keys to victory. Our minor league correspondents are standing by. Plus, we've got more Pirates baseball leading you up to the 141st pitch this afternoon. So do stay with us. We're coming back in just a moment as Pittsburgh and Cincinnati wrap up their 4-game set at Great American Ballpark here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli here to deliver a big pitch from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Have you heard about their ultra-competitive first position home equity loan rate of 5.25%? That's right, 5.25%. It's been so popular, they've extended the promotion, leaving plenty of time for you to hit a home run for that big project or unexpected expense. Learn the full terms, conditions, and membership eligibility requirements at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, equal housing lender, federally insured by the NCUA.
The Hep Secure Squad is here for your protection. Cause if you are uncertain, my suggestion is get tested. The time is now. Find your nearest local clinic. What's exquisite? If it's hard for you to travel, they do home visits. You're not alone, listen, they're here to help. You deserve to focus on your future well-being and health. This next line is tremendously important. You don't have to pay a dime, a single cent, or need insurance. Doc Hep C, I speak, screaming, yell it loudly. Don't you ever doubt me. Come and get your cure from Central Outreach.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pirates Reds coming your way at 1:40 this afternoon from Great American Ballpark. Thanks for sticking with us here on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show from Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan Zangrilli here as the Bucks go for the series split. Chase Burns at 12-1 with a .240 earned run average against Mitch Keller, your pitching matchup. How about Burns? As I was, talking to you about last segment, the matchup here and Keller's numbers against Cincinnati this year. How about Burns? 11-0 over his last 16 starts. 11 straight winning decisions, the longest such single-season streak by a Reds pitcher in over 40 years, when both John Franco and Tom Browning won 11 decisions in a row. He's trying to become the first Reds pitcher to win 12 straight decisions in a single season. 1956 was the last time that occurred. So he's having one of the best years off the mound in Reds history. Fifth pitcher in club history to win 12 of his first 13 decisions. First time that's occurred since 1970. And Cincinnati has won 7 of the last 8 games, 11 of the last 12 in which he's pitched. They are 15-5 in Chase Burns' 20 starts this year. The National League All-Star in 2026 did not factor in the decision. It turned out to be actually a 6-5 loss, first game of doubleheader against Cleveland this past Tuesday. He lasted just 5 innings, gave up 1 earned run. The defense didn't play all that particularly effectively behind him. 5 runs allowed, so 4 unearned runs in an 89-pitch effort for Chase Burns, the 23-year-old. Yeah, that's wild when you look at, Cincinnati and what the record is and their struggles. 15-5. That's one heck of a mark. So Chase Burns, maybe he will get a few votes for that Cy Young Award. So that's what the Pirates have in front of them. If you're just joining us, some transactions earlier today to catch up to speed. Spencer Horwitz has been reinstated from the injured list. He's in the starting lineup. Left hamstring strain has had him out for a good while. Billy Cook is the roster casualty, so the Cone Man heads to AAA Indianapolis. Also, Camilo Doval, who was traded for yesterday from the New York Yankees in exchange for a couple of minor leaguers. He is in the bullpen for the Pirates and available. Isaac Mattson goes down to AAA Indianapolis. So with all of the ripple effect that it now has, the trades, inside the Pirates organization, let's get to a few of our minor league correspondents to hear what they have to say. Our minor league reports are brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and their credit card offer, which is 5% cash back on gas, groceries, restaurants, and travel through the end of the month. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for the fine print. Let's start in Single A, High A Greensboro. Of course, that's where it seems to be really laden with some really good position player prospects, and Andrew Allison will give us the latest on what's going on with the Grasshoppers.
For High A Greensboro, this is Andrew Allison. The Greensboro Grasshoppers are coming off a 5-4 extra inning win last night against the Bowling Green Hot Rods. The Grasshoppers' offense was led by Johnny Severino, who had yet another home run, and he also had the walk-off single in the 10th. Severino has been one of the most consistent hitters this season for Greensboro, and he just attributes that to a good off-season routine and continuing to be prepared for the games.
He said, well, first, he said, thank God for helping me because he keeps me clear-headed throughout the game, and he helps me get ready through practice, and the results come in the game.
We told you Severino hit a home run in yesterday's game. That was actually his third in the last 2 games, and he leads the South Atlantic League with 27 home runs. That is the third best in Hopper's history in a single season.
Lo mismo. Salí a disfrutar. He said, no, he feels that he put in the work in the offseason, getting ready to come into the season to get him ready, but he just feels like he's been prepared since the offseason to get in here and show him that he's been ready. He just feels prepared.
Severino, now a top 30 prospect in the organization and been long overdue. He wishes Omar Alfonso the best in New York, but he was surprised to figure out he was the one that moved up into the top 30.
He said he didn't know he was the top prospect. He just learned about that. He wishes Omar the best. But yeah, this is all news to him right now, that he didn't know he was a prospect now.
Severino and the Grasshoppers will look to force a series split with Bowling Green today when they start at 2 o'clock. For High A Greensboro, this is Andrew Allison.
All right, there's Greensboro. Let's go ahead and make our way to Curve, PA. Here's John Moses.
With AA Altoona, this is John Moses. An offense-filled week for the Curve against the Orioles AA affiliate as Altoona broke out from a slow first 2 days in the series with a season-high 14 runs on Thursday and then a season-high 17 hits in Saturday night's 9-8 loss. Lonnie White Jr. has carried his hot hitting into another week out of the All-Star break. White Jr. hit 8 home runs in July and led the Eastern League. He's up to a .388 mark at the plate in his last 13 games with 10 extra base hits. Though the hot hitting for the Curve hasn't been limited to Lonnie, Murph Gray has reached base safely in all 13 games he's played for Altoona, and catcher Easton Carmichael recorded his first career multi-homer game on Thursday as part of a 5 RBI day. While the Curve are in a good spot with Carmichael's arrival behind the plate, the club was certainly sad to see catcher Omar Alfonso depart on Saturday afternoon as the Pirates traded him for reliever Camilo Doval. Alfonso had just returned to the Curve roster earlier this week and was understandably emotional as he received the news that he was traded to the Yankees. While the Curve will miss his lefty power and the wide smile from Omar Alfonso, the remaining power hitters in the order give the team a chance to get to the franchise record in home runs in a season when the Curve hit 143 homers back in 2022. After Saturday night's game, Altoona's hit 110 homers in 101 games this year. Altoona wraps their series with Chesapeake Sunday night at 6 o'clock. Lefty Connor Oliver takes the ball in the series finale. With AA Altoona, this is John Moses.
All right, John, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and make our way to AAA Indianapolis. Andrew Kappas has the latest on the Indians.
With the Indianapolis Indians, I'm Andrew Kappas. With the Indians' pitching situation in flux with Hunter Barco and Antoine Kelly needed in the big leagues at various times, Connor Whitgriff stepped up yet again. He's been phenomenal since being promoted from AA Altoona. This week, he pitched into the 7th inning, 6 1/3 innings, dropped his ERA to 2.76, winning his 4th game. 3 magnificent starts in his last 4 outings for Whitgriff, who is really settling in with Indianapolis. Offensively, Ronnie Simon comes into today leading the International League in batting at .330. He's had a phenomenal week. On Thursday night, he went 3 for 3. 5 RBIs before being lifted in a blowout early on. Last night, he had the go-ahead base hit in the 9th inning and also hit his 7th home run, a 405-foot moonshot to left field from the right side. Jonathan Rodriguez, just acquired from the Baltimore Orioles, also clubbed a home run. He did so in his debut on Thursday. He had a big 2-run single last night, ended up knocking in 3. Indianapolis red hot. They have won 4 of 5 from this week against Louisville. They'll try to make it 5 of 6 here this afternoon. With Indianapolis, I'm Andrew Kappas.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Appreciate all of the updates. And there's a number of other minor league accolades to kind of, pass along. A number of guys have been really, really good of late. Mitch Jebb is actually swinging a pretty good bat in his last week or so for AAA Indianapolis. Lonnie White Jr., as John said, I mean, he's been fantastic. And then the Murph Gray. So better late than never for Lonnie White. And then Gray is, something that I'm sure the Pirates are being asked about right now as they engage in all sorts of trade discussions. In fact, anything with the Mets, it's been reported that Murph Gray is part of the ask, and I've heard that, from others in the around baseball, in other organizations, that Gray is somebody that is going to be drawing a great deal of interest. We'll see if Ben Cherington is able to hang on to Murph Gray, or if he is indeed somebody that is going to have to be part of a deal to improve this club. And again, if you're just joining us, in the last hour, Ken Rosenthal has been reporting that the Pirates are very much engaged on discussions to add Joe Adell and Taylor Ward. They are also in heavy discussions with the New York Mets as it pertains to their available relievers, whether it be Brasban, whether it be Raley, or even Luke Weaver. So stand by. Not sure if Ben Cherington will be on the air here coming up when we send it over to Jason Mackey for the Insider Show at 12:40. It would make a lot of sense if Ben has to be on the phone, as the trade deadline looms tomorrow at 6 p.m. Yeah, and Sammy Stafora, who was traded for last year in the Ke'Bryan Hayes deal, all of minor league baseball and home runs, total bases. That's some pretty good stuff from our minor league correspondents. Carmen Mlodzinski yesterday, 3 shutout innings, and might he be able to transition into more of a traditional reliever role? That's something that he discussed with reporters, as far as being able to respond quicker and not be in need of so many days down after he throws. What it typically has been for each up or inning that he throws, he has needed a corresponding day. So, for instance, 3 innings yesterday, and the 3 ups would equate to him not being available until the Milwaukee series 3 days from now. But maybe will he be able to respond much sooner? That's something that was discussed with the reporters in Cincinnati last night. So we'll run back through some of that so you can hear what sounds to be an encouraging attempt by Mlodzinski to be able to, again, transition into usage that's more frequent and meaningful, because he's been really good out of that Pirates bullpen, and it was great to see him in innings of great consequence to help bridge the gap to Gregory Soto and preserve a 3-run Pirates lead. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show from Keystone Custom Apparel, Buccos, Redlegs, final game of the series. See if Pittsburgh can draw even and split it right down the middle. We'll be back in just a moment. Plus, I've got the starting lineups for you, so stay with us on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help, and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
See if the Pirates can draw even in the series against the Reds. They're at 56 and 56, 2.5 games out of the wild card race. Miami in front, so too is San Diego, and then you've got the three that are still in and have been in this position for some time: Chicago, Arizona, and Philadelphia. Pirates sending Mitch Keller to the mound against Chase Burns. Cincinnati is 15-5 in his starts, and he is 12-1. Gosh, what's the key to victory against Burns? From Spitzer Toyota in Monroeville, visit spitzertoyota.com. Honestly, I don't know. That to me is something that's, a real head scratcher. Pirates have done okay against him, relatively speaking. They haven't been completely just, blown away and with the doors blown off, but nevertheless, it's going to be a tough road to hoe. But it will help that Spencer Horwitz has returned. He's in the Pirates starting lineup. They had to send out Billy Cook to AAA Indianapolis. He's the roster casualty. Also, Camilo Duvall added, available with the club, and Isaac Mattson going down to AAA Indianapolis. So those are the two roster moves that the Pirates have made. If you're just tuning us in, may as well get to the starting lineups. Brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center. Cure your hep C, no insurance necessary for care. Starting with the Reds, Terry Francona will have Ellie De La Cruz lead off yet again. He'll be at shortstop. Sal Stewart hits second. He'll play first base. And then J.J. Bleday, who's homered in this series, in left field hitting third. Tyler Stevenson got the night off yesterday. He'll be cleaning up. Would this be his last game in a Reds uniform? He's been much rumored to be dealt. Nathaniel Lowe is the designated hitter, hitting fifth. Dane Myers in center field hits sixth. Seventh, right fielder Noel V. Marte. Eighth is second baseman Matt McLean. And Ke'Bryan Hayes getting his first start of the series. The former Pirate, who was traded this time last year, and all of his money to the Cincinnati Reds. Thank you much. And that's the starting nine. All right, Jake Mangum, top of the batting card, leading off. And what a job Mangum has done. You talk about sustaining this. He's done it. The more and more we talk about him as a fourth outfielder, the more and more you kind of almost have forgotten about O'Neal Cruz. He has a 9-game hit streak. He went 2 for 5 last night with a run scored. He's hitting .319 this year, or .319 in July. Is really, really good. I mean, just 9-game hit streak has been fantastic. .319 batting average this year, I should say. So good stuff from Jake Mangum. He's atop things. Brandon Lau has started to turn it on again. Lau with the single and a walk and a run scored. 14 hits in his last 7 games. So Lau has found his stroke again. Brian Reynolds, designated hitter, in the 3 spot of the batting order. Walk and a single and RBI yesterday. In the 4 spot, it's Esmerlin Valdez. 2 free passes yesterday, 1 with the bases loaded. Spencer Horwitz returns to the Pirates. He's at first base in the 5 spot of the order. Nick Gonzalez plays third base. He'll hit 6th. He had his 15-game hit streak snapped yesterday. And Andy Rodriguez follows him in the 7th spot of the order. He'll do the catching. Jacob Gonzalez will hit 8th. He'll play shortstop. And Justinson Garcia, the password, in the 9th spot of the order, and he will hit 9th. So interesting that Garcia was not sent out. Instead, Billy Cook today. But nevertheless, Garcia, we'll see if he's going to be up here for any extended period of time until the Pirates maybe make another move, perhaps for not only more bullpen help, but it's been reported here over the last hour and a half by The Athletic that the Bucs are heavily engaged to try to acquire Joe Adell. Taylor Ward could be in the mix. Even the Mets have a couple of right-handed bats, 4th outfielders. Luis Robert Jr., the former White Sox player, Tyrone Taylor, all of these guys essentially reported as potential options for the Pirates as they try to improve the club. All right, Carmen Mlodzinski, speaking with reporters earlier yesterday after his 3 shutout innings, and he has indicated and told reporters that he is interested in throwing maybe more frequently. So that's something that's of interest, and I quote, "They haven't thrown me on one-day rest yet, haven't done a back-to-back yet, but the goal is to try to be as available as possible down the stretch here. I know there's definitely value in eating up some innings and leverage spots, but I think that there's going to be some serious value in bouncing back quicker and being available more for the team." I would concur with that. So Carmen Mlodzinski, 3 shutout innings yesterday. They were impactful. It'd be nice to see him maybe in a traditional relief role at times, or if he's going to throw in scenarios as he did yesterday, protecting 4-1 leads. Well, that is obviously copacetic as well. So Carmen Mlodzinski, at least letting us know of his intent. All right, that'll just about do it for us. I've got one pick to click to make, courtesy of Precision Pointing, my prediction of the day. Your masonry, preferred masonry company is brickpointingpittsburgh.net, Precision Pointing. I'm going to go with Spencer Horwitz. Big return to the lineup. Where have you been, Spence? I think he's going to have a big day. I know that's a lot to ask against Chase Burns in your first day back, and it's been essentially a month since you've last played. But I think Horwitz is going to come back, pay immediate dividends, and the Pirates will keep chunking along. And we'll see if they can hand just the second loss of the year to Chase Burns. Mitch Keller, big rebound outing he's going to have, I would think, here in the second half. Looks like he's trending in the right direction. The Pennsylvania One Call System call of the game with Joe Block, Matt Capps coming up later, but the Pirates Insider Show is next.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The baseball second half is in full swing, and you need beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer needs. That's Hampton Beer Outlet, where they've got over 1,000 beers in stock and terrific customer service. And right now, you can keep cool with Surfside variety packs, assorted flavor 12-pack cans at the low price of just $29.99. Vodka-based, refreshing, and the best price around, just $29.99 at Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Insider Show hosted by Jason Mackey.
Drive to left field. This is going to do it. Walk it off. Brian Reynolds.
Join us every Sunday, 1 hour before the first pitch of the game, as we get the latest on our Pirates from General Manager Ben Cherington, Pirates executives, coaches, players, and special guests.
Clear the deck. Cannonball coming. O'Neal Cruz.
Now, here's your host, Jason Mackey.
And a good afternoon. Welcome into the radio booth here at Great American Ballpark. This is the Pirates Insider Show. I'm Jason Mackey ahead of Game 4 of Pirates Reds. Mitch Keller on the mound opposite Chase Burns. And we have a lot to get into today. The Pirates yesterday made a trade acquiring Camilo Doval from the Yankees for a pair of prospects. We have Ben on the line back home in Pittsburgh. We're going to talk about that, some other trade deadline related things. We appreciate Ben squeezing us in. I can't imagine these are very calm times right now, but a Ryan O'Hearn injury, Spencer Horwitz is back. Just another busy day in Pirates land. Ben, are you hanging in there okay? How you doing?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. We're doing all right. It is a very busy time, but that's exciting. We get to find ways to help the Pirates get better here the next day or two.
All right, so let's start and talk about that first wave, Ben. Camilo Doval, what led to it? Did it pick up steam right before it happened? Has this been on and off? Just take me through what led to the trade yesterday.
Yeah, we've talked to the Yankees on and off over the last month or so about Doval as we've looked out for potential bullpen help across the industry. In Doval, we have someone who we think in his current form, if he does exactly what he's done for the Yankees, we see him as an upgrade for our pen, particularly in that, lane versus right-hand hitters, kind of a pocket of our bullpen where we've, tried to find, just continue to try to find solutions. We also think that there's a potential, a couple things potentially we could work with him on as ways forward. He's obviously had a ton of success in the past. He's, in our estimation, pitched in a little bit of bad luck at times this year. It's a big arm. It's big talent. We think he helps us. It was also a situation where we were able to make a trade in a way where it doesn't stop us from doing other things, and, we'll keep working at that.
So Doval, and this is going off of something that Donnie Kelly told us yesterday, Ben, maybe you've heard or read the comments, but just mentioned his experience a ton. And this is a guy, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but 105 saves from 2002 to 2025, has pitched in postseason games, just has a ton of experience. How much did that go into it, just what he's done throughout his career?
Yeah, I think he's like you said, he's pitched in the ninth inning, he's pitched in high leverage, he's pitched on good teams, so he's, when he walks out to the mound or walks to the mound in a situation like that, for us, it's, it's going to be something he's been there and done that a lot. And, we believe, knowing him, he's going to have a calm heartbeat in those situations. It's just a matter of, he's got big stuff, it's just a matter of executing it and playing defense behind him. And, so we'll get to know him better here and support him and look forward to him getting outs for us in black and gold.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a little bit about that big stuff, Ben. We can see the radar gun readings are impressive, and the cutter's been a success for him over the years. There's some swing and miss on the slider. When you look at the stuff, the composition of stuff, I don't know how much you can say or will say publicly, but, what about the stuff, or maybe it's the totality of it, is so attractive to the Pirates?
Yeah, I think you kind of captured it. It's obviously high velocity. It's a big sinker. He has historically gotten a lot of ground balls, and we know that in 2026, the ball has been flying a little bit more in the air, not just for the Pirates, but for other teams. So we were attracted to a guy that historically has kept the ball on the ground a little bit more. So that's one thing. You mentioned the slider. It's a really good pitch. We think there's some opportunities for him to use that pitch differently. He has had the cutter in the past. He's got a changeup. So it's a pretty deep arsenal for a right-hand reliever, but certainly starts with that, really hard, heavy sinker and slider.
So the two players the Pirates gave up, Omar Alfonso, ranked number 19 by MLB Pipeline's been at AA Altoona. He's a catcher, and also Luis Cruz, an 18-year-old outfielder who's been in the Dominican Summer League. Ben, I wanted to ask a question specifically about Alfonso. I know catching is at a premium in all organizations, but the Pirates have quite a few guys in the minor leagues that are highly regarded. Does the willingness to part with somebody like Alfonso, who was having a pretty good year with the curve, does that sort of speak to the depth that the Pirates have built in the organization, that the Pirates would be willing to do something like that?
I think it is partly due to that, for sure. Omar was a part of that group, and he's a talented player, and we certainly wish him well. It's worth noting that he's had a really difficult summer with, losing family members in the earthquake in Venezuela. So this is sort of knew that this was, another thing that, he was going to have to deal with, and we'll root for him for sure. He's going to a good organization. But, yeah, I think the catching depth is a part of it. It's also true that Omar is on track to be a minor league free agent at the end of the year. So he was somebody we were going to need to make the call on the 40-man. So that, kind of puts some pressure on timing, especially as you think about the catchers who are already on our 40-man. So all those things come together. He's a talented player. Wish him well. But And Luis Cruz is a talented player too, obviously a long way away, performing well in the DSL. But we felt the cost made sense for us, and we'll keep working.
So you mentioned this in passing, Ben, but the cost of Doval, it's reasonable. I believe the Pirates are picking up $750K of his salary, allowing for other opportunities. Is that the goal as we sit here today, to try to find other ways to improve the team? It certainly sounds like it is.
Yeah, for sure. We're working at all kinds of things being tossed around right now, as you'd expect. And it's same as it always is, right? Like you talk about 100 things and one of them might actually happen. And we just got to do the best we can to manage all that today and tomorrow. Stay focused on the priorities, keep the phone open, keep hunting for stuff that we believe improves our chances in 2026. That's still a priority. And helps us build the best Pirates team as fast as we can.
Plenty more to get to on the Pirates Insider Show. Want to ask Ben about the Ryan O'Hearn injury, the plan for replacing him. A couple of Pirates, Nick Gonzalez as Marlene Valdez just finished incredible July. Is going to talk a little bit about that. Also want to ask Ben about the process of acquiring somebody like Camilo Doval and what goes into it. Obviously, injury updates as well. So plenty more. Stick with us. This is the Pirates Insider Show on a Sunday from Cincinnati. Back after this on the Pirates Radio Network.
For the 49th year in a row, Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks. The trucks that move mountains also move boats, bricks, and 2x4s, workdays and weekends, job sites, and campsites. F-150 and Super Duty never stop working, just like you. F-150, official truck of the Pittsburgh Pirates and Pittsburgh's best-selling trucks. Let's go Bucks.
PNC Bank believes a consistent routine over time can take your money from average to elite. Just like in baseball, success comes from repetition. Pitch after pitch after pitch, swing after swing after swing, day after day after day. It might sound boring at first, but add that up over time and the results will be brilliant. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
Hey, Bucco fans, join us for a family fun day at the ballpark, Sunday, August 9th, when the Pirates take on the New York Mets at 1:35. Arrive early to enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio. Then head into the ballpark where all kids 14 and under take home a Pirates puzzle that's fun for the whole family, presented by Clean Express Auto Wash. Be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets at pirates.com.
And welcome back to the Pirates Insider Show on a Sunday from Cincinnati. I'm Jason Mackey. Ben Cherington back in Pittsburgh navigating the trade deadline. He is live on the phone. Ben, the bullpen has obviously been a focus. We've talked about that. I think everybody's plenty aware. Curious what else is on your radar, if you're able or willing to say publicly. What else you guys looking at?
I think we think about run prevention, right? And that's been an area that we need to do better at. We're certainly capable of being better at that. But pitching is one end of that, but defense is the other. Both things contribute to run prevention. So, we're looking at that. There are some things even internally we talk about without even acquiring a player that, we talk about potentially as, being able to shore up the defense. Obviously, losing Connor for the period we have isn't helping that. We still hope he's back at some point, and that'll help that. So I think, again, you think about the run prevention as part pitching, part defense, and we're looking at both ends of that. The offense has been a strength, and it's also true that, the lineup without Cruz, without O'Hearn, without Horwitz, without Connor in it is a different lineup than it was when we had all those guys. So, in a lot of those cases, we anticipate guys coming back and being part of it, but wouldn't totally rule out trying to add some depth back there too.
So Ben, we talked about this in a hypothetical sense maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe it was last week, but I remember asking you, and you sort of thought that would make sense given the number of teams in it. I'm talking, of course, about a baseball trade, trading talent for talent. Mm-hmm. Just curious, has that been a topic of discussion? Has that panned out, or has it been more traditional, prospect trades, at least in the conversations you've had so far?
It's been a healthy amount of both. I think we're talking about both. I mean, the Yankees deal, not a major league for major league trade, but obviously the Yankees are a good team, and they're looking to, I think they're looking to do things that help them in 2026. And, I think they probably saw the Doval deal as an opportunity to maybe create a little flexibility and bring back some talent that maybe they could do other things with. But I think, there's plenty of conversations happening where it's major league for major league. We'll just see. We'll have to see where it lands. But what we anticipated happening is happening. There's plenty of major league for major league conversations happening across the industry right now.
For those of us in Cincinnati, Ben, I know the Ryan O'Hearn injury, it's just been tough. I'm sure it's the same way back in Pittsburgh, just, what he's meant to this team in the clubhouse, obviously on the field, in the lineup, that sort of thing. Just what was your reaction to that? And then, we get Spencer Horwitz back today. He's active. What's the plan for replacing O'Hearn? Is it going to be a lot of Spencer Horwitz? Just, reaction, and what's the plan going forward?
Yeah, well, obviously Friday night was a gut punch in all kinds of ways. And O'Hearn was sort of the cherry on the top of the gut punch Friday night. It was difficult. First, think about him. He's such a competitor. He's such a big part of the fabric of the team. He badly wants to be out there competing, helping this team get in the postseason, and that's going to be on pause here for a while. So think about him first. And then you obviously think about the team and, all right, what do we do about this? Because we got to step up and still compete and win games, and that's the focus. Getting Spencer back will help, getting that left-hand bat back at first base, and just, that lineup balance. And not just that, but the type of hitter he is, someone who generally is going to make really good swing decisions, and he just adds an element to our lineup that we have missed since he's been gone, so that's going to help. And then we just got to keep pushing for the right combination with our position player group, and guys need to step up.
Ben, as Marlene Valdez finished July, he led all rookies in Major League Baseball in home runs, slugging, extra base hits, and total bases. My opinion, probably the best rookie month for a Pirate since Brian Hayes in September of 2020. But my question is this, the shift that goes from, oh, this is a really good start, this is a cute story, whatever, to, oh my goodness, this is a really good player here. I know there's no magic number, but when does that shift sort of happen, and have we seen that with Valdez?
I think we're seeing it. It goes back further, though. Like, if you'll go back and think about what happened with him in the minor leagues, he made continuous improvement in the minor leagues. His swing is different than it was 3 years ago. His swing decisions are different than they were 3 years ago. His defense in right field is better than it was 3 years ago. So this is a player who's just continued to improve, and he's taken the feedback he's gotten and done something with it. I think we're seeing that at the major league level too. Obviously, there's a game here and there where, maybe he punches out a couple times. There's some miss, and then you see him make that adjustment and come back either later in a game or the next day and make an adjustment to similar pitching where he's, maybe he's drawing a walk or he's putting the ball in play. So I think we're seeing adjustments inside a major league season from him, which, generally is a good indicator of things to come. And he's also just, we know him well enough now. This is a really good person, teammate, cares, willing to work hard and make adjustments. He's quickly become a big part of the core of that team.
Ben, another thing I wanted to highlight with you is Nick Gonzalez. Finished July with 40 hits, the most for a Pirate since May of 21. Again, my opinion, I'd be hard-pressed to find many better internal improvement stories since you've gotten here. Two-part question with that. What have you seen with Nick? And also, if you're a younger player in the organization who's looking to improve at the major league level or even the minor league level, what can they take away from what Nick Gonzalez has done?
Well, Nick Gonzalez and Esmeralda Valdez are two different players, two different people for sure. But the common thread there is that they have consistently taken the information that's been given to them and worked to make the adjustment they needed to make. And I can think of several times during Nick's time with the Pirates, even going back to the minor leagues, where he has been hit with something that needed to change. and he has been very clear on what information he needs to make the change. And then he has a will to go do the work to make the change, and it leads to better things. That's happened on defense. He became a much better defensive second baseman while he was playing there, to the point where now he's playing on the left side of the infield. He was given the challenge of playing third base this year. Again, another really hard thing to do, to play over there when you played most of your life at second. It hasn't been perfect, but he has worked his tail off to do a good job there overall as a third baseman. And then you get to the offense. He's changed as a hitter since we signed him. He was always a good hitter, but he's made changes. He's made changes so that he can get to more pitches, put more pitches in play, use the whole field. It's all adding up to a really good year. So he's an easy guy to root for, but it comes back to that will to do something about the information that you're getting, and he's consistently done that.
When we come back, I want to talk to Ben about the process of identifying a player on another team and seeing things that the Pirates believe they can improve and what goes into that. Also want to ask Ben a fun question. I'll give him a little heads up here on the weirdest place he's made a trade. I'm curious if there's any funny stories there, Ben. You can use the break and the first answer to kind of think through and scan through mentally. But you're listening to the Pirates Insider Show on a Sunday in Cincinnati. Back with more after this on the Pirates Radio Network.
Looking for extra power?
Coppers.
Need someone to bring the heat?
Coppers.
How about calling up the right player at the right time? When it comes to a great utility player, you need someone who can play lots of roles. Luckily, in Pittsburgh, you can always call on Coppers. That's because we protect and preserve critical infrastructure that supports utilities around the country. Power, reliability, connection, speed. We're your ultimate utility player.
Coppers, you're up.
Protecting what matters. Preserving the future. Coppers.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Remember when your sandbox was your construction site? When you dreamt of building skyscrapers and moving mountains? Those video games where you build entire cities? That wasn't just play. Today, you can actually build it. From towering skyscrapers to bridges connecting communities, the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 66 turns childhood dreams into rewarding careers. We offer better benefits, retirement plans, and a safer work environment. If you can dream it, you can build it. Learn more at iuoe66.org.
And welcome back to the Pirates Insider Show. Jason Mackey live in Cincinnati. Ben Cherington back in Pittsburgh, navigating the trade deadline and talking a little bit more, a little deeper about yesterday's trade, bringing in Camilo Doval. And not necessarily with Doval, Ben, but, all teams make trades. They identify a player that they can work with him on some things. How does that process work? Who on the staff is out there sort of looking at everybody else? How do you divvy it up? We're talking about hundreds of players. Just give me a little insight into that process. I think people would probably be curious to hear what all goes into it.
Yeah, well, it's probably just easy to use Doval as an example because it's the most recent one. In that case, obviously, everybody's aware of who Camilo Doval is. He's been a major league pitcher for some time now. So, everybody's kind of aware of that. When we start looking at him, and we're looking at pitchers all over the industry. Obviously, we're trying to improve the bullpen. Basically, the process goes like this: like the following would all be considered. First of all, we have a evaluation that our system delivers to us. If you just open up the computer and pull up Camilo Doval, it's going to tell me what we think his worth is, what his performance projects to, how that would affect our team in Pittsburgh, given where our bullpen is, et cetera. That's just staring at me. Once you get past that, and you're going to ask for input from our Major League pitching coach, which we certainly did. Our analytics group is going to dig into, okay, we've got this projection, but what's happening under the hood? Are there things potentially that we see that could be adjusted? How much of his performance is how much luck, bad or good, has been in his performance this year. So that's certainly an input. We ask our performance group to do an athlete assessment, and that group is talking to our pitching coach all the time about, okay, are there delivery opportunities here? If so, based on our assessment of the athlete, is this something he's going to be able to accomplish? So that's a collaboration between pitching and performance. And then really for a pitcher like Doval, since he's a major league pitcher, where scouting would come in is usually more in the head and heart character due diligence. So a little less about what's his fastball, because we know that, and a little bit more research with their networks to try to understand fully who Camilo Doval is. So all those inputs would come in and we weigh it all. Ultimately we look to rank the pitchers that we're talking about externally, place a value on each, and then it's just a matter of, okay, which one can we line up with on cost? And you might have a pitcher ahead of somebody else, but the cost is twice as much, and that might lead you to do a specific deal. So that's basically what happens. It starts with the valuation staring at us on the computer, and then we layer all those other inputs on top.
Had one more tidying up question, Ben, and this isn't related to the trade deadline, at least I don't think so, but Kevin Graves ran the draft. I know that hasn't always been his forte. He's done other things. He's through the draft. I'm guessing you let Kevin maybe get a night's sleep before you put him to work with something else. But what's he doing now? How do you fill that void?
Yeah, hopefully he took a breath. I mean, again, getting past the draft, you got to get past the signing deadline first. So there's the draft, which is a massive exercise, but then we get everyone signed, and that's a lot of hard work too. So as soon as we got past the signing deadline recently, then I think hopefully he took a breath. But no, this morning he's in our deadline room. He's obviously a key voice. He's an assistant general manager. He's part of the small leadership group making these decisions, and I'm very thankful that the draft is over so that he can be fully present in the room with us today.
All right, Ben. So I know on my side I've written some stories in some very obscure places. One was in a Dumb and Dumber costume at a Halloween party. Just stuff happens at the weirdest times. Has it ever happened to you where you made a trade in a weird place? And if so, where was that place?
Well, you gave me a second to think about it. I'm not sure it's so much a strange place, but given the nature and scope of the deal, this is the one that stands out to me in my memory is that August of 2012, I was with the Red Sox and we made a big deal with the Dodgers where we sent a ton of players and contracts to the Dodgers and for return. It was really about sort of reshaping our outlook going into 2023 to try to create a lot more flexibility than we otherwise would have had because things just weren't working the way we wanted them to, and that led to flexibility where we're able to do other things. But anyway, we made this big deal with the Dodgers in August of 2012 at a time when now you can't do that. It was an old system where it was past the deadline, but you could still make trades if you could get players through trade waivers. This doesn't exist anymore, but it did then. So occasionally trades would still happen in August if players could clear through trade waivers. And we kept talking to the Dodgers about this big idea, but the whole time I was very skeptical that it could happen because even if we agreed on the principles of the deal, all the players involved were going to have to get passed through trade waivers in order to make them eligible to be traded. And I just didn't think that was likely to happen. I was very skeptical that all the players would clear through. So anyway, we had effectively agreed on the concept of the trade. I'm getting to your question. But I didn't believe it was going to happen because all these guys were going to have to trade. So we put all the players on trade waivers, and that's a 48-hour process. So in that time, since I didn't believe it was going to happen, I decided, well, it's August. I'm going to go visit an affiliate. So I was at Logan Airport. I was going to head to Greenville, South Carolina, where one of our A-ball teams was at the time. And I was flying out the morning of the day that we were going to get waiver results. And I fully expected to land in Charlotte and get my rental car and learn that, one or more of the players had been blocked and it was all a moot point, and I would take 3 days in Greenville and spend it with our A-ball affiliate. So I land in Charlotte and I'm getting the rental car and it's like right at the waiver time. And I start getting phone calls from people back in the office, and I see the email come through. that all these players would clear. So it was Adrian Gonzalez and Josh Beckett and Carl Crawford and all these big names. And I sort of panicked. I was like, whoa, this is actually happening, and I'm stuck in an airport in Charlotte now. I probably should be back in Boston. So I stopped, turned around, went back to the gate, got a flight back to Boston, never made it to Greenville, never made it out of the airport. Flew back to Boston in time to get all that wrapped up and deal with the aftermath. But so that entire trade kind of happened out of an airport, out of a couple of airports.
I like it. That's good, Ben. Thank you. Appreciate you digging deep and thinking about that. All right, we come back and ask Ben about Evan Sisk. He is with the team in Milwaukee, kind of get a sense of what might be next for him. O'Neal Cruz and Seth Hernandez have a question about the Arizona Fall League, see if that's a possibility. So one more segment with Ben Cherington here on the Pirates Insider Show when we come back to the Pirates Radio Network.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better. To bring you the best. Because it matters.
Pirates and PNC are going to bat for local small businesses by highlighting a different business each month. This month, the spotlight is on Hop Farm Brewing Company, located in Lawrenceville. They've been brewing high-quality craft beer in Pittsburgh for more than 12 years. With 14 to 16 beers always on tap, local cider and seltzers, wine, NA beverages, and a full menu, there's something for every taste. Visit hopfarmbrewingco.com for a list of upcoming events and beer releases.
Hey, Bucks fans, Perry's Ice Cream, the official ice cream of the Pittsburgh Pirates, has a new flavor that'll have you raising the Jolly Roger. Introducing Bucko Batter, a treasure full of crushed cookies buried in yellow cake batter ice cream. What's even sweeter? With every Bucko Batter purchase, Perry's Ice Cream donates a portion of the proceeds to Pirates charities. Find Bucko Batter from Perry's Ice Cream at your local Giant Eagle. Let's go, Bucks!
Welcome back to the Pirates Insider Show. One final segment with Ben Cherington here. I am in Cincinnati. Ben is back in Pittsburgh. Ben, Evan Sisk, as we saw him this morning here in the clubhouse, he's headed to Milwaukee. For somebody who's not on the opening day roster or wasn't on the opening day roster, he's really blossomed into an important part of this bullpen. Just how big will it be for the Pirates to get him back, and just what have you thought about his season to this point?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about improving the bullpen, obviously, and that's another way to do it is get a guy like Evan Sisk back. He came through last night's outing in Indy feeling really good, no issues. He kind of checked that box. Believe he'll be back with the team, not active, but back with the team in Cincinnati today. Traveled with the team to Milwaukee. I think probably coming off last night, we'd want him, probably wouldn't be available to pitch again until Tuesday anyway. Which just happens to mean that we can get through the deadline Monday, kind of see where we are with everything and make a determination on his next step. But he was a really big part of the pen. I think we missed that really reliable third lefty in there. We're looking forward to getting him back.
Ben, last week I asked you about O'Neal Cruz. I believe you said he was doing all baseball activities down in Florida. Just what's the latest on him and a chance we see him in any rehab games soon?
Yeah, we believe we will. Don't know exactly yet what day that's going to be, but still believe it could be as early as this coming week. The bones are healed. He's doing all baseball activity. It's really just a matter of now the bones are healed, but as you know, swinging a bat puts a lot of pressure on the hand, and he's sort of like reacclimating to swinging the bat at full force now that his bones are healed. And we want to make sure he's telling us and he's clear and confident on exactly when he's ready. I think we're getting really close. Don't know the exact day, but we think it's soon.
Ben, Seth Hernandez likely out for the season with an oblique injury. He would seem, at least in my eyes, like a candidate to maybe make an Arizona Fall League appearance. Do you see it that way? And just where are we with Seth?
Yeah, obviously a tough break with him going down with the oblique. He's going to recover from it. I think the first step will be to really, and we just haven't gotten to this yet. I think we need to get past the deadline, but the first step will be looking at the total volume so far, what has he done so far total in 2026? And do we, or how important do we think it is to add more volume in 2026 to prepare him for 2027? I think we just need to go through that analysis and basically figure out, is the benefit of ramping him up again to get some more innings in 2026 important enough to do that? Because obviously doing that, you do create some risk every time you ramp a pitcher up again to pitching games. So we need to get through that analysis, look at that. If we decide we do need to do that we need to add some innings, then yes, the fall league would be one way to do that. But we can also do it in Bradenton. We'll have baseball games played there this fall. We can also do it in the Dominican. We'll have baseball games played there this fall and winter. So there'll be different ways to do that if indeed we decide we need to add some more innings. We just haven't gotten to it yet.
Ben, only about 30 seconds, but Sammy Stafura has been out of the lineup for the past couple of days. Anything going on there?
He just had some hamstring cramping 2 or 3 days ago. He is cleared. You should see him back in the box score very soon.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Get back to work on the trade deadline. We'll be talking to you tomorrow, I'm sure.
Thanks, Chase.
All right. So I was joking with Ben off the air that he should make a trade while we were live on the air, but I guess that didn't come to fruition. We'll just have to wait and see what happens to the Pirates around the deadline. It's an exciting period of time. In the meantime, obviously have a game to get, a series to split. Here in Cincinnati, Mitch Keller on the mound, 6-7 with a 4.83 ERA opposite Chase Burns, 12-1.